think, J.D. Note, you saw how he played the other night against Auburn. I mean, he's a guy that can take a game over. And when you've got a body like Jalen Williams that can do a lot of different things for Arkansas, they're playing with a ton of confidence. They just knocked off number one. Great game this past, was it Tuesday or Wednesday night? I can't even keep up with the Tuesday night. So now they've won 9 consecutive games. I think Alabama's going to be a slight favorite. I don't think Alabama hits 14 threes, but I think this is a back-and-forth game, and I think good spot for Alabama. I think Alabama wins this game.
And it'd be an impressive win with what Arkansas has done. This would be another one to put on your resume for Alabama if they can get it done at home. 11 o'clock for that game as well. UAB plays again on Sunday on the road at Old Dominion after their win last night over Southern Mississippi.
Real quick, Dunaway, if Arkansas wins this game, Arkansas goes from unranked to, after the 2 wins this week, probably like number 18 or 19.
Yeah, but I think they'll, even a loss on the road at Alabama, if it's respectable, I think they'll still be ranked after the win over Auburn. All right, before we wrap up the official show and hang around for a second or two to see if there is a release from Auburn.
It's definitely coming, by the way.
Give me a Super Bowl prediction. I'll go first. I'll take Rams 41, Bengals 17. Rams.
I don't think you've ever predicted a blowout that big.
Rams 41,
Bengals
17. This is the way it was when I was a kid. This is Cowboys Bills to me.
I just wonder how different it would be if I was a Steelers fan.
I no influence on that at all. I mean, I promise you, I'm not playing games. It was that way. Even if you were not a Rams fan, with all the moves they made, the money, the SoFi Stadium and everything, it's an attractive place for free agencies. I mean, the Rams are a cool place to be right now. I wish I was a Rams fan. Brown?
I think it's going to be Rams 28-17.
28-17 Rams for you. Not the blowout you said earlier this week.
It's fairly one-sided.
I take it. I'm going to excuse myself because I'm cussing the game. I'm not calling the game, but I'm cussing the game. I can't be objective right now.
No,
I really
you can't. You can't.
Rockstar, you got a pick?
Oh, Rams big. I'll do Rams by 3 touchdowns. So, let's do the old Bills Cowboys game, 52-17.
Did you guys watch the Bengals? And the only reason I bring this up is because we've got around the table, everybody's got Rams winning by double digits. You look at all of the other experts out there, it's 50-50 down the middle on who wins the game.
Yeah.
That's just a little surprising that all of you guys have got the Rams.
Yeah, it's not the game that I'm expecting. Not one that split 50-50 down. Cowherd also picked the Rams, says everybody. Hannah Storm, of course, on the Rams. We always go to Hannah for our predictions. That's our show today. Thanks so much for being with us. We're back live with you coming up on Monday at 9 a.m. Central Time. The replay starts right now. If you want to hang around, you can do that, and we'll read this email together from Auburn. But until next time, we're the next round. God bless you. God bless America.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Farmfolio. If you're concerned about market volatility or inflation, Farmfolio can help you diversify your portfolio into cash-flowing farmland property. We all know about rental real estate. Cash flow and appreciation are the name of the game. With Farmfolio's productive farmland lots, your trees act as the tenants, and they pay you in fruit, which is sold by Farmfolio's international sales team to the likes of Walmart and Costco, ultimately generating cash flow for you. As your cash flow increases, your property value also increases. Just like tenant-occupied real estate, the best part is you don't have to be a farmer. You own, they farm, and you earn. This is the way it works at Farmfolio. For more information, you can go online, check everything out today. Go to farmfolio.net. That's farmfolio.net. Check it out today. If you're concerned about that market volatility or inflation, Farmfolio is your best friend. Go online today, farmfolio.net.
All the stories important to us are in one place. Catch the morning rounds each weekday at nextroundlive.com.
When it comes to choosing a dentist, 2 things are critical: trust and comfort. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. It's why I tell you about Stone Creek Dental Care. Dentist owned and operated, and Stone Creek Dental Care is the Southeast premier provider of comprehensive dental care with more than 20 locations, including Birmingham, Chattanooga, Huntsville, Trussville, and Montgomery. Stone Creek Dental Care is able to provide a level of quality care you will not find anywhere else. From your basic cleaning to restorative dentistry, cosmetics, and endodontics, Stone Creek Dental Care covers a wide and comprehensive range of dental services for patients of any age. Stone Creek Dental Care Care's mission is to provide the highest quality dental care to every single patient in an environment that exemplifies the highest ethical, personal, compassionate, and professional standards, and to provide the best patient experience possible. Stone Creek Dental Care is currently accepting new patients at all locations, and new patients get a free Chick-fil-A gift card at your first appointment. So visit StoneCreekDentalCare.com to find a location nearest you. StoneCreekDentalCare.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
This guy right here, he's here, he's happy. This guy. Brian Harson's staying at Auburn. We stayed late to take care of that Friday. We'll talk. We got 27 days to Selection Sunday. We'll talk plenty of basketball coming up. Fun guests coming in, including Roman Harper, who will talk to us about one of the worst no calls in NFL history in the Super Bowl. And luckily, the Rams come back and win the game despite that no call. With the first segment, we just want to sit back and enjoy the championship with you. We didn't have this format last year when my team won it, but I wanted to remind Brown that we are the last two defending NFL champions over on this side of the desk. And but God, congratulations. I mean, I cannot tell you. Maggie's like, who are you cheering for? And I said, well, I'm cheering for the Rams. And because it just means so much to you. So my goal here in this first segment is to let you talk all about the Rams, but also to make you cry.
Well, I appreciate that. I mean, look, I'll tell you the only moment that I did have tears during this, and this was a grueling, like emotional. I can't even imagine like players and coaches and the Rams family members, the emotional roller coaster. I mean, you guys saw like the Arizona game was cakewalk. The Tampa game was a complete blowout. Then you guys come back, tie that game up. That was the only moment I got really emotional. And then San Francisco, they're down 10. They never should have won that game to be able to come back and win. And when Odell goes out, the first 22 seconds of the second half, it just seemed like it was going to be Cincinnati's night. So what a roller coaster. Thank you guys for reaching out. It means a lot. Everybody reached out on this show, and that was pretty awesome. I'll tell you what was really awesome is people that we've maybe met in passing since we've been together as a show that were reaching out via Twitter and Instagram and saying, hey, look, I've got no dog in the fight, but I'm pulling for the Rams because I feel your passion. I hear it every day.
Yep.
That meant a lot. It really did.
Yeah.
It was pretty awesome. It ended up being an awesome game. I hope for you guys watching it.
I really enjoyed it. I thought it was a very entertaining game. I had no dog in the fight. I wanted you to be happy. So, I guess I was pulling for the Rams. The Bengals are a fantastic story. In any other situation, I probably pull for the Bengals because they were such a good story. But, no, I was very happy for you. Very happy your team won it. I did not feel very good about your team coming out to start the second half.
No, I mean,
I really thought you were going to lose the game.
22 seconds, I thought Jalen Ramsey just got beat. And then when you go back and you look at the replay, you didn't want to lose on an unfortunate call like that, but that's part of it. And I don't see when you've got a one-on-one matchup like that, if you've got a safety involved and you've got multiple bodies, sometimes maybe you get lost in that picture if you're that back judge. But how you don't see that face mask when the head completely turns.
Yeah. Well, Mike Elko tweeted. He's now the head coach at Duke. Was at Texas A&M. He tweeted, when are we going to get to the point in football where we stop allowing the 6'4" receivers to do whatever they want to do when they're going for the football, but all the 5'11" defensive back has to do is, hold a jersey, make a little contact, and flags come flying out. When are we going to get to that point?
Well, I was going to tell Lance the reason they didn't see it is because you're looking for defensive pass interference, not offensive. I mean, receivers get away with murder.
Yeah.
Well, you're right. I mean, Logan Williams, who played a hell of a game for Cincinnati, their linebacker, and they talked about it on the broadcast last night, one of the best in coverage, had a game-high 9 tackles, had 3 tackles for loss, and he had that, it was a 3rd and goal from the 8, had that pass interference where he kind of hooked Kupp. That's one of those you just don't call.
Nope.
But, again, they were looking for any kind of contact.
They were. It's weird, though. They had gone the whole game without calling anything. And then we get down to the very end, and we call everything at the very end. Actually, they don't because Whitworth was off early one time. They didn't even catch that.
It wasn't just Whitworth. It was
line.
4 offense, everybody but the center.
Yeah, and they didn't catch that. Of all the things, they missed that one, which was blatantly obvious. I saw it in live action, but I just, that's the only thing I will say about this game. It's a very entertaining game. I'm very happy for your Rams, and that would have been a drive for the ages. Yep. But it just got so chopped up by penalties at the end. It just was not for you, but for the average viewer, it's very anticlimactic.
I get it, but 15 plays, 79 yards in almost 5 minutes. And I thought they should have punted. I'm screaming at Sean McVay, you've got to punt the football on a 4th and 1 from your own 30. You got all 3 timeouts. Because the offensive line could not block for Burrow, and as long as you can, you can contain Mixon, they're not going to be able to get a first down on you.
And you can't run to save your life.
And the call there, and Collinsworth pointed it out, it's a genius call if it works. If it doesn't, you look idiotic. They don't get that, they lose the game. And look, I don't know, man. I don't know if you guys believe in teams of destiny. I know it sounds really cheesy, but the Rams literally went all in on this thing. And, just moments like that, that's just one of those they probably only pick up 1 out of 10 times.
Well, that's a topic I was going to do later, but we can discuss it here. That's back-to-back years that you've got franchises who didn't build through the draft or a process. They went all in to win a Super Bowl, and it's worked 2 consecutive years. If I'm a GM around the league, I'm looking and I'm like, to hell with the draft. I'm going to do it this way.
Well, and I understand what you're saying, but it is just so rare that you can get the 2 quarterbacks you guys got in any sort of market. Like yours was just such a unique situation in that he knew the time was done in New England and he became a free agent. You almost never get those guys in free agents. You got Peyton Manning there. Technically, I guess you got Brett Favre there. You get Tom Brady. But those are few and far between.
Aaron Rodgers, Russell Wilson.
Well, they're not there yet.
Yeah, Jimmy Garoppolo.
Garoppolo's not in that
category.
category.
You could see that. You see Green Bay's talking about making him the highest paid quarterback.
Yeah.
But I think it's interesting because if he does go to Denver, you could have 3 consecutive seasons like that.
That's exactly right. Exactly
right.
But
But now let's see what happens. You're about to pay the price for it. Okay, so let's see what that is like.
I'm okay with it.
I know you are. You say that now, but let's see how long that price has to be paid. And what it's like. Lance's team will eventually have to pay the price for this. You don't get away with this in the NFL. So we'll see what that price is like. And if if it's a 5-year or a 10-year gap, if you look back and say, hey, it was well worth it. But look, we have sucked for 10 years, it's well worth it.
Yeah, somebody, a Rams fan last night, Steven, on Instagram, sent me a direct message, and he's like, F the picks. And I agree with Lesney gave up a ton.
He did.
But at the same time, I think it is a little unfair that people think it's just this manufactured team.
Oh, I don't think so at all.
No.
Yeah, because you drafted your best, maybe the best player in the world in Aaron Donald. You drafted Cooper Kupp. You found that that gem who's your best offensive player. So there were guys, Cam Akers. There are guys that this team went out and they actually drafted. So they built it and they went out and they got the pieces they needed to get it over the top.
Yeah, it's over the hump. Mike Evans, Devin White, same thing.
Yeah.
It's the okay, we're here, but to take the next. Really, it's a lot like your Dolphins. You have an elite defense. You may be missing a part or two, but really, it's you're here, and what does it take to go over the top? I think it's all free agency at that point. It's giving up draft picks and going and getting those guys.
If you can get that quarterback or just give up the world to trade for that quarterback, yeah. But there again, you're going to have to pay. There's no shortcuts in the NFL. You'll pay the price for this, and it may be well worth it. You may look back and say, I don't give a rip. It was well worth it. That's just the way the NFL is structured. There's no way around this. You're either going to draft your way there, or you could go the free agency route. Either way, you're giving up the picks, and if you don't get the draft right, you're giving up the future.
The interesting thing, and I said this when we were doing this format together, and I think I said it in the summer, and it's when we were going into the football season, we were talking about the addition of Matt Stafford, and I said, look, give me one more and I'm content. And I'll stick by that. Obviously I'll pull just as hard, and I'll want them to win every game, but I'll stand by that. But the interesting thing about the Rams, before the additions of Eric Weddle and Von Miller, they were the youngest team in football. So this is still a really young team that has a ton of money, that's got an appealing place to play. People love going to Los Angeles. They love SoFi. They've got the youngest coach to ever win a Super Bowl at 36. He's already been to 2. There's just a lot to like about this organization right now, and I think it's trending in the right way, and I think it's going to be around for the next 3, 4, 5 years.
Matt Stafford has young kids. He's played 13 seasons.
I think he's got 3 or 4 more good years.
You think he still wants to keep going?
Yeah.
Okay.
The interesting one is Aaron Donald. For that news to break yesterday.
Yeah, but you make a great point. He's only 30.
What are you going to do at 30?
I don't know, but I mean, he's got a lot of money on the table that he would be leaving on the table if he retires because he's considered the best player in football right now.
But, we joke about this. Like, Dunaway literally will work until the grave, and you and I don't have the desire to do that. But if I had the opportunity right now, I still would probably want to do this for another 3, 4, 5 years.
Sure.
And I'm much older than Aaron Donald, so I can't imagine when he's in the prime of his career. I know he's accomplished everything, but this guy can still go down as maybe the best ever. If he has 3, 4, 5 more dominant years, and he's still got that in him.
You mean in the conversation with the Reggie White, Lawrence Taylor, those type defensive guys?
I think he's already in that conversation.
I do too.
Yeah.
I do too.
Just, an incredible second half by him. Absolutely.
Well, you know what the moment
incredible
was?
second half.
There was 14-18 to go, and it was the hit on Burrow going out of bounds.
The fight.
That they read. The dude that poked Aaron Donald. From that moment, they scored 3 more points. He was a maniac.
He really was. I noticed it, yeah.
Literally, don't poke the cage. And I'll tell you this, Vegas got involved in this because you could only name one MVP because there's so much money at stake. Matt Stafford, Aaron Donald, and Cooper Kupp should have been all 3 MVPs.
I'd have gone Donald. I thought Donald.
If I could only go one, I would go Donald. But I think all 3 were deserving.
I'm fine with Kupp winning it, but Donald was the reason you won that game.
Because what did Stafford do wrong? He threw the 2 picks, but one was on a 3rd and 14. It was just a shot at the end zone, much like a punt. And then the second, Skoranek. That ball,
it's right in his hands.
You got to catch it.
But I would have gone Stafford or Kupp. And to me, that last drive, what was it, 15 plays?
15 plays, 79 yards.
15 plays, 79 yards, and Kupp was the only target. And Kupp was the only target that was still out there. It was a lot like, Alabama's national championship game, their loss to Georgia. When you lost Odell in the second quarter, okay, where are we going to get weapons? Well, we got one guy, it's Kupp. And so they controlled him until that last drive for the most part. They relatively, by Kupp standards, they'd kept him in check. And by Ram standard, they'd kept Aaron Donald in check. And then that last drive, all of a sudden, they can't cover Kupp.
Oh,
they're double teaming, they can't cover.
Doubling him, and it's crazy. The guy is a 4'6" wide receiver.
It really makes no sense.
And they lose Robert Woods 8 games into the season. They lost Higbee in the NFC Championship game, their second leading receiver. Then you lose Odell. You don't have any weapons out there.
Yeah.
It was Kupp, and they knew it was Kupp.
Bryson Hopkins is a tight end that had 4 receptions. Wasn't even active 2 weeks ago.
That's right. It wouldn't have played if your tight ends would have been happy. Would not even have dressed, probably. It's crazy.
Paul says another one. A'Shawn Robinson had a massive game. I know a lot of Alabama fans were paying attention.
Shutting down that run, man.
No doubt, man. No doubt. And I tell you, it's only because of this show. But they were talking so much about him, and then, the Bengals get pinned down. I'm like,
here we go.
And no, I'm like, that's the way it works, right? TV just talks all about it. But, look, A'Shawn Robinson, strip score. I'm like, I'm going to lose the stake on this.
Yeah, but Collinsworth was so good yesterday. And he was making a great point. Just tell me as a coach, is A'Shawn Robinson on the field or not?
94 is out there. We're not running the football.
We're not going to run the football. But if he's off, we're going to run the football because he's that much. You're taking care of so many other parts. He's that much of a space eater.
But if you guys would have told me the Rams could only rush for 43 yards, I took a flyer on Cam Akers, the only player I played to win the MVP at 30-1, and he did nothing. You could not run against Cincinnati yesterday. If you would have told me Rams go 43 rushing yards and they're -2 in turnovers, there's no way, and you lose Odell in the second quarter, you can't win that game.
Yeah, I did not expect you guys to struggle like that running the ball. That was a shock.
That was surprising. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, me too. And in the Farmfolio chat room, I want you guys to tell me if you remember the old ESPN show in the early days, Roy Firestone. What was it called?
Up Close.
Up Close.
We always want to call it Fireside Chats or Firestone Chats, which is probably Rockstar what they should have called it. Who was the president? Was it Roosevelt that had the Fireside Chats?
Yeah.
They should have called it Firestone Chats.
Okay, he was known for in Up Close for making people cry. Mm-hmm. My two Roy Firestone questions for LT after you tell us about our great friends at Wayne's.
Oh, wow.
It is Wayne's time.
I'm excited about this.
It's Wayne's time outside. We hit 70 degrees over the weekend. Yep. Fantastic time to get outside.
We'll see if Thunderway can make Lance cry. It may feel like summer is a long way away. Don't cry, though. It's time to let our friends at Wayne's get your lawn in shape to ensure your family enjoys a barefoot good summer. The first month is free, by the way, with a 1-year EnviroLawn agreement when you use this code TNR for the next round. TNR. Let Wayne's create your happy place. 866-WAYNES-1. That is 866-WAYNES and the number 1. Don't forget that code TNR helps us and helps you save. Here we go.
So many Sundays spent watching your team play, and they're now world champions. And it was in this beautiful new stadium. And then the halftime show was sort of your soundtrack of your youth.
I started it too. Next episode, I said this is how they're going to start it. They messed it up. We have you had to give Mary J. Blige 2 songs. They're like, we got to give the female 2 songs.
Well,
That's
50 Cent came in, though.
And
We didn't know 50 Cent was going to be
a
there.
surprise.
Yeah, but it's the soundtrack of your youth.
Yep.
In your younger days, that's what you were bouncing around town to, and for them to be the halftime show, some of your musical idols at halftime of the Super Bowl that you win in Los Angeles had to mean a lot to you.
It did, and it was tough to enjoy because it felt like the Rams dominated that first half and they were up 3. So I tried to sit back, and Jack was over at the house for the first half, and he watched halftime, and then Bethany came and got him after halftime, and trying to enjoy that with him because he loves rap too.
Yeah, and that's what I wanted to get to because I knew young Jack was there, and you can remember holding him as a baby.
Keep trying.
Yeah,
You were
insane.
holding him as a baby watching those Rams games, and there you are sharing that with what now is virtually a grown man of your son.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a lifetime committed to watching
Well, I'll
this
tell
team.
you, not your questioning is going to get me, but for the kids to FaceTime me after the game,
Yeah.
they care nothing about it, and they were super excited.
Oh, they care.
That
they
meant a
care.
lot.
They care because they remember the
It
candy.
meant a lot. They do, yeah.
They remember the candy and those times holding Dada's hand.
I mean, Dada, but Jack, very close. Jack showed up wearing a hoodie yesterday. Leighton, whatever black magic she's into, she put her rocks and she was bringing good karma. She's like, I'm going to go home, and she said, I did it for the Tampa game. She was like, I think you need it today. And so she arranged rocks however she does it. And I don't know. It worked out. It was pretty incredible. We found out yesterday, me and the roommate, that was our 101st Ram game we watched together.
Wow,
Yeah.
101.
So she's put a lot of time into this, too.
If not, the Lance's cup was popping. I can figure it out.
What is that?
It's the fireplace.
fireplace.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know what the hell that was.
Fireside chat.
But I will tell you, it was a really emotional weekend because somebody brought up that this team means too much to me, and they probably do. But, I don't know if the Rams were a coping mechanism for me as a kid. But, it's still, when I'm having trouble sleeping, this sounds really weird, I think about different Rams things.
Yeah.
I think way too much about this team. It's really
Well,
weird.
what are
You're on
I
the
apologize.
edge right now.
I am on the edge.
You're on the
Different
edge.
Rams things. Like what? Like old games?
No,
Just
like
great
I couldn't
moments?
sleep Saturday night. I don't know. I just think about, different plays and I don't know, weird.
Are the Rams a microcosm of your life, you think?
You're talking about the ups and downs?
Yeah, I don't know. I'm just asking. It seems like you've got this really deep connection. I just wonder if
I
you
don't
see
know
like
what
a
it
little
is.
piece of your
I
life in
have
the Rams.
no idea what it is. It really is, family, friends, and they're right there.
Yeah.
Too much. I care way too much.
No, you do. You care.
And after the game, I was sitting there. I was like, I can't believe I didn't get into Leighton's college fund to go to that game. I mean, I really should have gone.
Yeah, you should have. I mean, you never know. I was talking to my wife about that this morning. She literally said, and this is my wife, she goes, well, I didn't care who won last night, but I sure am happy for Lance
Well, that's sweet.
that he got to win. And I said, I am too. And I said, I watch this game every year. Every year I watch this game, and I think if the Dolphins are in it,
You got to go.
Yeah, I mean, I got to go. And what would this game be like? I'm able to sit back and watch it, just enjoy it, watch the commercials. And I do ask myself, what would it be like if the Dolphins were in it? I wouldn't enjoy it. I guess I would. I don't know.
Yeah, you don't know. Like somebody, Chris Stewart, our good friend and sponsor here at Gutter Cap, he called me this morning. We were talking on the drive in, and he's like, man, I'm glad you didn't let me watch that game with you, because I bet you were a mess. And I said, I was just kind of gutted. The first 22 seconds of the second half,
Well, it was rough.
I was like, without Odell, we just can't win this game.
Yeah.
So I'd already set in my mind that the game was over,
Yeah, I mean,
which is probably such a negative fan.
No, I told you I thought it was over then. I really did. When he threw that interception, I thought, my gosh, if the Bengals drive and scored, look at this.
There's the
look
picture.
At the photos
These
Scott's
are the
throwing
pictures
up.
here.
That was
Yeah.
Silver Springs, Florida, man.
Yeah.
Little Lance here. It'll cycle back around to there's little Jack, the one we were just talking about.
Lance showing some leg.
Yeah. Little
Boy, it's been a long ride, man.
Look at that.
there's
There's
kids, yeah.
Leighton
Yeah.
now about to go off to college.
Jack in the Mark Bulger jersey.
Oh,
Sam Bradford, actually.
Sam Bradford,
Yeah.
sorry. No, he didn't have his leg in a brace, so I thought it was Mark Bulger.
Way to go, Dada.
I mean, I don't know. It was awesome. And I do appreciate you guys pulling for me. And I know Rocky was pulling for Matt Stafford.
Did you have, like everybody else, like me, absolute chills, so excitement about The Rock yesterday.
Where did
That-
sins
So
belts?
cheesy.
That was probably the highlight of the game for me.
So I
was
guess
ready
they
to
couldn't
go.
let Cheeseball Michael Buffer do it
Because it was a home game.
because it was not a home game,
Yeah.
right? Yeah.
I think the Bengals got to choose that.
It didn't even seem like it was really happening. I was like, is this chroma keyed? Is he actually
Well,
standing
I
on the
wonder if
field?
was the crowd even paying attention to
No,
it?
it was so unnecessary.
Yeah.
And I don't dislike The Rock. I like The
No, I
Rock
love The
fine.
Rock.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but what do you think they had to
so
pay him for
unnecessary.
that?
No telling. And it was just so unnecessary. Just kick the game off.
Just think that's going to be one of those moments. You know, your daughter's wedding, Jack's wedding, and that moment yesterday when you're laying on that last bed and they're standing around you, you're going to remember yesterday. I remember.
Look, and that. I think that's what spurred the conversation. I said, unfortunately, people get so excited about Christmas and it comes once a year, but like a Super Bowl, if you're this passionate about your team, and look, Alabama fans can't even register this because it's every year with them. But, let's just talk about a Georgia fan or an Auburn fan. Auburn remembers back to 2010, 2013. These moments just don't come around. They really don't.
They're
They're very important moments. And I know there is so much more importance in life than sports, but this is what we do. This is our outlet.
Yeah.
And
It's your escape.
when you have a team that means this much to you, man, it's just it's pretty incredible.
So there they are, the Los Angeles Rams. And it wasn't St. Louis. It's the Los Angeles Rams. So the Los Angeles Rams, the way it should be, world champions. They win the Super Bowl yesterday. We'll talk more about that when we move throughout the day. When we come back, we'll get into the conversation with Roman Harper about some of the calls and the action on the field. Harp knows that this man, Lance Taylor, is such a big Rams fan. And then we'll get into Auburn's big win over Texas A&M and what a great show it was for College Game Day and the ESPN cameras. And a great week for Alabama basketball, beating Arkansas, a team that is a top 25 team in KenPom. Huge home win for the Tide to hold on in front of a nice crowd over at Coleman Coliseum. UAB gets upset yesterday, so all that basketball coming up later in the show. And Josh Pate's with us at 12 o'clock. The show being brought to you in part by my school, the University of Montevallo. Speaking of good week in basketball, they had two big conference wins as well. Just down the road from where we are in Montevallo, Alabama, central part of the state. Perfect location for your son or daughter to go to college. 14-1 student to professor ratio. We're talking a great college education for a great price. Check out the tuition there. Check out everything you need to know online at montevallo.edu. Schedule that in-person tour as well. montevallo.edu.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
This hour of The Next Round is presented by Culver's, located in Stadium Trace, just off 459 and 150 in Hoover. And coming soon to Tattersall Park on the corner of 119 and 280. Culver's, welcome to delicious.
Some things just stand the test of time. Your old truck, an aged bourbon, the memory of your first girlfriend, and a classic pair of Red Wing boots. Fall is upon us, and Red Wing boots are the ones every guy must have. Whether you're on the job site, working in the yard, exploring the trail, or heading out for the evening, Red Wing shoes will have you covered. Certified fit specialists will make sure you get the most comfortable boots with convenient locations in Pelham next to Publix and the new Trussville location between Metro Diner and Taco Mama. Red Wing boots, a classic you can enjoy every day.
Support the show and grab some great t-shirts and hoodies right now in the Next Round store. Buy the Alabama State Map shirts in your team's favorite colors, the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest, or Next Round flag shirts are also online now. Just go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store. The traditional Next Round logo shirts are there too. Buy them for yourself, or they make a great gift for someone else. And let us know what you'd like to see in the store coming up. Nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Done building your family? A vasectomy is a safe, simple, effective option for birth control. When it was my time to take the snip, I used my friends at Urology Centers of Alabama. March Madness right around the corner, and there's no better time for a vasectomy. It's a great reason to be off your feet and be on the couch during the game with the wife's approval. It's a quick, in-office procedure covered by most insurances. Urology Centers of Alabama. 16 convenient locations. Call 205-922-SNP. That's 205-922-7647.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. you'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Rockstar here to give you my Way to Wellness update. I have already lost 5 pounds after only a couple of weeks on the program. I'm already a third of the way to my goal weight. This program works. What program, you ask? Why, it's Way to Wellness. Way to Wellness partners with each patient to develop a treatment plan tailored to their individual needs, focusing on weight loss and reducing the health risks associated with obesity. Join our challenge at nextroundlive.com or learn more about Way to Wellness at aplanforme.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood.
The Iron Bowl.
Jordan Hare Stadium behind us that saw a classic Iron Bowl, 24-22. The Crimson Tide holds on and wins in overtime.
The SEC Championship.
It is the SEC Road Show Saturday morning in Atlanta.
The College Football Playoff.
It's our Cotton Bowl special from Dallas, Texas. We are live now.
The National Championship.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown with you up here in Indianapolis. We're at the Playoff Fan Central.
The Next Round. You'll find us where the big games are played.
ERA King Real Estate is on the move. They've just opened their new state-of-the-art office in Homewood, and they'll be opening new offices in Vestavia and Huntsville in the next few weeks. My friends at ERA King have 52 years of experience. ERA King Real Estate is growing to serve you. Text the word MOVE to 35260. That's MOVE to 35260. ERA King Real Estate, growing to serve you.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Back with you on the Next Round. Hey, don't forget the Legion FC starts their season this Sunday, 2:30, Protective Stadium. They play MLS powerhouse Atlanta United, exhibition friendly game. But you'll see the best of the MLS, Atlanta United, in playing your soccer team. Legion FC, 2:30, Protective Stadium, BHMLegion.com, BHMLegion.com for tickets, merchandise. I'll have a little merch on later this week.
Good weather, too. I think it's going to be 65 and sunny Sunday.
Perfect.
If you guys want tickets, I can get us hooked up.
Yeah, we should all go and enjoy a cold one and watch our professional soccer team started against the best of the MLS this week. And Protective Stadium, I mean, the crowds will be fantastic this year down there in the Uptown District. Looking forward to that. 2:30 this Sunday for Legion FC.
All right, a guy that knows the feeling of winning a Super Bowl is Roman Harper. He joins us now on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. What is up, Harp? How are you?
What's up, fellas? How are you guys?
Doing great. Thanks a lot. Can you put into words? I want to ask about a guy like Whitworth, who is a Hall of Fame tackle, has been a great player in the league, and has had this long career, and he finally gets the ring last night. What is that feeling like?
Well, there's no better way than going out on top. That's what he will eventually have done. I mean, how many Pro Bowls has he been to? I don't even know. I mean, he's been to a ton of Pro Bowls either. He's just been playing forever. Been constant, great player, right?
Yep.
It's crazy because the very first time I ever swung a golf club was with him at the Playboy All-American outing in our going into our senior years of college. So I've known him for a very long time, and he's a great person. Also for some other guys that got to do it, Odell Beckham, extremely happy for him. Matt Stafford, who almost gave the game away. Like, he got the win too. So everybody as a team collectively, they needed every single person to get that win last night. It was a great game. Commercials, I thought the Pringles commercial where the hand got stuck was the best commercial. The halftime show. For me, it's all about everything else in the Super Bowl, especially when I don't really have a team that I'm cheering for specifically.
Well, Harp, if the Bengals would have held on and won that game, the moment would have been when Odell went out, because the Rams were out of weapons and they couldn't do anything offensively. The moment for me, though, And Brown and I were discussing this a second ago with 14-18 left in the game when Burrow gets hit on the sideline by Aaron Donald, and there's a little melee there. And I forgot which offensive lineman it was. He kind of poked Aaron Donald and literally poked the cage, and he was a man possessed after that, completely dominated defensively. But my question to you is speculation before the game, Aaron Donald at 30 would retire after this game. They asked him after the game. He said, I'm going to enjoy the moment. I'm going to figure it out. It just seems like there's just too much left at 30 to retire this early. Would you agree?
I do agree. He's still one of the most dominant forces in all of football. I just think that's a little too early. Some guys, they feel these moments and that, you don't know if you're ever going to get here again. You have this pressure to, all of a sudden, do I want to go out on top? Is there going to be any other feeling? It's a lot of emotions going into a football game, especially with nerves, outside family. Aaron Donald, nobody thought he was going to be as great as he's been, as a dominant player as he's been able to be. So you have all these things going into it. But I have difference of opinion that, just because Rodney Harrison says that statement. Now it's raw. Everybody's all in on it. And for me, when I hear from Aaron Donald, I'll believe it. The same way I had the same respect and just time factor when it came to Tom Brady's decision, whether who released it early or not. I won't put words into another young athlete's mouth like that and say what they're going to do. For me personally, the moment was when Cincinnati's driving. At the end of the day, I didn't care about the Rams scoring that last touchdown. I figured they were going to score 7 at some point. That's just how football goes. The biggest thing for Cincinnati was getting the ball back in Joe Burrow's hands. And why in the world did that coach decide to run it on that 3rd and 1 when you already did that in the first quarter? You failed. Then you ran again on 4th down, and you failed. Give the ball to your best player, which is Joe Burrow. Allow him to go out there and win the game for you, which is what he did in the first half on 3rd or 4th and 1. What'd he do? Quarterback scramble, 1st down. You must let your star players be stars in these moments. Don't give it to the running back when you're trying to be conservative. It was a bad call. Now you're forced to have to get it on 4th and 1 when you have plenty of opportunities to just do what you need to do, continue to drop back, throw the ball on 3rd and 1. That was the moment. Up until the point, it was back and forth, ebb and flow of the game. That was, to me, was the big determining factor, was the 3rd and 1 on the last drive for Cincinnati Bengals.
There'll never be a call as bad as the Saints-Rams NFC Championship pass interference situation, no call. But the no call on the Bengals touchdown on Jalen Ramsey, no dog in the fight, but that's one of the worst calls in the history of football. When are they going to? When are they going to?
It's not. No, it's not. No, it's not. You're going to have to stop. Look, it's not an even playing field. Everybody knows it. I'm a defensive back, and if you're expecting them to throw a flag on a wide receiver that's pushing off, keep waiting on it, buddy. Keep waiting on it. It ain't happening.
That's what I was getting to, Harp. They call every tic-tac foul on the DB, and they let this guy grab the face mask and turn his head. That is not fair to me.
No, it's not fair, but life's not fair. So we're next question. Like when it comes to my kids and everybody else, I don't want to hear about fair in life. I don't want to hear about it because it ain't. It's not fair. It's not a level playing field. They want offense to have all the advantages. Get over it. We play DB. I don't want to hear about it. Next play. So that's the mentality. That's what Jalen Ramsey must understand. So you can have your arms up all you want, but you're not going to get the call. And those referees, I thought they did a pretty good job all night of not throwing anything. And then all of a sudden they threw everything in the last drive to get the Rams into the end zone. So it was LT's happy about it. I'm not complaining about it. I'm just letting you know, as a defensive back, we're never going to get that call.
A face mask is different than pushing, shoving, and hand-holding. I mean, that's a rip of the face mask. There's nothing you can do as a DB there. Nothing.
Yeah, but at that moment in time, the referee's not looking that individually close to his hand pulling up a face mask. He's not. That things are going way too fast. It's way too way. It's just that's not exactly where the ref's eyes are paying attention to. He's looking more towards body contact. Where's the collision point? Things of that nature. He's not actually paying attention that close. And when you slow it down, it's like, oh, he grabbed the face mask. Oh. But still, Jalen Ramsey still has to be able to stay up and try and make a play on the ball. It's just what it is. He would say the same thing. I know your face mask got pulled, but you can't allow that to distract you enough to all of a sudden now not be able to make a play on the ball. Just as a professional, and he's considered to be one of the top, if not the top corner in the whole world. Okay, the world. So if you're at that part of it, you have to be able to stand up, fight through a face mask, and make the play.
Saints Super Bowl champion SEC Network analyst Roman Harper with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline, at Harp41 on Twitter, at Harp_41 on Instagram. All of that said, another defensive back, if you're Vernon Hargreaves today, how do you feel? You're like your first Super Bowl, you're not active, and you still draw a 15-yard unsportsmanlike. I mean, if I'm Vernon Hargreaves, that's hard to swallow that one.
It was actually quite funny. Everybody's like, "Where'd they throw the flag at?" I'm like, "Oh, yeah, the guy that looks like he could have came out of the stands."
Yeah, the guy in the sweatpants out celebrating.
Yeah. No, he didn't even have sweatpants, so he had shorts, a little hoodie, some sandals on.
Yeah, his slides.
Like, yeah, he had the slides on. I was like, he didn't even have tennis shoes on. Yes, threw the flag on him. It was funny. I mean, for me, I really enjoy all the prop bets, right? Like if somebody would return a kick last night, I'm sure like when that field goal got blocked or something that somebody was betting on it, because I'm like, all right, just pitch it back, right? Don't go down. Like I wonder if there was a prop bet on an unsportsmanlike penalty for a guy not dressed to play. Like I wonder if that was a prop bet. If not, it's going to be next year, and we're going to see what kind of action you're getting on it.
I thought about you last night, Hart, because I knew we were going to have you on the show today. And after NBC quit their coverage and went to the Olympics, I flipped over to the NFL Network, and I was watching Chris Rose and Joe Thomas, and Sean McVay came on set with them. And after the interview, when they were wrapping up, he's like, "I'm not going to remember anything tomorrow." And he said, "Look, I'm getting after it tonight." And I just remember after you won that Lombardi with the Saints, I mean, you guys were on a bender, it seemed like for weeks. I know it was probably days. But what was that first, after you left the stadium, where did you guys go? How long did it really last?
So immediately after, man, we get back to the hotel. I just took a couple deep breaths. I got on my knees and prayed and thanked God just for being able to have this moment. Your whole life you play football, and, for me personally, I'd never won a championship except for Little League football. Outside of that, I'd never reached the pinnacle. And you play football, and you always have the end of the year meeting about what you're going to be able to do next year, and the things we have to improve on. And for the first time, you achieve it. And so really just sit back, absorbing all that. Then you're like, it is on. Now we're cracking drinks, right? So now we're going all in. You go to the after party that your team has, and lucky for us, we're in Miami. LA being a little bit different, just because I think the game got over at a decent time, so they all be able to go out to the clubs. But Miami, nothing shut down. So we're all in. So we got done by the game, but, 12, 1 o'clock, we're still got another 3 hours in the club. So we go from there. Then we had guys that didn't even sleep. We, by the time I was fortunate enough to go to, have some friends in town, and we did some other things. And we got home, and I had a person wake me up the next day, so I didn't miss the bus or my flight. Guys were still at the bar, like they never went to sleep in their robes and stuff. So, and then we got on the plane, and luckily we have a great coach in Sean Pate, who loved to have a good time himself, who was on the NBC and was on all the TV shows the next morning looking extremely hungover. So he kind of set the tone with us. And so on the flight back, we're flying back. I don't think we stopped drinking. Like everybody just kept drinking and partying. And instead of landing, because as we were starting to land, we see cars pull over all on the interstates. Like everybody was back to welcome us back from the airport, which they were typically doing that, but this year it was something special. And we took back off. We did another lap or two around the city flying because we didn't want to land. We're like, we pulled back up and we kept doing a couple laps, came back down. And honestly, LT, dude, I didn't stop partying. I did 30-something, 40 days straight. Like I didn't take a night off.
Yeah.
For a month and some change. I was in LA. I kept the party going. I partied literally all the way until I partied in New Orleans for about 2 or 3 straight weeks. Then I went out to LA, and I stayed in LA for 3 months in the off season. And I partied probably the first 15, 20 days when I was in LA as well. So for me, it was about 40-something straight days.
Oh, so good. Roman Harper, the Super Bowl champion who partied for 40 days. Thank you, Roman. We always appreciate the time.
Thank you, man. Couple days, middle of the day off, nighttime, it is on. Thank you, guys.
See you, buddy. Roman with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline.
When you party for 40 days, your kidneys start building an arc at that point, right?
But they do, yes.
Yeah,
I think it's worse than the liver.
Yeah. All right. So Harp there. No excuses for DBs, even on the face mask there. They rally. The Rams win the Super Bowl, and they're the champions. A massive parade tomorrow, I assume, in Los Angeles?
Yeah, I think it is. When the Rams go up 13-3 on that Cup, the second touchdown, but Cup's first touchdown, and they miss the extra point, did you guys not think at that moment it was going to be a blowout?
A little bit, yeah. Well, because Zach Taylor had panicked going for that fourth down at midfield. I'm like, what the crap are you doing this early in the game?
I sort of liked it, though.
I didn't want him going for it because I thought that they would get it, but I think you have to punt in that situation.
Yeah, I think you had to punt there. I mean, so you're still filling out the opponent right there. I just thought that felt like we're an underdog, we're not supposed to be here when you're not even really that big an underdog moves.
I sort of liked it. I mean, to me, that offense for the Rams, whether they get it at the 35, the 20, the 50, it's a tough stop. I was amazed that the Bengals did as well they did against the run. Killed all my DraftKings yesterday. That the Rams couldn't run because the scouting report was the Rams were going to be able to run on them. Everybody was talking about the Rams going to be able to run, couldn't run, and then the fact that they controlled Cup for a long, long time. It just was an amazing effort by the Bengals. A great season. Our buddy Aaron Jordan, who helps us with Alabama basketball. Lifelong Bengals fan.
That's right.
Left the game on Saturday with his daughter, drove to Cincinnati because they couldn't make it to L.A. with his work and financial. So he and his daughter drove to Cincinnati and watched it at local places in Cincinnati with Bengal fans just to experience the Super Bowl because it doesn't happen very often.
That's a cool idea. You know, I know the NFL shut it down. They were going to try to watch it in the stadium, and the NFL wouldn't allow that. But I bet being in the city was pretty cool, especially if you had won.
Yeah, that would take away from the
TV numbers.
The Nielsen ratings that had 70,000 in the stadium.
That's correct.
The last time I checked on tickets I continued to check on tickets through yesterday, but the last time I checked on a flight was early Saturday morning because I still was holding out hope and tickets just wouldn't drop. But then I saw somebody tweeted out like 2 hours before kick, I've got two in section 134, regular price, $2,000 each. You know, if somebody's around the stadium, I'll get them to you. And I watched his timeline, and for like an hour, nobody was around. And so if I would have rolled the dice and just been down there, it could have worked out.
Ticketmaster is also apologizing today. They had an outage, Ticketmaster did, that wouldn't allow you to transfer tickets.
Oh, gosh.
I know. They're having to apologize today. Apparently,
what
was
happened
a
with you and
mess.
DirecTV yesterday?
Well, that's my worst of the weekend. You want to say that?
We'll get to that when we come back. Part of the show being brought to you by our friends at Redmont Distilling. Redmont Vodka, Vulcan Gin, raise a glass to LT's Rams today as the world champions. Tell us about Redmont, the official vodka of the 2022 World Games.
I did before the game. I got a direct message. I forgot who it was from, one of our listeners, viewers, and he said, "Are you drinking Redmont vodka yet?" And I told him I'm completely sober for this 60-minute game. After the game, if we win, I'll get on the Redmont vodka. Hopefully, you enjoyed it responsibly this weekend. Redmont vodka, their aim, clarity, and taste. Color and smell, it's vodka perfection. Redmont vodka is made from corn, which not only makes it gluten-free, also provides that smooth finish, doesn't have a harsh aftertaste, 8 times distilled, available at your local package and ABC stores, including Pink Package and the Beverage Place. Pick up a bottle today of Redmont vodka.
All right, the best and worst of the weekend brought to you by our friends at Hemp Hill coming up. So get in the Farm Folio chat room, or you can call us up 205-734-0923, 734-0923. Best and worst of the weekend rolls us into the next hour. Stay with us.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service. Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. I'm absolutely loving my Alfa Romeo Stelvio that I've been in for months now, and right now you can get up to $3,500 bonus cash plus 1.9% financing for 72 months on the all-new 2021 Alfa Romeo Giulias and the Stelvios at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Come experience the passion and performance of Alfa Romeo. Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com, 1837 Grants Mill Road, exit 27, right off of I-459. you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280.
Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and the Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com. The Next Round is proud to partner with Vulcan Tire and Auto, and we're excited to announce their first-class team and facilities are growing. If you are an experienced general maintenance technician looking for a new opportunity with a great growing company, go by Vulcan Tire. They want to talk to you. Not experienced, but interested in working on cars? Again, go by Vulcan Tire. They have a spot for anyone that has a can-do attitude, wants to work, and enjoys helping people. 4 locations and more to come. Vulcan Tire and Automotive, Moody, Trussville, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
Why is Culver's such a treat for so many families? Here's a hint. This treat is thick and creamy, and everyone can get it any way they like. Our fresh, frozen custard. We craft it in small batches throughout the day to make our guests stay. Shakes, cones, sundaes, concrete mixers, flavor of the day, oh, and the toppings.
Who says you can't please everyone? There's more than one way to dessert at Culver's. Welcome to Delicious.
There's no better way to kick off the new year than by getting your finances in order. And our friends at Mortgage Right can help you beef up your bank account with ease. With a cash-out refinance, you can pay off your debt or make that important purchase by taking advantage of your home equity. Don't miss out on the chance to make your home work for you. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR to make the most of this opportunity today. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
Listen, I know there'll be a big divide in the Farmfolio chat room over here about the halftime show. Either you like that genre of music or you don't. I like that genre of music, and I thought it was fantastic. I loved it. To start off, just the set. I love the set. I love the Google Earth of Compton that was laid down on the field. You can see
quite the soundboard for Dre.
It really was. He spent a lot of time on it.
He was adjusting stuff. That's
look. He is a great producer, and he has meant so much for that genre. I think he was getting outside of his lane a little bit with the piano.
Yeah,
I did appreciate the nod to Tupac. I ain't mad at you. I loved it because I thought they were actually going to go into that for a minute. So that was kind of exciting. I agree with you. I think they laid it out really well. I think we got a little bogged down. I'm not a huge Kendrick Lamar guy.
I thought he was the worst part of it, honestly.
Yeah. I would have been okay with 50 Cent and leave Kendrick out.
Yep.
And Gary with a great line in there, 50 cents now a full dollar.
That's so good.
Buddy, he has packed it on.
You know, and if I'm 50, I don't know what you do about this. So that was an iconic video in the club where he's hanging upside down back in the day where he's all ripped up. I tell them, hey, look, guys, I'm not in that kind of shape. Just let me walk out, and the crowd will get excited. Don't put me back in that situation.
All I got to do is be there. They're going to get fired up having me there. Yeah.
But I think it made his weight look worse when he was hanging upside down.
It did, yes, very much so, yeah.
All that blood rushing to your brain.
They had to cut away for him to get down, right?
Well, no telling how long you have to hang upside down, right? I mean, because it's got a timeout for the shot. Perfect. So they're like, all right, we're going to need you hanging upside down 30 seconds before time.
I don't think I could do it. Another thing, I just ran in the office over there to grab another water, and where we do our prep and our post over where the three of our desks are, our rug, that rug that we've got in there, it's Joe Burrow's suit that he wore yesterday.
Absolutely is. Yeah, I didn't notice that.
And when I saw him walking off the first thing I thought for Joe Burrow was, that is going to be a bad suit to wear on the podium if you lose this game.
That's right. No, you go back sweats. Your sweats on post game at that
put
point.
The hat back on.
Because you're Joe Cool if you win that game with that on the podium. But boy, that's tough to wear that out there.
I mean, did he wear that suit?
He didn't wear the hat out for the post.
Did he wear that suit because that's the suit Joe Camel wore in a commercial back in the day for those cigarettes? I don't know. It was bad suit.
I respect Burrow. I would put money that he never gets back to a Super Bowl. I know that sounds crazy.
No, I would too.
I just don't think he will with that organization. But I think it's interesting, and I was talking to another one of our friends that's in the industry yesterday before the game. Just we were going back and forth on text, and he was like really pulling for the Rams because I don't know how people have already anointed this guy the next, Tom Brady, Joe Montana.
And they went Joe Namath, Joe Montana, Joe Burrow because of the Joes.
Yeah, right.
But if you guys really, if you're listing talent-wise quarterbacks in the AFC, he's probably third, right?
Yeah. Behind Josh Allen
and Mahomes
and Patrick Mahomes.
Wouldn't you agree?
Yeah, I would.
But
that's good enough to be in a Super Bowl. Obviously,
No,
good enough to win it
again. And I totally respect him. That's the first really big game he's ever lost.
Yeah,
first postseason game he's ever lost.
And he didn't play bad. He did about all he could do in that game.
You cannot pin it on him at all.
No, not at all. Best and worst of the weekend brought to you by our friends at Hemp Hill Services. Thank you so much to Hemp Hill that bring us this best and worst of the weekend every Monday.
Yeah, I really appreciate everything our friends at Hemp Hill do. Look, for all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name Birmingham's trusted since 1954. That is Hemp Hill Service. Have them on speed dial 205-229-2090. Adam, Chad, Andrew, the team at Hemp Hill, the ones I trust to fix it right, fix it. Fair price always, 229-2090.
It's Coinbase. I'm one of a bazillion people who downloaded the app because of one of the greatest marketing commercials of all time, 30 seconds or 60 seconds, however long it was, of a QR code bouncing around. And it did it for a second, and I was like, okay, I'll bite. But I thought to myself, I'll never, as an old guy, be able to pick my phone up, turn on the camera, and get the QR code to pop up in time. But it sure did. But it was shut down. So many people did it.
Yeah, it crashed their website.
Yep, that's my best of the weekend. That's
I thought it was
the
a
best
fantastic
marketing commercial ever. Yeah,
so inexpensively done. And now Lance told me a 30-second commercial cost $7 million.
Right.
So they didn't have a ton invested in it, but it crashed their website. I mean, I was already had the app downloaded. So
did you guys? I saw it bouncing around the TV, but again, I was pacing and all that kind of stuff, so I couldn't enjoy the commercial. But did you download it immediately?
Yeah. No, I already had the app downloaded. I had no idea what the commercial was for. And I thought they're only going to
you can scan it with your phone on the TV.
Yeah. I thought they're only going to keep that QR code up for a second, then it would go to the actual commercial. But the longer it stayed up there, I said, well, now I got to know. You had no idea how the commercial was going to end. So I go scan it. It takes me to my Coinbase app, and I entered for a chance to win $1 million worth of Bitcoin. I don't know what you entered for.
I get $15 free, and I'm entered in that.
Okay, so $15 free to trade?
Now I've got $15 free to trade. I'm going to try to turn that $15. I'm going to try to turn that free $15 into $1 million.
That stock's going to go in the shitter today.
Welcome to
what did we have the Rams winning by 25 yesterday?
42-17.
Yeah, that didn't happen.
Yeah.
So I'm entered in a chance. You'll find out mid-March, Lance. To answer your question, if I get $1 million of Bitcoin, you'll know. You'll know. You won't have to ask me. You'll know. Yeah. If I get the $1 million of Bitcoin.
So that was probably the most, I guess, genius
I think it's
idea.
Genius, yeah.
I thought Zaxby's completely crapped the bed with the guy riding a boneless wing.
Oh,
you guys remember that one?
I didn't like that one either. Yeah, I didn't like that one either. I didn't like Alabama's governor that commercial either.
I didn't see that one. Who was it? Kay Ivey?
It was Kay Ivey, and she said basically my mother, my parents taught me not to say anything bad about people unless I got something good to say. And so on Joe Biden, and then she sat there and didn't say anything.
Oh, God.
But, she sort of has some of the same problems Biden has. So I thought it was, did she forget her line? I thought for a while she forgot her line.
Didn't she end the commercial with like bless his heart or something?
Bless his heart, which is
and then you're sitting there thinking, as a proud native of the state, you hope that's not a national commercial.
Yeah, thank God. I know she ain't going to spend $7 million.
Yeah, but I thought to myself, well, that's a good Southern ending there. Bless your heart's a good Southern saying there. But I was literally thinking to myself, oh, did Kay forget the line? Oh, no. Okay, I get it now.
Yeah.
I get it now.
Rockstar can do a good K. He can't do
But it's hard to say, bless his heart. Go teams that are playing in the Super Bowl.
What about you, man? What's your worst of the weekend? Tell me about this DirecTV
All right,
thing.
so DirecTV right at the end of the half. Right at the end of the half, I've got all 3 TVs on in my basement, and then upstairs is the Super Bowl. So it happened on every TV in my house, right? So I got the Super Bowl, the Golf Channel, and then the NFL Network, because you can't find anything live opposite the Super Bowl. The NFL Network just had like a stats screen going, running stats.
Oh, great.
So I had all that on, and all of a sudden it just all goes black. Like everything goes black. Yeah. It really made no noise like that, but it just all went black.
If I'd have been there, I'd have done it for you.
And I'm like,
this is during the game.
This is right after. It was right after the interception that Stafford threw at the end of the half.
Oh, I can't.
Right past the 2-minute warning. Yeah, going into halftime. Right.
Wow.
So I'm like, what just happened here? And then it comes up on my screen, automated update. Should take no longer than 15 minutes.
What?
And I'm like, what? Got to be kidding me! I reacted nothing like Dunaway.
Did this happen to anybody else?
Yes, I tweeted about it, and a lot of people reached out and said the same thing happened to me. Just apparently some automated update. So DirecTV reaches back out on Instagram of all places.
Yeah, they don't care about the customers.
And they're like, hey, we would like to help you through this. I said, you don't have to help me through it. I'm just going to give you a friendly piece of advice. Never set an automatic update for the Super Bowl, and I can't believe I'm having to tell you this.
Wait, why would you not do an automatic update at like 3 in the morning?
Yes, Lance. Why would you do it on Super Bowl Sunday?
Yeah, what idiots? Who are running this place?
No.
Again, they do not
care. So it came back on. All I really missed was from 2-minute warning to the half, all the talking heads talking about what happened in the first half, and then it came back on right before the halftime show. So I really didn't miss a whole lot. I just cannot believe DirecTV would do something that insane.
Oh, you're in the business of television.
I know. But plenty of people told me I should switch to streaming, in case you're wondering.
Yeah.
Never hear that.
Yeah, I'm on the direct stream. Mine did not do that.
Streaming is the Bitcoin of television.
It is the Bitcoin of TV, yes. You're an idiot for not using it.
We're at the top of the hour. When we come back, we'll continue with your best and worst of the weekend. Keep those rolling in the Farmfolio chat room over there. You can jump in on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline, 205-734-0923, 734-0923. Bud Light presents the show from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino studio. This is The Next Round.
Call The Next Round now at 205-734-0923.
This hour of The Next Round is presented by Culver's, located in Stadium Trace, just off 459 and 150 in Hoover. And coming soon to Tattersall Park on the corner of 119 and 280. Culver's, welcome to Delicious.
Want more of The Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant Bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Join Johnston RV Center for their biggest sale of the year. The Decatur RV Show is happening this Friday through Sunday at their Decatur location, just off I-65, exit 334. Come see the largest RV selections of the year at the lowest prices of the year. Free parking, free admission, register to win special prizes. It's all at the Decatur RV Show. It's your time to buy now and save. And, as always, a lifetime warranty on all new RVs. Come see us this Friday through Sunday at the Decatur RV Show, right off I-65, exit 334. For more information, check us out at johnstonrvcenter.com.
Sweeten your day with a dessert from Cookie Dough Magic. Their shop's locally owned in Birmingham, Trussville, and Huntsville, and offer 13 flavors of edible cookie dough, milkshakes, sundaes, and more. Visit a location today or order online mycookiedoughmagic.com.
The Next Round team is getting healthy in 2022. You could join the challenge as we look to lose weight with our friends at Way to Wellness. Plus, you can participate with your office as well and win a grand prize. For more information, go to nextroundlive.com.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. And if you're like me, you probably added an inch or two to your waistline over the holidays. If Santa didn't put new shoes under your tree, it's time to treat yourself so you can walk or run those extra pounds off. Make your New Year's resolution to get out and exercise. At the New Balance Birmingham store, get the perfect fitting shoe to motivate you. Shop the New Balance Birmingham store on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who miss the fairway all day and still pull out the big stick, the type of guys who will always prefer to be behind the grill than in front of the camera, and the men who never let their friends forget about a high school nickname. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Who wants to settle for a single TV? With more TVs, bigger screens, plus our fabulous scenic views, there's more to watch at Twin Peaks.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap's that patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters to keep out debris and eliminate that gutter cleaning. It's backed with a lifetime warranty, almost 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. 45% off the retail price now if you call guttercapbirmingham.com. Call my good friend Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap. Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Farmfolio. If you're concerned about market volatility or inflation, Farmfolio can help you diversify your portfolio into cash-flowing farmland property. We all know about rental real estate. Cash flow and appreciation are the name of the game. With Farmfolio's productive farmland lots, your trees act as the tenants, and they pay you in fruit, which is sold by Farmfolio's international sales team to the likes of Walmart and Costco, ultimately generating cash flow for you. As your cash flow increases, your property value also increases. Just like tenant-occupied real estate, the best part is you don't have to be a farmer. You own, they farm, and you earn. This is the way it works at Farmfolio. For more information, you can go online, check everything out today. Go to farmfolio.net. That's farmfolio.net. Check it out today. If you're concerned about that market volatility or inflation, Farmfolio is your best friend. Go online today, farmfolio.net.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
All right, we'll do best and worst of the weekend, talk a little basketball, and keep going with the Super Bowl. First full hour of the show, basically Super Bowl, including Roman Harper, world champion with the Saints, who joined our show to talk about some of the calls and some of his friends who won a Super Bowl championship yesterday. That included local folks, Alabama's A'Shawn Robinson, Terrell Lewis, Auburn's Blake Countess, and Darius Williams of UAB winning the Super Bowl yesterday. And Les Snead, if you don't know Les Snead's history, you follow Alabama, went and played tight end at Troy, then was on UAB's first NCAA sanctioned football team, and then transferred to Auburn, where he's an Auburn graduate, an Auburn grad assistant, and then started scouting and went on to the National Football League, where he has built this Rams organization into a world champion. What a journey from Eufaula, Alabama.
You know, and early on it wasn't good. You know, you go back to the Jeff Fisher years and how that whole thing ended, and then you go out and you get a coach like Sean McVay that really was an unknown, such a young guy, and then you start giving up all these draft picks, and it becomes a running joke in the NFL, and the ultimate payoff. And, you know, if you're Les Snead, man, you know, he took the mic on the NFL Network after the main coverage on NBC last night, and it's just got to be really, really fulfilling for him to be able to lay it out the way he wanted to do it and have the trust of an owner like Stan Kroenke and be able to do it that way because, it's if the Rams never win a Super Bowl, the criticism that guy would have taken.
Oh, I probably have been out of a job here pretty soon. So the Rams are the champs. Everything else in your headlines now brought to you by the great folks at Mortgage Right. Tell us about Mortgage Right, LT.
Yeah, not everything in life comes with a second chance, but our friends at Mortgage Right know that this rule doesn't apply when it comes to a home refinance. With refinancing experts nationwide, Mortgage Right has the tips, tools, and dedication to help you take advantage of interest rates while they're still low. But act quickly because rates are rising. Don't let a great refinancing opportunity slip away. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR, NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Rockstar, bring up cut 11 for me, if you will. Walker Kessler had a game for Auburn. Let me tell you, triple-double. He's the first guy to have multiple triple-doubles this year. He does it again. 12 points, 11 rebounds, and 12 blocked shots in this win over Texas A&M. 75-58, really just a dominating performance in the outlive game for Bruce Pearl and company down on the Plains. Here's the Auburn head coach talking about Kessler doing it again with the triple-double and becoming one of the best players in America.
Walker Kessler with his second triple-double. He's one of the most dominant players in all college basketball. How would you have ever thought that you could say that a year ago? That Walker Kessler is one of the most dominant players in college basketball. I'm so proud of him.
Yeah, getting the playing time in such a force. We talk about this every time we talk about Auburn, but in this game specifically, just altering almost every shot on the floor when he's out there.
Look, he gets better and better every game. And I'm not over-exaggerating. We said it last week or the week before that he is the most valuable player on this Auburn team. You can start to make an argument, as good as Auburn is, maybe the best team in college basketball, might be the most valuable player in college basketball. I know he's on the Naismith watch list. He continues to play like this. He could end up being your player of the year. I know that sounds crazy.
It really does.
That good.
It sounds even crazier when you have what is likely the number one overall draft pick on that same roster. But in a lot of ways, Kessler is so much more valuable than just about any player in the country.
Well, watching that game, they blocked 4 of the first 7 shots that A&M took.
Yeah, they couldn't get. Yeah, exactly.
Couldn't get one off.
Hard. They didn't get. I don't think they got to double digits until past the 6-minute mark of the first half. Texas A&M in that contest. For Auburn this week, home game with Vandy, then a trip at Florida. It's a different kind of week for Alabama. They get a home game with Mississippi State, who's fighting to get into the tournament, and then a road game at Kentucky. So another tough week for the Tide, but mission accomplished this past week. Alabama gets a road win at Ole Miss and then beats a top 25 Ken Pom team in Arkansas. In that contest, 68-67. Arkansas had won 9 straight basketball games, had won 9 straight games, including beating number 1 Auburn earlier in the week. And Alabama, they almost let this one slip away. 13-point lead that evaporated like that.
Well, they hit 6 of their first 11 threes to take that big double-digit lead, and then you go 1 of 18 after that. And this team just can't shoot. I mean, look, I know, again, you hit 6 of your first 11. You go back to what was the game earlier this week where they were completely on fire?
Ole Miss.
The Ole Miss game where they hit 14 and Shackelford was so good, but this team just can't hit threes.
What this team is doing, though, is they got a little bit better defensively in this game. I thought they did a great job defensively, and they are in some of their so-called average parts or maybe weaker parts, like Bediako, continues to get better every game. He seems to be growing up a little bit in front of your eyes. Nate Oates afterwards about letting that 13-point lead slip away, but still getting a huge win to complete a perfect week.
Yeah, over the course of the season, how have you seen your team grow in its ability to handle kind of adverse situations and just tough moments and kind of mature in that way?
We needed to get some stops late. Thought we had a couple different lineups in there and got them. I think before some guys would have quit playing hard with the struggles they had offensively with missing shots and turning the ball over like we did. I thought, JD and JQ were both in there, different possessions late in the game to get stops, and they both struggled a little bit with the turnovers, and they kept playing hard. So I think we've seen some growth in that area where guys continue to play hard even if they're having a poor offensive game.
Yeah, and then a tough loss for Andy's team at Old Dominion yesterday, and that really changes where UAB is and all the services, Brownie. Ken Palm, their 50th now, 53 in the net for UAB.
Yeah, that may have killed your at-large hopes.
Yeah, that killed. I think it did. I think that killed your at-large hopes. So you got to go win the tournament now.
Yeah, and that honestly was probably where they have been all along. I think, if they were going to depend on an at-large, they were really rolling the dice. So, yeah, I think they're going to have to go win the tournament either way. Big game with North Texas coming up, and it seems like UAB's a little bit like Alabama, aren't they? And that it seems like they play their better ball against the better teams.
I agree.
It's the teams like Old Dominion.
Yep, Old Dominion, Rice, and Marshall.
Yeah, it's where they have been like those head-scratching losses for them.
Yeah, so there you go. That's the basketball this past weekend. JSU loses another one, so they've slipped into an interesting Western Division race with Bellarmine, who they play this week. Sanford ended a 12-game losing streak for the program against East Tennessee State. So a big win for Buckyball over the weekend. And that's your basketball, and that's your headlines brought to you by our friends at Mortgage right there. All right, we continue on, though, with our best and worst of the weekend. Do I even need to ask you what your best was?
Dunaway, I think you've got it. It was a great weekend.
Yeah. Do you have even a worse? It's impossible to have a worse.
Outside of me eating dinner, I went to a New York butcher shop to pick up, I promised Lady Bird some Wagyu, but I just didn't have an appetite during the game. So I was telling Rocky, I didn't fire up my grill until a little after 10 o'clock last night, probably ate about 10:45.
How late did you stay up?
Serious?
Yeah.
I was up till about 12:30.
I
was just wired.
Yeah. No. I get it. Like when the Nationals won it, this is the closest thing to this ever is I didn't want to go to bed because when you go to bed, that night's over.
It is.
And you just don't want to go to bed. I watched everything I could watch.
I did, and it finally it started to replay on NFL Network the same interviews from after the game.
Yeah,
and I watched them one more loop.
Yep.
And then I finally, because I was drinking Bud Zero during the game. I drank a 6-pack of non-alcoholic beer. Seems a little excessive, doesn't it?
It does.
But it was a good run. Completely sober through the 4-game run for the Rams, but afterwards popped a bottle.
Good.
And enjoyed it.
Very good.
I think our listeners have figured out Lance is not going to respond to them during a Rams game. So on Twitter, you and me and I guess Rockstar, we get a lot of, boy, have y'all checked on Lance? How's Lance feeling about this? Yada, yada, yada. When my DirecTV went out, that was one of the responses I got was, my God, I can't imagine if that happened to Lance.
I don't know what I would have done, especially after Stafford just throwing an interception. But it was better. Like, as much as I enjoyed the halftime show and I was looking forward to that, I would have rather have obviously lost all of halftime. At least you only lost that first or that last 2 minutes of the half.
The last 2 minutes of the talking heads. I mean, that's the best part to lose if you're going to lose it. But I can't imagine you. I mean, because I had no idea when it was coming back either. It said 15 minutes. It said should only take a couple minutes, and then the time just disappeared.
Yeah, and again,
after that, you don't know where you are.
Really appreciated everybody texting the congratulations and the direct messages, and I went back and I responded to every one of them. But Brown, as Brown had said before, after you respond, then people respond back,
right, yep.
And it gets in this cycle that it literally takes about an hour.
Yeah,
it really does.
Well worth it.
Best and worst of the weekend from you folks. Royal Payton, best and worst together is Bama 24 turnovers, blown 13-point lead, horrible 3-point shooting in the second half, Arkansas too many shots, and Bama still finds a way to win. Second place, having a competitive Super Bowl, but needing eye in the sky referee change in the NFL. He wants to go back to the eye in the sky.
I didn't like it.
I'm okay. I don't know about that, but I'm okay with just be consistent. Either let them play the whole game or call it the way you called it at the end. Don't do both. And I just thought, I don't know about you guys, but I'm not saying those weren't penalties, Lance. That's not what I'm saying, but they were penalties you had not been calling the whole game. I mean, they had called nothing the whole game, and then you get on that last drive, and now all of a sudden everything's under the microscope.
Yeah, look, again, I didn't think the Logan Williams was a pass interference or a hold or whatever you want to call that. But I think the Cooper Kupp, I think you had to call the
No, he grabbed his jersey and pulled his jersey. That one was very obvious.
And you'd missed one or two of those earlier where they were using the jersey to sort of make up the gap.
And the personal foul in the back of the end zone. It would have been
the helmet
anyway, helmet to helmet, yeah.
Well, no, you had the hold there.
Yeah, but I'm saying without the hold, it would have been a touchdown anyway.
Yeah, I just, I think these athletes Dunaway are good enough to adjust like Roman Harper was talking about. If I get away with it in the first half, and I know you're not calling that, that's the way I'm going to play the rest of the game. So you can't go change it on me if you've told me, hey, we're letting this go today.
I agree. AJ, who is a huge 49ers fan, best of the weekend, happy for the Rams. Worst of the weekend, should have been the 49ers. Robert, best of the weekend, hitting the Rams live line. OBJ's first touchdown and Cup MVP. Just an awesome game. Worst of the weekend, football season's over. Yeah. Baseball season appears like it'll be delayed as well. I threw out some timelines earlier. You guys want some time checks from earlier? Okay, here we go. This is some of this will not interest you, but here we go. We are 27 days to Selection Sunday.
That seems like tomorrow.
Yep, we'll be there for you know it.
60 days to the start of the USFL.
I'm not as excited about that. I hope they win me over.
193 days to week 0, 198 to UAB football, and 200 days even to Alabama and Auburn.
Yeah, that's a long time.
That's a long time.
It's a long time.
That's what we're here for.
I'm convinced after Super Bowl, I'm ready for the weather to immediately change to 90 degrees.
You know, I've always felt like Valentine's Day is almost the marker from when we go from really crappy winter weather here to mostly good weather. I'm not saying we're not going to have any more cold days. We got one coming up Friday. But I think once we get past Valentine's Day in Alabama, by and large, you get pretty good weather. Temperature-wise, maybe rain.
Do you guys do anything for Valentine's?
I gave my wife and daughter's cards this morning.
Yeah, I got advice.
We do stuff for the kids.
I got advice a long time ago that you make 364 days Valentine's Day to where you don't have to work hard on Valentine's Day.
Did you watch that video I did Friday? Is that where you got that advice? From the Doctor of Love?
From the Doctor of Love. That's where I got that. Be Rich, best of the weekend. Alabama softball, man, they were unbelievable. They beat number 9 Arizona. And I think they hit 4 home runs in that game. They run scored number 9 Arizona on their field in Tucson.
So they were at 2. They run ruled them?
They run ruled them on a walk-off there. They're 4-0 as they beat 9th-ranked Arizona and some more. Abby Dorr had 2 home runs, 4 RBIs, and an 11-0 win over a team that's used to winning national championships. So a big weekend for Alabama. Auburn also got off to a 5-0 start in softball this past weekend. So best and worst of the weekend being brought to you by our friends at Hemp Hill. A little more of Hemp Hill love right here, man.
Yeah, again, if something's not running right, flowing right, draining right, or flushing right, disaster could strike at any moment. That's why you need to call our friends at Hemp Hill Services. Adam, Chad, Andrew, the team at Hemp Hill. Call 205-229-2090 for all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs. Trust the name Birmingham has trusted since 1954. That is Hemp Hill.
Tripp mentions the Masters first round 52 days away. I'll need you to mix that into the countdown as well.
Yes, I only had so many characters.
Okay, I got you. My best of the weekend, the scene on the 16th in Phoenix. It's the People's Championship there in Phoenix. And for those that don't know, I know not everybody watches the PGA Tour. That's the one where they just throw all the old school, crappy stuff in golf that makes people not want to play because you have to abide by all these rules and be quiet. And they just throw all that out the window and have fun the way the game should be. 2 holes in 1, they had to stop play to clean the beer cups off the green because people celebrated so much.
Well, did you see there was it was Scottsdale PD was actually doing some kind of video. I didn't hear it, but I saw the cop actually on the green. And then everything started coming on top of him when he was actually filming the video. But I didn't hear the audio. I don't know if he was talking about drinking responsibly or what it was.
And then yesterday, if there's a PGA Tour player that Lance would love, it's a guy named Harry Higgs. They call him the Big Rig, Harry Higgs. And he was paired with another guy that's a really good character named Joel Damon. And Joel Damon tweets the night before, if I get enough retweets, Harry will take his shirt off on the 16th green.
Oh, my goodness.
And Harry's like, oh, you're a funny one. So they get on the 16th green. The Big Rig makes a long putt for par and pulls his shirt up. Damon makes his putt for par, takes his shirt off, and starts swinging it over his head. And I'm like, this is insane.
Yeah. And that's Jason's best of the weekend over there with the Waste Management Open over there. Thank you to Lauren and John.
Did you talk to them? Did they have a good time?
They had a great time, and they were sporting their next round gear all around 16, so we appreciate them sending that out. All right, let's head to JD, who's up in Huntsville, Alabama. What's up, JD? How are you, buddy?
Hey, guys. Doing great. Congratulations, Lance. I was really glad to see the Rams win.
I really appreciate that, JD. Thank you.
And they've just been through it so much, and it was good. And they're the better team. I think everybody would agree.
I agree. Off record, JD, I said this, and I'll let you get to your point. Talking to a couple of people yesterday, I said, I hate to say this, but I think the Rams are probably 14 to 21 points better than the Bengals. And I think with Odell out there, they probably were.
Yeah, to me, the Bengals getting in it, I just thought the Titans were better. I thought the Chiefs were better. But they just did what they had to do, and the Chiefs and the Titans didn't when they needed to do it. And the Rams did what they had to do at the end of the game. That game could have got sideways. The Rams, if they were a lesser team, it could have gone the other way. But they're just better, And I put this on Twitter a few minutes ago. The Rams held the Bengals to 136 yards in the second half and 75 on that one play that shouldn't even counted. To me, face masks should be a reviewable call. you can tell if there's a face mask a lot more than you can tell about momentum and how far the ball was moved in terms of where they down the ball. Why can't they make that a reviewable play? Because that flag would have went out, face mask, that play doesn't happen. And I don't think the Bengals even score if that happens.
Well, I think it's just they don't want, for whatever reason, they always say they don't want the game officiated by replay. They want the officials to do the job and replay only when necessary. So
that official was too far down the field.
I know he's not going to see that. Yeah,
why he couldn't see it. I mean, he wasn't like seeing it and not deciding not to call it. He just did not see it.
Yeah,
so,
and if anything, a sky judge might have caught that, right? Which is what Dunaway was talking about earlier. But they have shied away from that for whatever reason. I don't know. I guess if you got a sky judge, I did like Roman Harper's attitude though. Hey, as a DB, you got to assume you're not getting any calls. You just play assuming you're not going to get those calls.
That's true. I've always wanted to ask Lance, and you probably mentioned this before. Did you live in L.A.? Why are you such a big L.A. fan? I was actually born in Downey, California. Don't remember any of it. My parents moved to Georgia when I was 6 months old. But what made you did you live out there? What made you a big LA fan?
It's funny, JD. I didn't. Just when I was 8, I picked all my teams and I went Dodgers, Rams, Lakers. I used to watch a lot of LA Kings back when they were purple and gold. Marcel Dion way back in the days.
Marcel Dion.
Cool. And I just picked all my teams and I just went straight across the board to LA for whatever reason. And the Rams just kind of separated themselves. I used to be diehard Lakers. I hate that team now. I'll come back around in a little bit. I'm still a diehard Dodger fan. I don't watch the NHL at all really anymore. But no, I really didn't have an affiliation at all, and I just grew up loving those teams.
That's so funny because you guys are all kind of like that. I was always a player-driven fan where I loved Philadelphia growing up when they had Dr. J. I love the Cowboys, in the early, or the late 70s, and then when they made a run. So, but it changes. And I hated the Lakers until they got Shaq and Kobe. Then suddenly I'm rooting for them.
Yeah.
So it just kind of goes.
Yeah, it's tough to, and I respect that, but it's tough to pull for the players now because they're jumping all over the place.
It really is. Yeah, if you're following players, especially in the NBA, it's tough.
And there is something about being with a team when they suck that makes the moments when they win, like your team, it makes it better to ride with a team, do or die from every year, do or die, and that just Cubs fan, Yankees fan, whatever fan you are, it just is Dolphins fan. It's been forever since they've won a Super Bowl. He's been with them. He's been riding with them.
But there are people that follow players. Our good friend Will Haver, his son Sam, is a big LeBron fan. Look, he's too young to know anything about politics, so don't judge him on that. He's just talking about LeBron's greatness from Cleveland, following him around to the Heat, to now the Lakers.
Right.
And he's just a LeBron fan, so he pulls for those teams because LeBron's with him. But that'd be taxing.
Yeah, it would be. And, at some point he'll get to an age, like you did with the Rams, like I did, Dolphins, Buccaneers, and you say, okay, these are my teams, and you just ride that way. And usually when you live in a city like Birmingham, we don't have professional sports. That's when you adopt your teams and you ride with them because we don't have them.
Well, it's hard to believe that 12 teams in the NFL still haven't won a championship. Rockstars Lions are one of those teams. Your team has won a championship, not since you've been alive. But I do wonder who's got the better chance of you two of winning one. And the reason I say that because the AFC is stacked right now, bro.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you'll give me that.
Yeah,
if Aaron Rodgers takes off to Denver, the Rams can control the NFC for a long time.
You're right.
Yeah, but it's 50 in, 50 out every year in the playoffs, right?
Yeah, normally on the averages, yeah.
So, but I know every year, because I do the bet every year, I think I can come up with 8 teams that'll be back in there, and I usually go with 8 teams that were in there the year before, and I miss one every year. So there's a big changeover. So I would say Browns, Dolphins.
I would too.
And
I bet
quarterback
Rockstar
away.
Probably would say the Dolphins.
I think it's going to be both of them in the Super Bowl together.
Right, Dolphins playing the Lions.
I would love it for you guys.
It would be fantastic.
Yeah.
Can we have the party up here?
No, I'll be at the game.
We can have it wherever you want.
Y'all can have a rock star.
A running joke, though, with Matt Stafford in the Super Bowl and Eminem at halftime, that's the closest Detroit will ever get to one.
How about Eminem is 49? Did you know that?
Yeah, because, my kid's sitting there and the roommate, and they're like, these guys are putting on a show, but these old men they're your age.
No, Eminem still got it. I think most of that was lip synced, right? If not all of it.
All of it was.
I think Dre's 52. Yeah. Snoop's probably 48, 49.
I think Eminem actually got caught lip syncing there. I think he pulled his mic away one time and the track was still going.
Mary J. Blige should not have worn that outfit.
No, I love her though.
Okay, I'm not making fun of her. I'm saying she should not have worn that outfit.
Yeah, you got to embrace it, right?
But I mean, for Snoop and Dre and Eminem, they do those songs so many times. I mean, they can just get up, and I didn't really understand the lip syncing. 50 Cent hanging upside down, that's a little difficult.
Yeah, I can understand him.
Chances are he's still catching his breath.
Like, I don't know about you guys, after a workout, I'll get in the shower, and I squat in the shower a lot just to kind of relax, or I'll sit down. And sometimes when I stand up, man, I'm like, oh, my God, I'm about to die. I can't even imagine 50 Cent.
50 when he got on his feet, he couldn't even think straight.
El Tiger, Eminem is 49 and still angry.
He is.
I don't know if he still is. I mean, I think... is
that part of it?
You write all these.
What's Larry the Cable Guy? He's Larry the Cable Guy.
You write all these. Yeah. You write all these songs in your youth, and then you make all this money, and you have to go out and you got to play the character. But I would imagine that whole cast is living pretty good, And
there's no doubt.
It's nothing like when they wrote the songs.
That's right.
From their childhood. That's bringing back these memories. They don't live that life anymore.
No, I will tell you who's authentic though is Snoop, and I was thinking about him last night. Smoking that much weed. The risk of a cancer for that guy.
Oh, Willie Nelson is about to be 1,000.
Yeah, and he's nothing but weed.
It's almost like they're immune to it now.
Yeah.
Well, but now the New York Post.
Those are non-filtered joints. Those dudes.
The New York Post ran a story today. I saw the tweet for it that Snoop got caught smoking weed, but right before he went on stage on camera, and I'm like, well, it's right before he went on stage.
Yeah, I mean. Is that our news flash? We didn't do breaking news for that, did we?
This is Snoop we're talking about.
By the way, it is legal in California. I mean, I don't think you can smoke in public.
Willie Nelson's been smoking for so long. When Moses came down off the mountaintop, it was Willie that was burning the bushes over there.
But how nervous?
Such a long joke. It was a go of it as a logo.
Do you think the NFL and NBC were really nervous about the clean versions that they had to put on yesterday?
I do, yeah, but I think that's probably why a lot of it was lip synced.
That's right. Yeah. Because out of habit, if you're singing it and you've sang it for 40 years.
That's right. Yep. I'm not going to sing the radio version.
You're gonna drop the F-bomb or anything else. All right. We got Rockstar's viewing menu coming up, but right now it is time for the Urology Center's Medical Minute this week. Listen closely to LT and learn something that could save your life.
So it was, 13 years ago, I got the vasectomy. And if you're thinking about getting a vasectomy, you got to plan it around the right event. And we've got March Madness coming up. Brown mentioned the Masters. How many days out from the Masters?
52 from the first round, according to Tripp. I didn't count.
If you're considering a vasectomy, first thing, plan a date. But after that, studies show that a vasectomy over 99% effective at preventing future pregnancies, making it the most effective form of birth control. In fact, about 500,000 U.S. men undergo a vasectomy every single year, and it's covered by most insurances. If you and your partner are finished building a family, look no further than the expert team at Urologist of Urology Centers of Alabama. They have performed thousands of non-invasive vasectomies on men all across the Southeast. Getting a vasectomy, it's safe, it's effective, and will not impact your hormones or libido. The procedure is also fast, and in most cases, you'll be in and out within an hour. Keep in mind, it's still surgery, so you'll need to give yourself a little time to heal. After a couple of days, you could resume some routine activities, but you'll need to avoid sports, lifting, heavy work, and sexual activity for at least a week or so. If you're ready to schedule the vasectomy, call today. 205-922-SNP. That's 205-922-SNP, or visit urologycentersalabama.com.
Everything Next Round is on demand now in the podcast section at nextroundlive.com.
This hour of The Next Round is presented by Excalibur Services. Join our Total Home Comfort Club. Just like your car, your heating and cooling, electrical and plumbing systems need to be maintained for top performance, safety, and comfort. Call 205-718-8688. Excalibur Services. Alabama license number 15214.
Hey, it's Jim Dunaway from The Next Round. You know the best thing I ever did for myself? I visited Way to Wellness. I just feel better when I have my weight gain under control. They helped me lose 45 pounds back in 2020. That lowered my blood pressure and gave me my life back. Everything is designed for you, and there are no contracts and no sign-up fees. And you even get a free consultation. The website is aplanforme.com or call 205-994-2393. Way to Wellness, your journey to healthy living.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live Daily Show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts, and remember, you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
Vulcan Tire and Automotive is hiring. If you want to take advantage of joining in with a local growing company in the automotive service industry, this is the opportunity for you. Hiring oil and tire technicians and more experienced mechanics. If you've got the talent and the desire, there is a spot for you at Vulcan Tire and Auto. Stop by one of their 4 locations and the manager on site can walk you through the pay scale, great benefits, and flexible work schedule. Get paid to build your future in the industry. Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
At Culver's, we cook our butter burgers pretty much the same as you would at home, only our 3-cut blend of fresh beef will do. Then you'll need to master our signature press and sear technique. You may want to practice a few thousand times. Add real Wisconsin cheese, top with a lightly buttered toasted bun, and serve yourself with a big warm smile.
Better yet, come to Culver's and leave the whole cook-to-order butter burger thing to us. Welcome to Delicious.
Everybody makes New Year's resolutions. This year, how about a suggestion for the best resolution ever? If you're buying a new home or selling yours, use Holly Mack Wilson. Let a true experienced professional help you. Holly gets her clients' homes sold quickly and usually for more than asking price. Let Holly Mack Wilson help you buy with confidence and sell with success. Make the best resolution ever and call Holly Mack Wilson today. 205-901-9446. That's 205-901-9446. Holly Mack Wilson, a Tuscaloosa Keller Williams agent.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. And if you're like me, you probably added an inch or 2 to your waistline over the holidays. If Santa didn't put new shoes under your tree, it's time to treat yourself so you can walk or run those extra pounds off. Make your New Year's resolution to get out and exercise. At the New Balance Birmingham store, get the perfect fitting shoe to motivate you. Shop the New Balance Birmingham store on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies, get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store, that's nextround.store.
Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
We're back here getting you ready for Legion FC playing at home this weekend, 2:30. BHMLegion.com for tickets for that. Also, we got big basketball happening this week. For UAB, they get Rice and North Texas at Bartow this week. Some basketball there. Vandy's at home on Wednesday. Auburn's at home against Vandy on Wednesday. Bama's at home on Wednesday against Mississippi State. Some good basketball you can go check out as well. LT, D&B with you, Rockstar, Forrester, and Lunsford all behind the glass. And Mac is up in Huntsville, Alabama. He is next with us today. What's up, Mac?
Hey, guys. I didn't know if you talked about it yet, but I just thought the year that Georgia has had, the state of Georgia, with the Braves, with the Bulldogs, and now with Matt Stafford being the quarterback, I think that's the way I figured it. 79 years of frustration all solved in 1 year when you got, 26 between the Braves championships, 41 between the Bulldogs, and then 12 years that Stafford's been in the league.
Yeah, I've thought about it a lot over the last couple of weeks and had conversations with multiple Georgia fans over the weekend, including my sister-in-law. And I think there was something weird to it. I mean, really. I mean, the stars aligned perfectly. I mean, Stafford, the first Georgia quarterback to ever win a Super Bowl.
Yeah. I got a feeling the Hawks and the Falcons are going to stop the trend here. The Falcons feel like pretty good ways away, and the Hawks are not very good either.
Yeah, that's true. That's right. I forgot about Fran Tarkenton being 0-3, and he was Georgia.
That's true. Good point.
Yep. It's a great year. Great year for Georgia, Mac. Thank you. It was such a big deal for Matt Stafford, the Georgia quarterback, to be starting and winning this, that local TV in Atlanta, and I know it's an NFL city, but they had They had crews in Los Angeles covering the game to get the Matt Stafford reaction.
I was a little surprised, though, after the game. And look, obviously Cooper Kupp was your MVP. But, again, I thought it could have gone to Stafford. I agree with you. Aaron Donald should have been the guy. But really the focal point on the interviews was Kupp and Aaron Donald and then Stafford.
Yeah.
And Stafford was such a big deal in the offseason. Without Stafford, I mean, without any of those guys, they don't win a world championship. But Stafford was the story going into the season. If they're going to get over the hump, it's going to be because they gave up this ransom to be able to get their quarterback.
Yeah, we got to see his wife a lot.
That was a tight sports bra, wasn't it? She's a spender. I asked roommate, what do you think her Amex bill is every month? And she said, I guarantee it's $60,000 to $70,000 a month.
Wow.
I was going to guess 100.
It might be.
I tell you what we did not need, though, is the quick zoom on Burrow's family right after it looked like he was down for the count.
Yeah.
I mean, come on, man.
That's
NBC
ridiculous.
does a lot of good stuff. That was Bush League.
The first time I'd ever seen his girlfriend.
Yeah.
Though. I didn't know he had a girlfriend.
I was surprised he wasn't married yet.
I was surprised he's got a girlfriend.
It's time now for the viewing menu. Every week is brought to you by our friends at New Life Art. Rockstar is going to entertain us to this. Before you tell us about New Life, though, Rockstar, which cut is it? Rockstar wrote a song. Quickly, threw together 50 quick seconds just for Lance Taylor, just so that he could.
I'm telling you, this was so.
Did this make you cry?
No, this one really excited me, though. And I did show the roommate. I was like, this is really incredible because, I mean, this shows you. I thought it was done on Friday that you guys, like Dunaway had gone to Rockstar or Brown had gone to Rockstar and said, hey, put this thing together. I had no idea, but this just shows how talented and how he can improvise immediately on a dime.
Here's Rocky.
Jump on the bandwagon with me. We are rambling. No one saw this coming, LT. We are rambling. Jump on the bandwagon with me. We are rambling. No one saw this coming, LT.
I am going to send that out to some of the. There are some diehard. The Rams fan don't have a huge base like the Cowboys or the Steelers,
Right.
or even the Packers, but they have some diehard Rams fans that I've gotten to know over Twitter just over the last couple of years, and I'm going to send that to some and get them to send that
It's
out.
the official Ramley fight song is what it's going to be, right?
Sister Sledge.
Yeah.
No, I told Lance I didn't have that planned. I saw when that Aaron Donald sack happened on Burrow when we started pointing to his ring finger, and I was like, I think I have something. I was going to do RAM Ali, and I was like, no, it's not going to go. Just do We Are Ramley, and then just
really
record
good.
it.
I liked it a lot. New Life Art brings us the viewing menu.
Yeah, and I don't know if we're ready to talk about a new promotion we're going to be doing with our friends at New Life Art, but it's going to be really cool, and it's going to involve our creative viewers and listeners out there. Lunsford, are we ready to unleash that, or we're still waiting?
I would say wait until tomorrow.
We'll wait. Anyway, New Life Art, bringing memorable sports moments by Daniel A. Moore for over 40 years. Call for more information, 1-800-735-2787 or danielmooreart.com. We will give you details on a new promotion that will involve you guys.
Rockstar, I'll tell you what I'm not watching. Jordan Peele's new movie, Nope.
He likes to keep it vague, though, doesn't he?
He does, but his
Thumb's
movies
coming from the sky, though.
His movies freak me out.
And they
There's
have
no way.
horses.
There's no way.
Talking about a zoetrope. 6 p.m. on HBO. Has anybody seen The Eyes of Tammy Faye?
I have, yes.
With Jessica Chastain and Andrew Garfield, I believe.
Yeah.
I watched it, and I vaguely remember the story.
Being the Ricardos better?
Yeah, I liked Being the Ricardos better, and I vaguely remember the story. And I mean, I assume some people may look at this and say, well, Brown's a Christian, so he's upset it's making Christianity look bad. No, they made Christianity look bad on their own. I mean, the movie's not doing it. But it just got on my nerves after a little while. I mean, Tammy Faye was an over-the-top person.
You
so
think?
Jessica Chastain is playing super over-the-top to be her.
Yeah.
And it just wears on you after a while.
So it's almost like it probably is a good performance, but it's so over the top.
Yeah,
that
it wore. And honestly, who's the guy that plays Jim Baker?
Andrew Garfield.
Yeah,
second Spider-Man.
He got on my nerves too.
He's
Yeah,
a Brit,
both
by
of
the
them.
way.
Huh?
He's a Brit.
Oh, is he really?
Yeah.
How about that? Yeah, but I think both of them did a great job. It was just like, okay, I've had enough of this.
He was the highlight of the new Spider-Man, by the way.
Was he?
Because I never saw Andrew. I saw some of the Tobey Maguires, and I've seen all the Tom Hollands, and he's really good. But this new Spider-Man brings all. If you haven't seen it by now, sorry, brings all the Spider-Mans in this multiverse together. But I thought Andrew Garfield was the best, at least on those scenes.
What happens when I read these is I go back and I read or watch these. I go back and I read stuff about it. I had forgotten the amusement park and living area they built. That basically what got him busted was they promised if you donate $1,000, you get a four-night vacation free. And they ended up getting like 3 times the donations versus what they had accommodations for. So they were completely screwed. So it was either give the money back or keep the money and just hope nobody ever figures it out. That's what eventually got him busted.
Couldn't you just keep booking out, though?
Well, no, it was that year. You got it the year you gave it.
Oh, that was the problem.
Yeah, that was the problem. Yeah, they planned it wrong.
How much money were they making?
Availability is what you got to throw out there.
That's right. Yeah,
what kind of money?
A ton. I mean, tens to hundreds of millions.
It is. The gemstones are loosely based on that.
Are they based on the Bakers?
Yeah, I can see that. So I started watching. I'll let you get back to it. But Reacher, Jack wanted to watch it.
We watched
His name's Jack Reacher. Watched the first 2 episodes with Jack on Friday night. Really cheesy, but he entertained it.
It is. They've already renewed it for a second season. It's that popular. Like I think it premiered 2 weekends ago. By Monday, they announced like we're going to do a second season. That's how popular it was. And finally, Peacock. They've advertised the hell out of it to show that you cannot appease everyone. Remember the Bel Air trailer that came out?
They did the trailer last night.
The guy just created a trailer like, hey, what if Bel Air was a serious task, like make the story like that? So people were pissed off on message boards and saying, like, if you're going to redo a show, why don't you it's a comedy, make it a comedy. Why are you so stupid to just call this a different show? It's like, you can't, and then if you redo it as a comedy, people are going to say, it's so worn out.
I love this perspective.
Reimagine it, please.
I thought Fresh Prince of Bel Air was so well done back in the day. I mean, that was when TV was really difficult to do.
Yep.
And it still holds up to this day a little bit. And I think from a different, fresh perspective, it's really cool. And Will Smith's all on board.
Yeah, I mean, it's his project, right? It's Will's
he
project.
saw that guy released that trailer, and Will Smith loved it so much. He was like, I'll back it. Let's make it.
Let's make it. That's what Rockstar is watching tonight, brought to you by our friends at New Life. We do have a couple of interesting basketball games tonight. Probably the best one, Oklahoma State in Kansas, unless you want to stay up late and watch Washington State and Oregon do a little battle as well. There was one other trailer in what was the Rings?
Lord of the Rings. Yeah, it's on Amazon.
Yeah,
I think it's a prequel, right?
It is a prequel.
I've never seen those movies.
That one didn't do much for me.
Big Lord of the Rings fan. I was talking to Lunsford earlier. The trailer did not do anything for me.
It was like a cash grab, huh?
It didn't look anything. I mean, I think Peter Jackson's behind it as well. It just did not look good to me.
This is your Godfather 3.
Yeah, mm-hmm. My favorite commercial was the Soprano Kids. And I wonder if
Meadow and Anthony Jr.
Yeah, it's good to know they survived the restaurant explosion.
Yeah, those two did. Yeah.
But it was an emotional hug. So, and I guess that was maybe a tribute to Gandolfini.
Yeah.
We still don't know open interpretation of what happens in that diner, but you do know that they survived.
And they got an electric truck.
So if they did, the same people that did Sopranos, if they came back and took those 2 kids and they take over the organization because of the explosion, would you watch it?
No.
No.
I love how you just work at the explosion. That's always been my theory.
And again, Anthony Jr. was always soft.
Yeah, he was.
Didn't like the character. I liked Meadow.
You can't do it without Gandolfini, period.
Can't do it. And even the prequel. You guys saw. Did you guys watch it, or
I did not.
Scared you off the ledge?
Yeah, you said it was horrible.
Yeah, I don't think
Many Saints of Newark was not good.
Yeah. All right. So that's the viewing menu there. We'll get back into what's going on in sports, including it's an interesting time to be a UAB fan. There's excitement on the horizon for the move to the American Conference, but all of a sudden word comes over the weekend that the upcoming season in Conference USA is in jeopardy. What's happening and all that coming up. Show being brought to you in part by our friends at Nichols Outfitters.
Yes, Jim Dunaway, if you got a gun that you're not using anymore, maybe a hunting rifle, shotgun, Nichols Outfitters will be interested in purchasing it from you. Perhaps you upgraded your hunting firearms a few years ago and you still got the old one. Don't hang on to it. Don't let it collect dust or fall into disrepair. Nichols Outfitters will pay you for your old firearm. Drop by, talk to the Nichols team about what you can get for your firearm at Nichols Outfitters, exit 242 off I-65 in Pelham.
Follow Rockstar on Twitter @RockstarBHM.
Have you had a pipe burst? A washing machine overflow? Maybe your toilet or bathtub has overflowed upstairs and now you have water coming through your ceiling. Big problem for you? No problem for a Dry Tech specialist. They're ready to help. It is important to act immediately when water damage occurs. Failing to do so can cause mold, rot, and mildew issues. Long-term exposure to these toxins can cause many health issues down the road. So act fast. Your first step is calling Dry Tech Solutions, 205-637-0143. They have 24/7 emergency services, 205-637-0143 or mydrytech.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. I'm absolutely loving my Alfa Romeo Stelvio that I've been in for months now, and right now you can get up to $3,500 bonus cash plus 1.9% financing for 72 months on the all-new 2021 Alfa Romeo Giulias and the Stelvios at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Come experience the passion and performance of Alfa Romeo. Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com, 1837 Grants Mill Road, exit 27, right off of I-459.
The new location of Walk-Ons is now open at Stadium Trace in Hoover near the Hoover Met. And just like the location off Highway 280, you get authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine prepared fresh from scratch every day. Walk-Ons happy hour is 2 to 6 Monday through Friday. $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. Download the Walk-Ons mobile app for an easy take-home experience for the family. It's game day with a taste of Louisiana at Walk-Ons off Highway 281-19 and now at Stadium Trace near the Hoover Met.
When it comes to choosing a dentist, two things are critical: trust and comfort. Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. It's why I tell you about Stone Creek Dental Care. Dentist owned and operated, and Stone Creek Dental Care is the Southeast premier provider of comprehensive dental care with more than 20 locations, including Birmingham, Chattanooga, Huntsville, Trussville, and Montgomery. Stone Creek Dental Care is able to provide a level of quality care you will not find anywhere else. From your basic cleaning to restorative dentistry, cosmetics, and endodontics, Stone Creek Dental Care covers a wide and comprehensive range of dental services for patients of any age. Stone Creek Dental Care's mission is to provide the highest quality dental care to every single patient in an environment that exemplifies the highest ethical, personal, compassionate, and professional standards, and to provide the best patient experience possible. Stone Creek Dental Care is currently accepting new patients at all locations, and new patients get a free Chick-fil-A gift card at your first appointment. So visit StoneCreekDentalCare.com to find a location nearest you. StoneCreekDentalCare.com. The Next Round team is getting healthy in 2022. You could join the challenge as we look to lose weight with our friends at Way to Wellness. Plus, you can participate with your office as well and win a grand prize. For more information, go to nextroundlive.com. Drunk driving prevention is a priority at Anheuser-Busch. You can't drive drunk if you don't drive there. Encourage friends to join in the pledge to Decide to Ride on DecideToRide.com. Brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and The Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri. Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and The Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Hey, Next Round listeners, I'm ESPN's Lauren Sisler. You know, after a very busy football season, I'm ready to get some projects done around the house. And the first thing on my list is getting a new roof. I personally know the guys over at Cardinal Roofing, and I know I can count on them to be honest and to get the job done. Maybe you don't need a full roof replacement, but maybe just a tune-up to give you peace of mind going into the summer months. Call Cardinal Roofing for a no-cost, no-commitment, and honest inspection of your roof. For any of your residential or commercial roofing needs, make sure you choose this longtime Birmingham company, Cardinal Roofing. Find us at cardinal-roof.com.
Back with you on TNR. We were just watching some more of the play rolling in, and the Burrow incomplete pass that sealed the game. We were just debating whether or not he got it close enough for Pirine to make a play on the ball. It's like Pirine was thinking this isn't going to go very far or something. Is it like you didn't know it was 4th and 1?
Well,
you didn't give me a lot of effort.
Yeah, I was trying to figure that out. Obviously, the focus was on the Rams clinching the win. I completely get that. But was P. Ryan thinking, I don't have the first down, so I need to keep running so I can get the first down? I can't dive and catch this because I got to run for the first down, which he would have had the first. Was he thinking, did he know it was 4th down? Surely he knew it was 4th down, right?
Yeah, you got to know that situation. What I'm thinking, Brown, just based on camera angle, is we don't know how far the ball was towards the other sideline.
Which we don't, but I would just like to have seen a dive, right?
A little more effort.
I'm going to get closer with a dive.
The crazy thing is how the NFC Championship, how it ended, and that was obviously an interception, but almost very, very similar with Aaron Donald wrapping up quarterback on a 4th down play like that.
I did. I was going to be fascinated because it's all they talked about all game, how McPherson had not missed a kick all postseason.
And it was going to be a long kick, probably.
It was going to be a long kick in all likelihood. And he had stayed out of the locker room at halftime to watch the halftime show. I know.
And not that has anything to do with anything.
Nope.
But if he would have missed that field goal, there would have been people so critical of him.
No, he would have gotten killed for it. Right. And I hate that. He's a Fort Payne kid. From all I've heard from people that know him, he's a great kid. So I would have hated that for him. But he stayed out to watch halftime. And if he goes out and misses that kick, people would have talked about how he was just there for the entertainment. He wasn't there for the game.
But I would tell you, what do kickers do during the locker room at halftime? Nothing. There's nothing drawn up for them on the board. Yeah. They don't do anything in the locker room at all.
That is it. Yeah, I mean, he may as well have stayed out there to watch
Except getting away. They get in the way in the locker room.
You're absolutely right. And listen, they come out early to kick anyway. Yeah, really in the NFL, they're barely in there because the NFL halftime is 12 minutes. They go in and they're back out early, loosening up. They're probably not in the locker room 2 or 3 minutes. They could probably go in there and take a whiz and come back out.
Yep, that's exactly right. Exactly right. All right, we'll get to the Sun Belt Conference USA controversy today and what this could mean for UAB coming up after LT tells you about the great folks at Precision Sports. We're watching the injury, if you're a basketball fan, of Ty Washington. Bama plays them coming up this weekend at Rupp Arena. It's a different team without Ty Washington. Day-to-day, says Calipari, but he also says it could be a week or two before he's back in action. Lower leg injury, left the game. Big blowout win over Florida, but left the game. So Ty is once again banged up a little bit.
A totally different team without Ty Washington.
It really is.
Hey, from pediatrics to geriatrics, injuries starting to pile up on the field and in the yard. Affiliated with Brookwood Baptist Health, Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics, 9 convenient locations, including the return of hand surgeon Dr. Joseph Sherrill. We are rebuilding champions on and off the field. So make the appointment today. Call 855-219-6200 or visit precisionsportsortho.com. Did you guys ever hear? Obviously, Odell was ruled out for the remainder of the game, and they said it was the same knee that he messed up a couple of years ago with the ACL. But did you guys ever hear a diagnosis after that?
I did not.
No, but I texted Brown instantly. I said, that looks like an ACL.
Non-contact, you always know what it is.
Yeah, the non-contact are the worst. And field turf no contact are the ones you really worry about.
Yeah, it's amazing the number of injuries we're now having no contact on that turf.
On field turf.
Just in the postseason of what we saw in college. And now here as well. 2 Alabama receivers. It's always a receiver, it seems like.
I know.
Look, and Cam Akers, messed his up back in July and was able to play, obviously, in this postseason. But do you guys think if that's what it is, will Odell be ready for September?
I don't know. He may retire. I mean, he's not the youngest guy in the world.
Yeah, and having to come off of second knee rehab.
Yeah, that'd be tough.
You never know. Okay, the Sun Belt story now. The Sun Belt's getting James Madison. And according to reports, according to these schools, because they sent out a release, Southern Miss, Marshall, and Old Dominion are leaving Conference USA, not eventually. They're leaving it in June of this summer. And the release comes from these schools at the same time when Conference USA was sending out their conference schedule for the upcoming year, which had Southern Miss, Marshall, and Old Dominion on it. So all of a sudden, if you're a UAB fan or athletic director or coach, you're like, whoa, what's up? We can't leave early to go to our new home, the American, until a certain time because of bylaws in the conference. But these three are bolting early for the Sun Belt. I wonder what's about to happen to Conference USA football, and if UAB is going to get caught in a very non-desirable tweener year of Conference USA football.
What it looks like, right? I mean, you're down 3 teams now. And you've really got nowhere to go at this point because for them to go to the American, they've got to wait for the American guys to go to the Big 12, right? Because then you would perfect scenario, you would say, okay, well, then we'll just bolt to go into the American. Well, that's going to screw up their scheduling.
Yeah.
And they're imbalanced. They would have an imbalance now.
But my fingers are crossed that that if everybody says, well, look, it seems like this, everybody wants to go ahead and do this anyway, let's go ahead and all move to your new home and go ahead and get Texas and Oklahoma into the SEC for next year.
Well, I would say that domino would start all this, wouldn't it?
Yeah,
like if we had an announcement tomorrow that Texas and Oklahoma are coming to the SEC, I think the Big 12 would say, all right, Cincinnati, you guys come on if you can.
Yeah.
And then the American would be like, well, crap, if we lost them, UAB, you guys come on if you can.
Yeah, and I always talked about what a scheduling nightmare it would be if they just impromptu said, hey, we're going to do it this year, but we go back to 2020 and the ability to schedule that was a month.
We don't need all that time. You're exactly right. But, Brown, I don't expect it to come Sunbelt up. I think it would go SEC
There's
down.
no doubt.
Right?
Yeah, the domino that would have to fall is Texas and Oklahoma saying, we don't want to be lame ducks in the Big 12. Let's go to the SEC. And the SEC saying, bring it on.
Come on.
You know who doesn't want that? Brent Venables and Steve Sarkisian. I mean, you think about it, seriously, Venables in year 1 and Sarkisian in year 2, these guys need to win right now.
I think they both probably think they can win the conference.
Yeah.
But they also want to keep recruiting, because Venables lost a little bit of talent in the transition. Sark's still trying to rebuild in Austin. They like another, a good year on the field, but also another recruiting cycle before they have to switch over to the SEC. I just can't wait to hear what Mark Ingram tells us about UAB because, I guess, with UAB bolting and the other teams bolting, that there's not a lot of camaraderie inside the Conference USA anyway. Everybody's got to look out for themselves.
Yep.
But Southern Miss, Marshall, Old Dominion doing this at what seems to be at the 11th hour, right before we started spring football. Oh, by the way, we're not going to be here for next football season. We're going to go ahead and move. But on the back end of this, how fun does the Sun Belt look? I mean, you add James Madison, which is a really good program. Those Southern Miss, Marshall, and Old Dominion in with the teams you already have in the Sun Belt, the Appalachian States, the Coastals, the Louisiana Lafayettes, the Troys, the South Alabama. Man, that's a fun football league. Georgia Southern, Georgia State.
Well, it is, and they've never shied away from playing non-traditional kick times or nights, really, non-traditional nights to get some publicity.
The Fun Belt.
Yeah, the Fun Belt has said, look, we know where we stand in the whole scheme of things. We'll play a Tuesday night game for you if you'll show up.
And after seeing Cincinnati actually make a run and get into a 14 playoff, especially once we expand this, the Sun Belt will have a legitimate shot the way they schedule of getting to a playoff. I mean, you look at Louisiana this year, they got as high as like 13 or 14.
That's exactly right, because you know what you get in the Sun Belt? You get some of those SEC games that are supposed to be easy win games that sometimes are not easy win games, and it gives you a chance to get that marquee out-of-conference win.
Yeah, I mean, Louisiana ended up 13-1, and they ended up, I think, 16th in the final poll. But if they would have beaten Texas in week 1 and they go 14-0, they're probably 7 or 8 nationally.
Yeah, the thing about a team because they get Florida State this year. Louisiana does. That's their big out-of-conference game.
Winnable game off. They lost a lot of talent, but winnable game.
They would have won that game last year.
They would have won it last year. You're right, and that's the needle you got to thread if you're a Louisiana. You need to go because they did this with Iowa State. They wouldn't beat Iowa State, and Iowa State ended up being a pretty good team in the COVID year. That's what you have to do. You got to go beat Texas, but still Texas ended up being a good team. That's a hard needle to thread.
You bring up Florida State. I'm looking at their schedule. Is this why they haven't scheduled? Because they're waiting for dominoes.
That's the only thing.
The only thing they've got in stone is Saturday, November 19th at Florida State. That's the only thing that shows up on their schedule.
Yeah.
Yep.
So I think the Sun Belt knew this was coming.
A lot of things in flux right now for the scheduling folks, and that's something to keep an eye on. What does this mean for UAB and the schedule coming up this season, or maybe an early departure to the American? We'll see what happens with the Blazers there. All right, when we come back, next hour includes Trash on the Table. More with you guys in the Farm Folio chat room and also on the phones at 205-734-0923. Also in the final hour, Josh Pate from Late Kick with Josh is coming up. The show being brought to you in part by our friends at Gutter Cap. We were talking about C-Stew a little bit earlier. Gutter Cap gets that house right. Actually improves the value of your home. If you're about to put it on the market this spring, get you some Gutter Cap on there. You can jack up the price a little bit.
Yeah, it's a patented aluminum cover system. It fits over most existing gutters. It will keep the debris out. Eliminate gutter cleaning forever. Never get that ladder out again. Again, it's a dirty, dangerous job. Cap it, don't snap it. 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. 45% off the retail price right now for the next round listeners and viewers. Call my good friend Chris Stewart, 823-2212. That's 205-823-2212 or online, guttercapbirmingham.com.
Follow Scott Forrester on Twitter @ScottForresterTV.
This hour of The Next Round is presented by Excalibur Services. Join our Total Home Comfort Club. Just like your car, your heating and cooling, electrical and plumbing systems need to be maintained for top performance, safety, and comfort. Call 205-718-8688. Excalibur Services. Alabama license number 15214.
Since 1881, Seiko has built a legacy as a true watch manufacturer, covering all parts of the process, from design to production. Today, Seiko continues its legacy, offering dedication to perfection and the very best pieces in timekeeping. Bromberg's is thrilled to be an official Seiko jeweler and introduce another fine timekeeping brand to Birmingham. You'll find a wide selection of classics and limited edition timepieces at Bromberg's Mountain Brook, from elegant ladies' watches to rugged sports models. Seiko, now available at Bromberg's in Mountain Brook.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Hey, if you're looking for Birmingham's best pizza, you need to stop in and see our friends at Slice Pizza and Brew. It's as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. For a great lunch or dinner, go see our friends today, Vestavia or Lakeview at Slice.
There's nothing I like more than a unique, delicious meal, and that's what you get at Champy's world-famous fried chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Those great full fried chicken plates, the tenders, the po' boys, but I love the Southern staple chicken on a stick. It's perfect for a tailgate or watching the big game. And then the authentic Mississippi Delta recipe homemade tamales, the best I've ever tasted. See the whole menu or order online at champyschicken.com. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken, Highway 119, Alabaster. Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
Hey guys, Scott Forrester from The Next Round here to tell you that Way to Wellness partners with each patient to develop a treatment plan tailored to their individual needs, focusing on weight loss and reducing the health risk associated with obesity. I've lost 13 pounds in just 3 weeks. Leslie and her team have taught me how to go about reaching my goals the right way and are there to answer questions and hold me accountable along the way. Join our challenge at nextroundlive.com or learn more about Way to Wellness at aplanforme.com.
Nothing to do tonight? Want to bet? It's non-stop gaming action at the Birmingham Racecourse Casino. You'll find the latest and greatest games featuring fun bonuses and big jackpots. Wager and win on horse and greyhound races from all over the world. And try your luck on our popular sports parlay promotion. Don't miss your chance to win at the Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Located off I-459, exit 31. Must be 21 or older.
With college football coming to a close, the work doesn't stop for Lance'sLock.com. College hoops, the NBA, the NFL playoffs, all the way through the Super Bowl. If there is action out there, we've got action on it. Get on board with us. It's the greatest deal in the history of sports gambling at only $90 a month. That breaks down to $3 a day, and you get it all. Basketball, football, baseball, and more. Go to Lance'sLock.com to subscribe. If you're tired of losing, start playing and win with us. Lance'sLock.com. Again, go online, Lance'sLock.com. Hey, Lance Taylor here with the Next Round. A message from our friends at New Balance Birmingham. It's still cold weather, so it may seem a little harder to stay healthy and get the exercise you need. Cardio will help build your immune system. Throw on a jacket, get outside, take a brisk walk or jog, or stay inside. Walk or run on the treadmill or go to the gym, but you need to get a proper fitting shoe to get the most out of your exercise. The fit specialist at the New Balance Birmingham store, they can help. Visit them today. The New Balance store on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A. New Balance Birmingham for the perfect fit every time.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Halfway through the show, that means it's time for lunch. If you're in Central Alabama near Champy's world famous fried chicken right there on Highway 119 in Alabaster, Sterling and the crew ready to go for lunch today. Swing by there, get those Mississippi Delta tamales, the Mississippi Delta recipe tamales. They are to die for. Great chicken on a stick as well, fried up. Chicken white meat with the peppers and the onions, great sides, fried chicken plates, po' boys, chicken tenders. You can't beat it. You're home for Blues, Brews, and Bird. It's champyschicken.com, Champy's world famous fried chicken. Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, Rockstar, Forrester, and Lunsford, all with you today. And we've been celebrating this guy's team, the Rams National Championship, the Super Bowl, the World Championship, if you will, of the National Football League. So glad that happened. We'll get some post-game sound from the MVP in just a second. We've also talked about a lot of basketball. New AP poll should be out right now. Brownie, have you seen it yet?
All I have seen, I've not seen the poll. I've seen Mike Rodak. I've got the top 10, and I've seen Mike Rodak, who covers Alabama for AL.com, say Alabama is number 23. So they're back in the top 25. Gonzaga is number 1 with 56 of the 60 first-place votes. Auburn has the other 4. They are number 2. Arizona number 3. Kentucky is 4th. Purdue remains 5th. Kansas 6. Baylor 7. Providence 8. Duke 9. Villanova 10.
All right, so Alabama's back in. Did Arkansas? Can you?
I got the top 10 in Alabama. That's all I got.
I thought Arkansas was going to be in after beating Auburn. Then they lose to Alabama, ending their 9-game win streak. But still,
that's a good team.
It's a pretty good week. Pretty good week. And
look, they had a pretty good look there. That last 3, I guess, with 4 seconds, and then they shot the half court, but they had a pretty good look to win that game. That would have been a stealing a win.
Yeah, and I will tell you, most of the game, Note didn't play. Got in foul trouble, got 2 quick fouls in the game.
Didn't score in the first half.
Barely got into double digits. Got a couple lucky no calls to get his 4th foul early, about midway through the second half. So lucky to be in the game at the end was Note.
Providence, out of the Big East, is at 21-2. They are number 8 in the Associated Press poll. A lot of people respect KenPom. Where do you think KenPom has them? They're 21-2 now.
Well, I looked earlier, and they are not like KenPom goes Gonzaga, Arizona, Kentucky, Baylor, Auburn 5th. So they're going to be lower, I would say, around LSU at 15, 16.
You try 47th.
Wow.
They are 47th in KenPom, top 10 in the Associated Press. I don't know that a bigger gap exists.
Wow.
Yeah, that's crazy.
21-2. Their losses, if you have not watched them, are at Marquette, who is a mid-tier Big East team. Lost that game on the road.
But they're a tournament team, Shaka Smart.
Lost to Virginia on the road, 58-40. They got smoked by Virginia.
Probably a tournament team in Virginia, too.
Oh, I don't know.
Big game tonight, Virginia Tech.
Their good wins are Seton Hall, UConn, Xavier. They beat Marquette in the second game. So, they've got some good wins. But, top 10 feels like a little bit of a stretch for Providence.
All right, so the whole AP poll is out. You got the whole one yet? I got it right here.
Nope.
I'll check down for Arkansas at the bottom. Arkansas is 23. I thought you said Alabama was 23.
Well, that's what I thought Mike Rodak said. Alabama's 25th. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Alabama 25, Arkansas 23.
Arkansas 23, Alabama is 25. So Arkansas did get in, and they're ahead of Alabama, who Alabama beat them on the weekend. Here's your headlines.
Don't try to make it sense of it. Don't try to make it sense of it.
Here's your Alabama lost 2 to number 1 Auburn. Arkansas beat them. So there's a little justification there. Headlines brought to you by our friends at Odie's.
If you're looking for a big-time lunch, you said it is the lunch hour. Stop in. Go see our fine folks at Odie's. Rodney Davis has been serving up that great food for over 3 decades now. Award-winning wings, delicious burgers. My personal favorite, the Diablo sandwich. You can enjoy some of this great weather. Sit outside on that patio. It's a Birmingham institution. Go see Will Haver and that great staff. Odie's Tavern right there in Crestline Village.
You talk about KenPom and AP rankings. LSU nowhere close to sniffing the top 25 right now. KenPom still has them where, 16?
LSU is 16th,
yeah, absolutely. So that doesn't add up either. But Auburn does add up. They get another triple-double from Walker Kessler, 75-58 over Texas A&M. It was the outlive game. Alan Flanagan comes back and has 16, his best game of the year scoring-wise. But for Walker Kessler, 12 points, 11 rebounds, and 12 blocks. Here's the big guy.
I'm thankful, that I got teammates like Al and teammates like all my teammates. They make it easy to block shots because they're so good on defending the ball. They know that I can block the shot, so they corral the guard to me. So I wouldn't be able to do that kind of stuff without them. And I'm thankful to get the win.
Yeah, big win for Auburn. An interesting week. Home game Vandy, then at Florida for Alabama. Another tough week ahead after handling Ole Miss on the road and then beating red-hot Arkansas, ending their 9-game win streak. Bama gets home game Mississippi State, then on the road at Kentucky. The services of Ty Washington still up in the air there. Nate Oates, though, talked about Noah Gurley, who had a couple of big shots down the stretch in the paint for the Tide to get the win over the Hogs.
I thought he was great tonight. I mean, we've always known he was good at it at Furman. He's been good at it in practice. He's been our one guy that we feel like we can do that with pretty consistently, and he's also a good passer out of it. So, yeah, he went right at Williams, who's their starting center, and, scored it right on him. So I definitely think it's something we got to look at more, especially when he's playing the 4 with Charles, and even with the 5. I mean, Williams is one of the better centers in this league.
Yeah, and the rare designed big man play where you're not shooting a 3 or driving the basket, and it worked twice late in that game.
You were at the game. I thought Arkansas's technically their last possession was the heave. The half court possession was it was great defense by Alabama, but an awful possession by Arkansas.
Yeah,
just an awful possession.
Look, we know that Alabama lives and dies by the 3. You brought up Bediako's playing better. I think to get some confidence in Bediako and Gurley, you're going to have some kind of post presence. I was watching USC and UCLA Saturday night. Your favorite Bill Walton was talking about this tournament coming up. There's some really good bigs, and typically tournaments are about that backcourt. Not necessarily this year. You're going to have some bigs to go deep into this tournament. And I'm not saying I believe Alabama will go deep into this tournament, but if they are hitting the perimeter shots and you can get some kind of impact on the front court.
You immediately think of Kentucky. They've got one. Kansas has got one. Auburn has got one. Purdue. Gonzaga. Purdue's got 2, right? They always do. Yeah. So, I mean, there's some big guys in the paint that you're going to have to figure out a way to neutralize.
I would say Auburn's got more than one. I mean, Caldwell coming off the bench is good. And
you got 2 dominants.
And Jabari's 6'10". I mean,
he is. I was talking about a true center.
But he's a perimeter player.
How big is Kessler? Because,
7'1".
North Carolina listed him at 6'11". Not only does he get better every game, the guy's growing.
Yeah, he got taller at Auburn.
Growth spurt in Auburn.
Taller at Auburn.
Eat that barbecue.
But his wingspan is unbelievable. It is crazy, his block shots. So UAB has a tough loss on Sunday. We talked about that. That sort of hurts and maybe kills UAB's at-large chances with the games remaining 27 days from Selection Sunday. So we could be heading to a must-win Conference USA tournament situation. But a game this week at home, North Texas on Saturday at Bartow, that could decide the regular season in Conference USA. Big game right there for the Blazers. You mentioned USC upsetting number 13 UCLA. Memphis also beat number 6 Houston, knocking Houston down to 14 in the new AP poll that's out there. And the Rams are the Super Bowl champions, and Cooper Kupp is your MVP. Here's Kupp afterwards about making the play on that 15-play drive to win the Super Bowl.
And I'm just so incredibly thankful. In that moment you're talking about, I just felt like I was just so undeserving of what that was in that moment, because it was, the people that I've been able to play with, the people that I've been around, the players that I get to play with, they're coming to work with every single day, the coaches that I get to work with, to collaborate with. It's just been the perfect team, the perfect setup. I'm just so thankful for everyone that's been around me. It was, it really, I don't know if it still really hasn't hit me.
Now just think of the year we've had in sports. Stetson Bennett IV is your MVP of the national championship game, or should have been, and is a quarterback that was, basically a walk-on and then left the team and came back and won the national championship. And then you have this guy who, coming out of college, going into college, he had one college football offer. And then coming out was really a diamond in the rough, and the Rams took a chance on him, found him, and turned him into what he is.
And he's been in the league now 5 years, 3rd round out of Eastern Washington. And he said, and I read this, that he had an epiphany after Super Bowl 53 when they lost to the Patriots, that he didn't play in that game. He went out 7 weeks into the season against Denver and tore the ACL. But he said he looked back onto the field when they were leaving after the loss, and he said it was like a God moment for him. He's a very religious kid. He said, but he knew that they were going to be back. He actually saw, and this gives me chills. A lot of people out there think it's corny, but he actually saw that they were going to be back and win a Super Bowl, which is really cool. What's amazing, it's the youngest team in football. they're so focused and they're so mature because it's all about family. It really is. They've all got young kids. They don't care about partying at all. It would have been total opposite of me. He's 28 years old. I was completely wild at 28. But these guys are super focused on career, family, faith. They are just, they're focused on the right things.
He is not in the category because he's in discussion for the league MVP this year.
Should have been the league MVP.
Yeah, and I'd have had no problem with it.
He was the only guy other than Rodgers and Brady to get a vote.
Yeah, I would have had no problem with that. So he's not in the Larry Brown category or even Dante Stallworth. He was he the MVP of that game, Stallworth? I think he was, right? He caught the game-winning touchdown.
I don't know. I remember you had Deion Branch was an MVP as a receiver. Julian Edelman was an MVP.
And it's not just a receiver I'm talking about. It's guys that came out of nowhere like Larry Brown. Nobody had heard of Larry Brown, really.
Right.
And he gets 2 interceptions off Neil O'Donnell and becomes MVP, cashes in, goes to the Raiders. You never hear from him again, basically. He's not that player. I'm just saying if you look at their career and where they came from and what they look like, it's one of the least likely Super Bowl MVPs you could ever find. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I do, yes.
You never thought that guy was going to win a Super Bowl MVP.
Well, again, he wasn't going to be your primary on the Rams coming into this year. I thought Robert Woods would be the primary guy. And this just shows you where hard work can get certain people. He's one of those guys that at 28 has gotten better every single year. And it's all about the hard work. That guy puts in, you talk about 16, 17-hour days.
Yeah, 4.6 speed, you said. Really runs well after he catches the ball. Tough to bring down. And runs such great routes that on a 15-play drive without Woods, Odell Beckham Jr., no running game.
Higbee.
No Higbee. He's double covered and was able to get open time and time again for Stafford and them to lead it down for the World Championship.
Yeah, and Collinsworth was saying it. Look, Sean McVay's saying right now we're just going to go to Kupp. We know that you're going to double him, but we're still going to go to him and see what happens.
But Collinsworth made a great point, and he always does it right before it happens. It's almost like he's watching the game on a 30-second delay. They're broadcasting because he's a step ahead or the same step as the coaches. He says, listen, they can't keep lining him up and not bringing him in motion. Because they're able to put 2 and no confusion, double cover him, bracket him easily that way. So that very next play, he was in motion the rest of the drive. Just great insight.
You're absolutely right. Your guy, and I can't say his name for whatever, the receiver that
Skoranek.
No, Van Jefferson, whose wife had the baby after the game.
Yeah, she went into labor during the game.
Went into labor during the game.
I think Odell's partner's having her baby today.
Yeah, that is right. That was a very confusing tweet that girl sent out. Did you read it?
Yeah. I told the roommate, I was like, I'm really confused on...
If you didn't read the tweet,
it sounded like it was a dude, did it not?
Yeah, it sounded like a guy was having a baby. And I'm like, well, listen, I know we've tried to redefine a lot of things. I still don't think a dude can have a baby.
That's exactly what it sounded like.
But that's the way the tweet was written, right? Mm-hmm. All right, anyway. I'm glad I was not the only one confused by that tweet.
That would have made the ticker, you think?
What, a dude having a baby?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm going to want to know.
Yeah,
I'm going to want to know if that ever happens. But when he missed Van Jefferson in the back of the end zone, you only get so many shots in a situation like that.
But Collinsworth did bring this up. If you actually make that throw, there's a chance it gets intercepted.
There's no doubt.
Stafford almost made the good read there.
Yeah. If you try it, it's too risky.
Yeah, because the first angle you saw him running wide open.
Right.
The second angle up front, the angle that Stafford sees and actually makes the right throw. I'm cussing the TV. But they come back and ultimately score.
What a night for Van Jefferson, though. Can you imagine that? You win your Super Bowl and your wife goes into labor the same night.
I'll tell you, he couldn't get any separation. Van Jefferson is a burner. I'll give Cincinnati that. If Cincinnati would have won the Super Bowl, Burrow gets all the headlines, but their defense, as much as the Rams were down weapons, their defense played their asses off this postseason.
Yeah, because they pressured Stafford, and the way they were stopping the run game all night long, and the DBs played well too, I thought.
And it's a bunch of no-names. Their highest paid player, Trey Hendrickson, who came over from the Saints, he would be the 7th highest paid Ram.
Wow. And I know Burrow got sacked, a Super Bowl record, passing Roger Staubach from the late 70s Super Bowl, a running quarterback, so some of that is skewed. But, if you told me they would have blocked as well as they did for the most part of the game against Aaron Donald, going in, I would have taken that. Didn't think the Bengals would be that close. They ended up being that close. All right, trash is coming up in just a second. Part of our show right here is being brought to you by our friends at Michelson Laser Vision. I'm going to ask you guys to do what Jeff asked us to do last week, is give me 5 teams to win the basketball national championship. LT said he had them on Friday in his head. I can do mine off the top of my head. Brown can work on his as well. And we'll take that look ahead to 27 days from March Madness. If I gave you 5 teams, could you pick the national champion? We'll find out.
Hey, to find out if LASIK is right for you, call Michelson Laser Vision today. Ask for Amy. Tell her the next round sent you. They're going to hook you up with a hassle-free consultation to see if 2022 is the year. No more glasses, no more contacts. Make the call that I made. I've got 2015 vision, better than 2020. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision truly changed my life. Could possibly do the same for you. Call today, 969-8100 or online, michelsonlaservision.com.
I know we're not going whiteboard. I'm just going to write mine down so you don't think I copied, because I am historically awful at doing this.
It's no problem. I've got Gonzaga and Auburn. That may be universal, and it may not be. I've got Kentucky. I'm going to assume that Ty is coming back. I have.
Those are my top 3 too.
I've got Duke, and Purdue has taken. Purdue was my other one.
Never trust them.
on about Monday of last week, and then they have played 2 horrible basketball games.
Purdue has probably done more to send me to out of the way locations than any team in America.
Yeah, UCLA has been trending in the bad direction.
Right.
Houston just lost again.
Yeah. Just give us your team.
Baylor's not the same. Well, I've changed the last one on the fly here.
Shocker.
I'm gonna stick with Houston. So I'm gonna go Zags, Auburn, Kentucky, Duke, and Houston are my 5.
My only difference is Baylor from Dunaway's. I got Baylor in there.
I wanted to put Baylor in mine, Brown. I can't see a team winning back-to-back national championships.
Oh, that's tough.
Yeah.
That's tough.
And that Baylor team just doesn't. It's missing something.
Yeah, I think I only need 4. I think one of those 4, Gonzaga, Auburn, Kentucky, or Duke, will win the national championship. I'll throw Kansas in.
I thought about Kansas, but boy, I can't. It's hard for me to get past that shellacking Kentucky put on them.
Yeah.
I mean, that's just one game.
Knowing that you may end up having to play them again.
Well, yeah. I mean, Kentucky's obviously better than them. I mean, they rend them at Allen Fieldhouse.
Yeah, so I'd love to see what you guys think. We all agree on Gonzaga, Auburn, Kentucky, Duke. You got one more team other than those 4. Throw them in there and see if you can pick the national champion right now. Forget the bracket. But we are going to have a very interesting bracket challenge coming up, and we'll tell you more about that hopefully by next week at nextroundlive.com, so you can go ahead and start registering. So stay tuned to that. But we're going to have a little competition between all of us here, but also all of you out there, and just see who really is good at the bracket. You know, should we say the last place person in the bracket challenge out there has to go on the trip with the last place on the table?
Why are you pointing at me? Why are you looking at me, Jim?
I'm just saying, would you like a ride-along partner?
It's not necessarily a trip. We had some suggestions the other day, and we'll take some suggestions.
You've got a list of them already?
I do. I'm keeping up as we get them, as I see them.
Give us a couple.
Yeah.
The funniest one, I'll give credit. I wish I'd written down who gave us this idea. I'll give credit if I could. The funniest one is the loser of the bracket has to one day just return to WJOX like we never left.
Like we've been on a long vacation.
We've just been on a long vacation.
Just walk in. Hey, Haney. Hey, Cole.
Well, okay, we'll go right back to our office, sit down in the studio. What's up, guys?
This damn pandemic, am I right?
I mean, you might get arrested for trespassing. I don't know how they would treat us. That was a good one. LT has to go to a Rams game as Tupac, dressed in his Tupac costume if they lose.
I don't know how well that would go.
Oh, yeah. Don't lose.
There was talk of you coming out in Snoop's outfit today.
Hey, what was going on outside of the stadium? Somebody sent me a video of there was a truck trying to pull out, and it was in downtown L.A. last night, and people were like on top of the truck, and they were shaking the truck, and then the dude takes off and almost runs people over.
That could just be a regular night in L.A.
It might be.
Nothing to do with the game.
Down on Skid Row.
We'll call that a Sunday. Yeah. Was there one more? Did you have one more that was interesting?
Yeah, we had a bunch. Go to the concert of your least favorite band as a super fan. That would be good on video, but that's so tough. I mean, our least favorite band doesn't come to. I don't even know who I would say mine is.
Does what is it? Dexy Midnight
Dexy's
Runners?
Midnight Runners. I don't think they tour anymore.
They still tour?
I don't think they do.
They got that one song. You might like the rest of their catalog. You just don't listen.
Wouldn't that be funny?
Yeah.
All right. We got trash coming up on the other side, but there's our 5 basketball teams. I'm ready to, with football now in the back, in the rearview mirror, these next 27 days of basketball until we get to Selection Sunday are a ton of fun. And then I get to do something I've done a couple of times in my life. I get to go watch rounds 1 and 2 in Vegas. I am so looking forward to that trip because it's such a great 4 days of sports. and to be at a sports book in Vegas with some of your buddies. I'm just looking forward to that trip.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun. I've never done the first weekend. I've done the conference championship weekends, and I've done Final Four. I've always wanted to do that, though.
Yeah, it's a lot of games. And Maggie asked, "Hey, what's the date?"
Bet overnight. Bet the night before. Don't wait until day of. Those lines are crazy.
Well, that all depends on you.
Oh, what? You're going to need his lock?
We'll be locked and loaded.
Yeah, it all depends on you.
Those numbers come out early.
But Maggie asked me, she was putting something down on a calendar. She goes, "Hey, what's the dates you're in Las Vegas?" And I said, "It's March 16th through the 21st." And she said, "You're going to stay that many days in Vegas at your age?"
Yeah, I don't know.
At your age? That's what she said. At your age?
I get discounts now, Maggie.
I can't do it. Like, Vegas is a 48-hour town for me. It's 2 nights. That's all I can do.
So make sure Maggie says nice things at our funeral if I end up not making it back from Vegas.
Will she be able to pull a sermon off of your Vegas trip?
Well, she dropped, every pastor has to drop a little Super Bowl reference in, and she was doing this Sermon on the Plains, the less popular from the Sermon on the Mount, when down on the level,
right.
Where it was the woes,
It's the other preachers, not Jesus. Jesus do the Southern on the Mount.
Jesus did it. Just it was less popular.
It's a funnier idea if it's another guy.
But it's about if your stomach is full, you've already been given your consolation. If you're hungry, you still will be blessed in heaven.
Right.
That sermon, and she's like, my husband on this Super Bowl Sunday, I'm about to tell you about the lesson today. And he sort of has lived this. His team last year was in the Super Bowl, and now this year his team is not in the Super Bowl, but one of his good friends' team's in the Super Bowl. So
you made it in the sermon, Lance.
Yeah,
right.
I would have come. We've been talking about coming to watch Pastor Maggie.
It was a
Lance would go, woo!
No,
let's go.
100%. She comes off the pulpit, final song's playing. And I'm sitting up front. I never sit up front, Rockstar. You'll get a kick out of this. Never sit up front. And they had a technical disaster during the 2 contemporary songs, losing the lyrics and everything. She's sitting behind me, so she gets up there and starts preaching. Well, the lights, this was the contemporary service, so the lights are on part of the automation, and they had lost the lights. The lights were on, but they had lost control of them. So the behind her spots are bright and pointing straight out. And so I couldn't see her because where I was sitting, the light was like right in my eye. So the entire sermon, I'm having to watch her feet and grimace when I was looking up. So the whole time I'm doing this on the front row. And she goes, "I kept looking at you." And I was like, "God, I must suck." Look at the expression on his face.
Let's end this thing.
And she came down. And she goes, "That was horrible. You landmined me." And I said, "What do you mean landmine you?" And she goes, "I kept looking over at you, and you had this look on your face." And I said, "I can't see the spotlights. I'm still seeing spots today."
You need to start wearing sunglasses to church.
You landmined me. You landmined the sermon, Jim. This is getting out of hand.
So that was the only time I've ever sat in the front row with her. So now I'm back to the back of the church again, so she can't see me. Landmine.
That's a good idea, yeah.
All right, trash is on the other side. Stay with us.
Bama and Bourbon, the Mystery 5th Hour. Jimmy Buckets. Available in the podcast section at nextroundlive.com.
New year, new you, new opportunity. If you're looking to start a big project, consolidate some debt, or free up funds, a cash-out refinance can get you what you need. And Mortgage Right is there to make the refinancing process a breeze. Ready to start the new year with more cash in your pocket? Then head on over to mortgageright.com/TNR. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. A good locally owned company. mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
This hour of the next round is brought to you by Cardinal Roofing, your home for financing one-day jobs and over 500 five-star reviews. Call them today, 205-900-ROOF, and mention the next round to get a discount on your next roof replacement.
It was 1881 when Seiko began its legacy as a true watch manufacturer. And one of the most significant achievements from Seiko was the creation of the world's first quartz watch, delivering unmatched performance at the time. Bromberg's is thrilled to be an official Seiko jeweler and introduce another fine timekeeping brand to Birmingham. You'll find a wide selection of classics and limited edition timepieces at the Mountain Brook store. From the most elegant to the most rugged sports models, Seiko has it all. Available now at Bromberg's in Mountain Brook.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery 5th Hour, our Not For All Ages podcasts like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family, all at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Does your kneecap swell after exercising? Did you feel pain in the knees pushing around the lawnmower? Do you have discomfort in your knees simply getting up from the couch at halftime? Precision has 9 locations in the Birmingham metro area to get your life back on track. We are rebuilding champions on and off the field, so make that appointment today. Call 855-219-6200 or visit precisionsportsortho.com.
Everybody makes New Year's resolutions. This year, how about a suggestion for the best resolution ever? If you're buying a new home or selling yours, use Holly Mack Wilson. Let a true experienced professional help you. Holly gets her clients' homes sold quickly and usually for more than asking price. Let Holly Mack Wilson help you buy with confidence and sell with success. Make the best resolution ever and call Holly Mack Wilson today. 205-901-9446. That's 205-901-9446. Holly Mack Wilson, a Tuscaloosa Keller Williams agent. The Next Round team is getting healthy in 2022. You could join the challenge as we look to lose weight with our friends at Way to Wellness. Plus, you can participate with your office as well and win a grand prize. For more information, go to nextroundlive.com. If you're looking for a great place for food and fun for the entire family and friends, Beef O'Brady's has been doing that for more than a decade here in Birmingham. Ryan Brown here for the Next Round. 3 great locations, Hoover, Helena, and now Highway 280 in the Brook Highlands neighborhood. In fact, I was in there recently and had wings that George McClooney does himself that aren't even on the menu. Blackened, tossed in sweet jalapeno sauce and finished on the grill, spectacular. And now you can enjoy the food and fun at 3 great Beef O'Brady's locations in Hoover, Helena, and now on Highway 280. Beef O'Brady's, the perfect place for serving up food and fun.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family, all at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
When it comes to choosing a dentist, 2 things are critical: trust and comfort. Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. It's why I tell you about Stone Creek Dental Care. Dentist owned and operated, and Stone Creek Dental Care is the Southeast premier provider of comprehensive dental care with more than 20 locations, including Birmingham, Chattanooga, Huntsville, Trussville, and Montgomery. Stone Creek Dental Care is able to provide a level of quality care you will not find anywhere else. From your basic cleaning to restorative dentistry, cosmetics, and endodontics, Stone Creek Dental Care covers a wide and comprehensive range of dental services for patients of any age. Stone Creek Dental Care's mission is to provide the highest quality dental care to every single patient in an environment that exemplifies the highest ethical, personal, compassionate, and professional standards, and to provide the best patient experience possible. Stone Creek Dental Care is currently accepting new patients at all locations, and new patients get a free Chick-fil-A gift card at your first appointment. So visit StoneCreekDentalCare.com to find a location nearest you. StoneCreekDentalCare.com.
Trash in just a second. Auburn a winner. They're number 2 in the new AP poll behind Gonzaga. They're the only other team getting first place votes. Still got a handful of those. Alabama's back in the rankings at number 25. That AP poll's out. Lock of the day every day. Brought to you by our friends at Hemp Hill Services. When something's not running right, flowing right, or draining right, or flushing right, disaster can strike at any moment. A lot of us recently experienced some of that at our homes. It's happened to all of us now at one time or another. And our friends at Hemp Hill Services are there. They're the first call. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemp Hill are the only ones we trust to fix it and fix it right. The first time, Hemp Hill Services does it right and always at a fair price, and they bring you the lock for all your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs. Trust the name Birmingham's trusted since 1954. Hemp Hill Services. Lock that number in for the lock of the day and call them up now. 205-229-2090. That's 229-2090 for your lock and all your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs. It's our friends at Hemp Hill Services. Lance will have the lock for you. Coming up a little bit later on at The Lance Taylor. 200 days away from Alabama and Auburn football. 198 from UAB, 193 from week 0. But right now, away from all the sports, Rockstar, it is time now for trash.
Well, 3 buildings have been destroyed after an intense fire ripped through them in Rumford, and now all that's left is a pile of rubble.
LT's Trash is presented by Mortgage Right. Mortgages done the right way.
Yes, our friends at Mortgage Right 2022 is here. If you're new to the housing market, you might be wondering when the best time is to buy a home. We'll wonder no longer because our friends at Mortgage Right, every day is the right day to purchase a new home with locations nationwide. Mortgage Right is the perfect matchmaker to connect you with the home of your dreams. Mortgage Right's team of skilled professionals, they have the knowledge to move you in with confidence. Make your day better. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR. So did you guys see the trailer for Moon Knight? Oscar Isaac's in this new comic book series.
Did not, no.
Lunsford, you know what I'm talking about, right?
I did.
Disney Plus, correct?
Yeah. The reason I bring this up is I guess Kevin Feige is the guy that actually is behind this project. He said that, quote, we're not pulling back and this is going to be brutal. They said that the brutality in this is going to be next level.
Ooh. Wow. I think it's straight to Disney Plus. Is that right?
So we got brutality on Disney Plus.
Wow. Apparently. That's what they're
It
saying.
does not sound very Disney Plus. That sounds very
I think Disney just
Disney
wants,
minus.
I think they want their dollars, Brown.
Well, I think they're getting a lot of them.
I don't think it's never enough.
Yeah.
A Red Seal diesel mechanic from British Columbia was a little puzzled when she noticed some mud in the interior of her vehicle. But Bethany Coker initially thought somebody had broken in, left some dirty tracks, made off with a handful of change from under the seat or something. 3 days later, however, she learned the truth when a voice from inside the car said, hey, not only had someone broken in, but they had stripped down naked and made themselves a home in her trunk.
Wow.
True story here.
One thing I wish what's the problem? If I could adjust it. My clothes. I'm gonna take these bad boys off.
Hot in this trunk.
Yeah.
In a video posted to social media, TikTok, it's been viewed almost 17 million times. Coker confronts the naked stranger who had been steaming up the windows for days, riding silently in the back as she drove to work to get dinner and to get gas. Coker asked on camera, quote, why are you in my trunk and why are you naked? Yeah, comes the matter-of-fact reply, it's a rite of passage. He goes on to proclaim that he is the son of the Pope. When police finally arrived, the man asked if he can put his pants on before coming out of the truck, and the cops say, we'd really appreciate if you do that.
Yeah, you go right ahead and do that one. Son of the Pope, like Pope Francis?
Yeah.
Yep.
We didn't specify. You don't know. He could be.
The Pope never gets married, right?
I don't think so.
That's kind of been a tradition.
It's a long-standing tradition. If I'm not
He
mistaken.
dates. He doesn't get married.
Okay,
though.
well,
He's on Tinder, that hat.
I'm trying to figure out how he produced a son.
Rockstar, you've got to have a picture of this next story, right?
do.
Okay. Now, in the corner of a farm in
I do.
Yeah, so
Stacy,
loaded.
Minnesota, there's a shrine to Jeff Dabe's part-time passion. It's arm wrestling. Now, several times a week, Dave trains at his practice table to strengthen his left arm. Not that his forearm needs to get any bigger. It already measures 20 inches in circumference, which comes in handy for his hobby, which is arm wrestling. Quote, I like the one-on-one. When you win, it's on you. When you lose, it's on you too. You get that adrenaline, pumped-up feeling, nervousness. Everyone has their thing. I like arm wrestling, I suppose, Dave goes on to admit. From the beginning, Dave's life story is a tale of epic proportions. He was born with oversized limbs, used his natural assets to help out his family on the farm. By the time he was in high school, he started wrestling, and fans gave him the nickname Popeye.
Look at those
His hands
arms.
are gigantic.
Yeah, his hands are
Imagine
massive.
taking a punch to the face.
No, I mean, that guy would kill you.
Well, I don't know. Maybe it's soft. Maybe it's like a glove.
Now, it was his senior year when coaches took the team to a local charity benefit that Dave took part in, won his first arm wrestling tournament. Quote, I wasn't sure about getting back into it at 48. Then they ended up talking me into competing. I ended up winning and beating the guy who was a Minnesota title holder, so I was drawn right back into it. Since then, Dave has won state and national arm wrestling titles and competes on the World Arm Wrestling League circuit. I never saw Over the Top with Sylvester Stallone.
I didn't either.
Very moving.
It was a masterpiece.
Yeah, he gets his child back from it.
What was the hit song that came out of that one, though?
Oh, it was Kenny Loggins. I can't remember what now.
Yeah.
So it's 22 and a half inch
I'll look it
forearms. Is that what that is?
That might be his wrist. His wedding ring has to be a bracelet.
It looks like his hand has been slammed in a car door 10 times.
Yeah, like he's been stung by bees.
Yeah.
And he's allergic to bees. Stand by you.
I didn't really realize that the arm wrestling thing was there was a national circuit.
Meet Me Halfway, Kenny Loggins.
Halfway.
You remember that one?
Yep.
Yes.
My girl.
Not
That's
Stand
right.
By Me. Stand By Me, they got some leeches in bad places.
We brought up Tinder with the Pope, which is probably sacrilegious, but Tinder has launched blind dates now. Users can now enter time chats with potential matches before seeing their photos. Now, it's the go-to app for millions of singletons around the world looking for love, and now Tinder has taken inspiration from Blind Date, with the launch of its latest feature, Fast Chat Blind Date. Now, the tool allows users to enter time chats with potential matches before seeing their profile or photos. Tinder hopes the feature will encourage users to focus more on personality than looks while searching for a match. I don't think people really are into the personality.
It's going to turn into, you remember Chat Roulette?
Yeah.
Chat Roulette was great. Well, Chat Roulette was a website that you put your camera on and you would hit roulette and it would take you to any random person who has their camera on. You could talk to them.
Was this always the first reaction?
No, yeah. Didn't have my camera on. I'm sorry.
It just turned into guys having their junk out. Like everything. You
like that one CNN guy.
Yeah.
So how many hours did you burn there?
I couldn't stop. Screenshot.
No, I think we were at Odie's one night when you showed me like that chat room was going on, and it's
nonstop. So I think this blind date thing for Tinder is just going to turn into that.
Yeah, much guys.
Real quick, Farmfolio chat room. Back to the arm wrestling guy. Jeff B says, "Damn, clubs like that, he hit you in the face and the back of the head at the same time." Nick says, "Was that 50 Cent's hand?"
Now, the dating app said the Fast Chat Blind Date feature is directed at the Gen Z users, those aged between the age of 18 and 25, who make up more than 50% of the members. Now, users can answer a short series of icebreaker questions and allow Tinder to pair them based on similar responses before they enter a time chat based around multiple choice prompts. This doesn't sound fun. You can volunteer now to be an inmate in a new Zurich prison.
Yeah, I'm not going to do that.
That's your biggest fear, isn't
It
it?
is. I mean, yeah.
Now, more than 600 people have applied to become test inmates of a new prison opening in Zurich, which has a capacity for 241 prisoners. Now, successful volunteers will experience real prison conditions between March 24th and 27th. Inmates will have to surrender electronic devices, including mobile phones, and will be offered vegetarian or meat menus. Strip searches on arrival are optional, and successful applicants cannot transfer their get into jail to pass on to anyone else.
So this is just a real version of that TV show I watched because it was over in Gadsden.
60 days in.
Well, here's the reason why, Brown. It's pretty interesting. The authorities came up with the unusual idea to give the facility and staff a test run before the prison starts taking real inmates in April. Now, some of the wardens and other staff have been newly recruited. The prison director went on to tell the newspaper volunteers should not, quote, expect a holiday camp, but would be free to leave at any time.
Yeah, I mean, supposedly the people that were the fake ones in that 60 days in, they got no special treatment whatsoever. They had one way they could tap out. They had like a signal they could send to the camera.
Pineapple.
You're supposed to scratch your shoulder furiously or something like that.
Do like that if you wanted to tap out. So they go get this guy out. He's like, well, I wasn't tapping out. My shoulder just itched. They're like, no, buddy, you were tapping out. You were about to cry. No, I hated that show. I did it up.
Pretty bad.
I didn't know anybody owned it either.
Don't know you're going to love our final story.
Oh, I'm excited.
Top 10 Valentine Day movies according to Ranker.com.
Oh, these are all my classic hits.
You're
Is
watching
Valentine Day
that.
one of them?
Are you talking about the My Bloody Valentine?
No, it's
there was a
Valentine's
Day movie. There's been a New Year's Eve. There's been a By the way, the
montage.
Jennifer Lopez, Owen Wilson.
Marry
that looks
Me?
Awesome.
Awful.
Okay.
No, I bet they both win Academy Awards.
My wife was excited about it too. She was like, I just read that they were doing a movie together, and I thought it might be something I want to watch. She was very disappointed.
It did not make the list, by the way. Number 10, A Walk to Remember 2002. I think it was Mandy Moore. Is that right?
Yes. Never saw it, but
Never saw it. But
Career revival for her with This Is Us. I mean, I thought she had disappeared, honestly.
She was
I don't
married
know
to
what she
Ryan
does. I
Adams
didn't know
for a while.
I guess I knew she was doing that.
Yeah.
Number 9 is
Creepy Ryan Adams or Summer of '69 Ryan Adams?
Creepy Ryan Adams.
Okay.
Great songwriter, Ryan Adams.
number 9 on the list. This is the top 10 Valentine's Day movies according to Ranker.com. Is You've Got Mail from 1998. Never saw it.
I've seen it. It's that Meg Ryan, Tom Hanks run, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
I mean, I liked it at the time. I mean,
it was a good rom-com.
The genre has come so far since.
Number 8, I know you're not supposed to say this if you're a man, but I thought Titanic was a good movie from 1997.
It was a good movie.
I thought it was good.
I just can't imagine. Hey, the wife and I were Valentine's Day. We're watching Titanic.
Hey,
okay.
One of my favorite commercials last night was the guy from Modern Family,
Ty Burrell,
and he was buying all this bad stuff and ends up being broke. Because he bought a ship called the Titanic, but it's spelled with a Y.
Well, that's why you brought up
because his name's Ty.
You brought up Odell Beckham, and I think, Brown, you might have said he was going to retire. That guy is a spender. He was wearing $200,000 cleats yesterday.
I know, and then I told you the story in the break where you'd already seen how he took his salary, his base in Bitcoin when Bitcoin was at $64,000 per, It is not there anymore, and guess what? He gets taxed on
the
$750,000. Yeah,
wow.
And it's worth like $350,000 now.
Hey, I enjoyed the Larry David commercial too.
That was funny.
I like saw the very end. I didn't know what was going on.
Yeah, thought it was hilarious.
But Brown explained it to me, and it sounds like the movie that he did called Clear History.
I never saw that.
It's a good movie. Yeah. Number 7 on the list, top 10 Valentine's Day movies according to Ranker.com, is Ever After from 1998. I don't remember.
That was basically Cinderella with Drew Barrymore.
Oh.
Yeah.
Number 6, Much Ado About Nothing from 1993.
Oh, it's a Shakespeare flick.
Yeah, I think I saw that one.
Number 5, Dirty Dancing. Finally saw that a couple of years ago from 1987.
Saw that one, yeah.
Number 4, I did see Sleepless in Seattle, which was it's
another Meg Ryan,
prequel
Tom
to
Hanks,
You've
right?
Got Mail, right?
Yep.
Well, wasn't it the same thing?
No.
It was.
I mean, same thing, but it wasn't like the story continued or anything.
Oh, it did?
No,
Okay.
no. Yeah.
Well,
They were
totally
also in
confusing.
Joe versus the Volcano. I don't think that was a.
No way. You're not going to agree. Number 3 is The Notebook from 2004.
Oh, I'm okay. Top 3. It's not the best.
Well, let's
Not the
hear
best.
2 and 1.
Number 2, good movie, Pretty Woman from 1990.
Oh, really?
My wife
good.
loves it. My
That's a
wife
love
loves
story.
it.
That is a
And
love
number
story.
1 is a classic from 1939, Gone with the Wind.
Yeah.
That's a love story?
I've never really seen it.
Oh, I thought it was about the Civil War.
Seen the great
Red
scene.
Butler?
Frankly, I don't give a damn.
Yeah,
scene.
that's
You know,
Do it
ironic,
again. You're enacting now. You nailed that.
ironically.
Oh, how did that go, by the way?
More on that in a second.
Line!
Ironically, I saw who did that show? Carol Burnett and
Tim Conway and Harvey Korman. All
Yeah,
them.
those people did a.
Yeah,
I
that's
saw
true.
that bit of Gone with the Wind done more than I actually saw Gone with the Wind.
I used to
growing
think
up.
that was the funniest show when I was a kid.
I did
Carol
too.
Burnett.
Carol
Yeah.
Burnett was talented.
My,
She was.
my
And I
grandmother
guess she's still
cackled.
alive.
I know.
Cackled.
No, she's alive. Yeah, I
Okay,
think.
well, you know, I guess she's just too old to act because I'm surprised Larry David hadn't brought her back because he brought Tracy Ullman back.
Tracy was amazing this season.
She was great.
Great sleeper.
His Irma.
Great sleeper.
Peace and all.
Carol is 88, still with us.
I surprised myself in the acting the other night.
Did
I
you?
nailed all three of my lines on time.
Give them to me again.
I start the show.
Yeah.
Lights go up, and I go, "Geez, it's hot in here."
These pretzels are making me thirsty.
And then a little bit later into the game of poker, my next line is, hold on, I got to think of it. One guy says,
Are you listening? Let me ask you this: as a thespian that you now are you playing off your characters? Like, are you comfortable in the moment? Or are you thinking about your line the entire time?
Well, I'm thinking about my line the entire time, but I was a little bit more loose in the real show because they told me that
You
when
could ad lib, couldn't you, if you wanted to?
Yeah, but then it was that way. These guys are real amateur professionals. They do a lot of this. But when I was leaving, I was supposed to pat the guy on the shoulder but not say anything. But they said, "Hey, feel free to throw an ad lib line in there."
God.
And wait a
Nice
second.
ass, Frank.
Well, Felix is having a bad day, right? And maybe committed suicide. So here's my line. I'll get to that. So,
you did it?
Yeah, I did. So the second line was, well, he's 2 hours late. What's wrong with Felix? Well, he's 2 hours late. And then the other one is somebody says, how much does it cost to get back in this game? And I said $5. So those are my three lines. So leaving, Felix has been dumped by his wife and he's crying and he's on the couch and everybody's patting him on the shoulder as they leave the scene. And I'm supposed to just pat and walk out. And everybody's, giving advice. I pat and said, "Make sure you take the Bengals tomorrow." And I walk out. A few chuckles.
Isn't it set like in the 60s, though?
It's a modern version.
Modern day
of that,
play?
yeah.
Okay.
The interesting thing there is Jimmy Landmine actually had the Rams.
I did.
But you
I
actually-
was trying to give him a loser.
He was in
so
character,
Jimmy
man.
Thespian hit the pick. It's the weirdest thing.
and it ended up covering. So I hope you guys saw that. Homewood Theater, you're welcome. Thursday, Friday, Saturday, if you want to go see other people do my part. And that is Trash Today, brought to you by Mortgage Right.
Hey, in today's world, responsibilities do not stop. For some, it's house cleaning or finding a way to stay awake during their next Zoom meeting. And for others, it's figuring out how to make their home buying experience the best it possibly can be. Our friends at Mortgage Right may not have the cure to boredom, but they do know how to get you into the dream home that you want with ease. You don't have to worry about becoming a short notice mortgage expert because Mortgage Right does all the heavy lifting for you. Mortgage Right's trusted mortgage professionals will help you choose the right financing option and stand by your side every single step of the way. Make home ownership easy. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR today. NMLS 2239, equal housing lender.
Kevin, amateur professionals, because they do a lot of the community theater, so they're sort of pros at it, but they don't get paid. So amateur professionals. And yes, Dave, even in the play, I was the first one out of the poker game.
Life imitating art.
Back in a moment.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop. Rare quality, well-done service.
Hey, Next Round listeners, I'm ESPN's Lauren Sisler. You know, after a very busy football season, I'm ready to get some projects done around the house. And the first thing on my list is getting a new roof. I personally know the guys over at Cardinal Roofing, and I know I can count on them to be honest and to get the job done. Maybe you don't need a full roof replacement, but maybe just a tune-up to give you peace of mind going into the summer months. Call Cardinal Roofing for a no-cost, no-commitment, and honest inspection of your roof. For any of your residential or commercial roofing needs, make sure you choose this longtime Birmingham company, Cardinal Roofing. Find us at cardinal-roof.com.
I'm Jim Dunaway from the Next Round. If you're like me, you love being outside in the summertime, and summer seems like a long way away, but it really isn't. That's why my friends at Wayne's is ready to get your lawn in shape so you enjoy a barefoot good summer lawn. Right now, you get the first month free with a 1-year EnviroLawn agreement with the offer code TNR. Use TNR and get the first month free. Serving Alabama for almost 50 years with locations all across SEC country. Call Wayne's today, 866-WAYNES-1, or visit callwaynes.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Farmfolio. If you're concerned about market volatility or inflation, Farmfolio can help you diversify your portfolio into cash-flowing farmland property. We all know about rental real estate. Cash flow and appreciation are the name of the game. With Farmfolio's productive farmland lots, your trees act as the tenants, and they pay you in fruit, which is sold by Farmfolio's international sales team to the likes of Walmart and Costco, ultimately generating cash flow for you. As your cash flow increases, your property value also increases. Just like tenant-occupied real estate, the best part is you don't have to be a farmer. You own, they farm, and you earn. This is the way it works at Farmfolio. For more information, you can go online, check everything out today. Go to farmfolio.net. That's farmfolio.net. Check it out today. If you're concerned about that market volatility or inflation, Farmfolio is your best friend. Go online today, farmfolio.net.
When it comes to choosing a dentist, 2 things are critical: trust and comfort. Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. It's why I tell you about Stone Creek Dental Care. Dentist owned and operated, and Stone Creek Dental Care is the Southeast premier provider of comprehensive dental care with more than 20 locations, including Birmingham, Chattanooga, Huntsville, Trussville, and Montgomery. Stone Creek Dental Care is able to provide a level of quality care you will not find anywhere else. From your basic cleaning to restorative dentistry, cosmetics, and endodontics, Stone Creek Dental Care covers a wide and comprehensive range of dental services for patients of any age. Stone Creek Dental Care's mission is to provide the highest quality dental care to every single patient in an environment that exemplifies the highest ethical, personal, compassionate, and professional standards, and to provide the best patient experience possible. Stone Creek Dental Care is currently accepting new patients at all locations, and new patients get a free Chick-fil-A gift card at your first appointment. So visit StoneCreekDentalCare.com to find a location nearest you. StoneCreekDentalCare.com.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who believe only quitters end a game in a tie, the type of guys who choose the bar with the biggest TVs to overcompensate for theirs at home. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
The Iron Bowl.
Jordan Hare Stadium behind us that saw a classic Iron Bowl, 24-22. The Crimson Tide holds on and wins in overtime.
The SEC Championship.
It is the SEC Roadshow Saturday morning in Atlanta.
The College Football Playoff.
It's our Cotton Bowl special from Dallas, Texas. We are live now.
The National Championship.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown with you up here in Indianapolis. We're at the Playoff Fan Central.
The Next Round. You'll find us where the big games are played.
Back with you. Keep that video rolling, Scott.
This is crazy.
Dustin says that video is interesting. And then Jeff B says, my gosh, that girl's belly button is about to swallow that dude's head. I'm missing all this.
There is a.
She was in the original In the Club video, by the way.
50 Cent. She is grown at the same rate 50 Cent has.
It's the one in the Dodgers jacket I think everybody's talking about, right?
Where is this, by the way?
I don't know. Some random Rams party somewhere.
Yeah, I would assume a bar in L.A.
I mean, I guess.
Does not look like the St. Louis crowd.
It really does not. No,
Look, that one dude's got like some kind of mask on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, by the way, Saturday night at dinner, my daughter kept sending me, she was like, okay, this is a tattoo. You said you were getting a Rams tattoo if the Rams win the Super Bowl.
There's the belly button in
there's
the
the belly
head.
Yeah, well, you may be right.
Wow.
There's a Dodgers jacket that comes in here in a moment, and her shirt is the same color as her skin. And I initially
that
thought
guy's playing whack-a-mole.
Yeah, I initially thought Forrester had not vetted this video well. There she goes. Look, look, see the Dodgers jacket?
Oh,
you can't really tell she's wearing a shirt at first.
She ain't wearing a bra.
I thought
they don't make them like that.
I thought
Look
hey,
at Sugar Bear dancing with her.
I thought, hey, that Dodgers jacket has come open and you don't realize it. Or maybe you do.
All right, part of our show, including that commercial break there, brought to you by the great folks at Champy's World Famous Fried Chicken. It is lunchtime there if you have an appetite. Swing by there right now and get the best.
What a fan base you've got, Lance.
Get the best chicken in the world right there. Just take all that out of your mind there and think about Sterling's great menu right there. Champy's world famous fried chicken, including the Mississippi Delta tamales and maybe a salad if you want any of that there too. Champy'sChicken.com. Great fried chicken, great sides. You cannot beat Champy's for lunch right there. Love those people there.
By the way, in the Farmfolio chat room, somebody said if your wife chooses Titanic or Going with the Wind for the Valentine's movie, she's avoiding something.
Yeah, she ain't no doubt.
Wow.
Yeah, because you're asleep.
Yeah, guess how the night is not ending for you on Valentine's. Yes.
All right. Some discussion about Hall of Fame and Matthew Stafford. Matthew Stafford, Hall of Famer or not?
He is now.
I don't think he is yet.
No, I think he is.
Wow, you don't think he is now?
You know, here's the thing. How can you have a losing record and get in the Hall of Fame? I mean, he does. It's not his fault.
Because he played for the Lions.
I get that, but it's not his fault. I think ultimately he will be, because I think this is a Rams team that, you know, even in a bad year, a couple of years ago, you saw it with McVay and Jared Goff, they still went 9-7. So I think even in bad year, he's going to have winning records.
Dunaway, Matthew Stafford is 12th all-time passing. There is no way you pass him over for the Hall of Fame. 12th all-time
okay,
with a
let's say
Super Bowl
today,
ring.
he said, look,
I think
you guys
he's
were
in.
talking about Aaron Donald retiring. I hate to do this, but I am 34 years old. I have decided to shut it down. I'm done.
Well, I mean, Archie Manning, Hall of Famer, isn't he? And my God, they never had a winning season when he was there.
Yeah. And
so
I
you don't have
know.
to have a winning
I don't
record.
know. Is Archie a Hall of Famer?
I don't know. I got to find him on the all-time passing list and see if he's got this little plus next to his name, which tells me if he's a Hall of Famer or not. There, Jimmy D.
Yeah.
I don't know if Archie's in or not. I don't think he is, honestly.
Well, I
think it's probably for that reason.
He played a lot of years, and
he didn't. No, he's not in.
Really bad team.
Yeah.
Well, I bet that's why he's not in.
But I mean, if you look at Stafford,
but he's got a Super Bowl now. Archie never had a Super Bowl.
No, I get that.
Here's the
That's
neighborhood he's in.
The only knock is the losing record.
Your all-time leading passers are Tom Brady, Drew Brees, who are not in. They're just waiting their time. They'll be first ballot Hall of Famers. Peyton Manning in. Brett Favre is fourth in. Ben Roethlisberger, fifth. He's got to wait. He'll be first ballot. Phillip Rivers, a lot of people debate about. I don't see why you debate it. He's sixth all-time passing. He's going to be in the Hall of Fame.
Yeah,
He
never
may not
won
be
the
first ballot.
never won a
He
championship.
did not, but he'll be in the Hall. Dan Marino is seventh in the Hall. Matt Ryan is eighth. I guess people debate Matt Ryan, but he's top 10 all-time passing. He's going to be in the Hall of Fame
I
at some
don't think
point.
he should be, though.
He may not. Eli Manning, I know how you feel about that, Lance. He's ninth all-time with 2 rings. He's in. Aaron Rodgers, 10th all-time. As soon as he retires, the clock starts ticking. He's first ballot.
Yeah.
John Elway is 11th. Those are the guys in front of Matt Stafford.
I know we're getting to Josh Pate, top of the hour. We're going to talk a little college football, but I wanted to see, and maybe we can do this later, coming back just next year where you guys have Matt Stafford ranked. Because, look, Sean McVay gets a lot of credit, and he should, but I still don't think Matt Stafford gets the credit he deserves. Matt Stafford is playing like an elite quarterback, and going into next season, where would you have him if you could take quarterbacks, if you had to draft 1 through 10 or 1 through 15, where would he stack up next year?
That drive was one for the ages, and that was all Matt Stafford, man. That was
pinpoint.
Drive for the ages. I mean, he's throwing it to a double-covered receiver. You cannot throw that early or late, or it gets picked off. Stafford, won the game.
And the end
on
zone
that
view
drive.
of that one throw where he's looking away,
Yeah.
He does a Pat Mahomes. He's looking one way and throws it across his body for like 15 yards on the money.
Jedi mind games. Bud Light Seltzer Hard Soda, part of the Super Bowl coverage last night. 4 classic soda flavors, a whole new way to experience them as well. Bud Light Seltzer Hard Soda is seltzer with all the pop of soda, 100 calories and 0 sugar. You get them in classic cola, cherry cola, citrus soda, and orange soda. Available wherever you buy beer. Try them today. Josh Pate, Late Kick with Josh, is up next.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation, 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them The Next Round sent you, 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
Excalibur Services, now a Train dealer, invites you to join their Total Home Comfort Club. Just like your car, your heating and cooling, electrical and plumbing systems need to be maintained for top performance, safety, and comfort. The Excalibur Home Comfort Club benefits include free consultations, priority scheduling, summer and winter cooling and heating tune-ups, a yearly plumbing and electrical inspection, plus 15% off any repair. Ask about our limited time buy one, get two sale. Call us today at 205-718-8688. Excalibur Services, Alabama license number 15214.
Hey, Vulcan here. A century of reaching for the stars has taught me a lot. For one, your arm gets really stiff, but it is cast iron. For two, the stars not only fell on Alabama, they opened a First Bank branch in Homewood with local banking stars and community banking with a 5-star rating. Big banks? First Bank outshines them hands down. Hands down. That would be a relief.
First Bank, now open at 404 Hollywood Boulevard. Member FDIC.
Do you want to be a better you in 2022? Ryan Brown here for The Next Round. Let Way to Wellness help you meet that goal. They can develop a treatment plan for you tailored to your individual needs, focusing on weight loss and reducing the health risk associated with obesity. I went in for a consultation last week. Leslie and her team have taught me about snacking the right way. That's my goal. And they've got some great high-protein, low-carb options for me. What is your goal? They'll help you reach it at Way to Wellness. Join our challenge at nextroundlive.com or learn more about Way to Wellness at aplanforme.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round to tell you about our friends at Farmfolio. If you're concerned about market volatility or inflation, Farmfolio can help you diversify your portfolio into cash-flowing farmland property. We all know about rental real estate. Cash flow and appreciation are the name of the game. With Farmfolio's productive farmland lots, your trees act as the tenants, and they pay you in fruit, which is sold by Farmfolio's international sales team to the likes of Walmart and Costco, ultimately generating cash flow for you. As your cash flow increases, your property value also increases. Just like tenant-occupied real estate, the best part is you don't have to be a farmer. You own, they farm, and you earn. This is the way it works at Farmfolio. For more information, you can go online, check everything out today. Go to farmfolio.net. That's farmfolio.net. Check it out today. If you're concerned about that market volatility or inflation, Farmfolio is your best friend. Go online today, farmfolio.net. Done building your family? A vasectomy is a safe, simple, effective option for birth control. When it was my time to take the snip, I used my friends at Urology Centers of Alabama. March Madness right around the corner, and there's no better time for a vasectomy. It's a great reason to be off your feet and be on the couch during the game with the wife's approval. It's a quick, in-office procedure covered by most insurances. Urology Centers of Alabama. 16 convenient locations. Call 205-922-SNP. That's 205-922-7647.
Stay up to date with The Next Round on the website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos from the show, plus podcasts like The Mystery Fifth Hour, Bama and Bourbon, Last Call, and others from our Double Down Media podcast family. You can start your day with the latest college football stories, plus easy to listen to hour-by-hour downloads of the live show. nextroundlive.com, a great way to stream the show live or shop in the Next Round store. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage. That's nextroundlive.com.
Hey, it's Reed from The Next Round. I'm excited to work with Way to Wellness. Way to Wellness partners with each patient to develop a treatment plan tailored to their individual needs, focusing on weight loss and reducing the health risk associated with obesity. I'm excited to begin my weight loss journey. I went in for my consultation last week. Leslie and her team have taught me how to reach my goals the right way, and they're there to answer any questions and to hold me accountable along the way. Join our challenge at nextroundlive.com or learn more about Way to Wellness at aplanforme.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Some of our best interviews are always when the car is moving. We'll see if we can talk our guy into that. Let's start this hour off and tell you that it's brought to you in part by our friends at JohnstonRVCenter.com. Brandon, got a couple of RV show coming up at the two locations of Johnston RV, and then we'll get to Josh up there on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline.
Yeah, Dunaway. Listen, if you want an RV, you need to go see Johnston RV Services. Our friends at JohnstonRVRental.com. They got two great locations, and they've got a show at each location coming up. And it's just a spectacular time to buy an RV. And if you've ever wanted to get into this, JohnstonRVCenter.com is where you go. JohnstonRVCenter.com, I-65 exit 304 in Coleman, 334 in Decatur, JohnstonRVCenter.com.
All right, Josh is standing by. He's in his car, Brown, but it's not moving.
Well, I mean, I don't know if he's got anywhere to go. Josh Pate, 24/7, late kick with Josh Pate. You see it every night there. Are you going somewhere? Are you going to stay? You stick around? Or what are we doing here?
No, I'm going to stick around, but I think I just get better lighting in the Jeep than I do in my own studio. So for all the audience knows, and this is where kind of suspension of disbelief comes in, for all you know, I'm just out in the parking lot, even though I don't really need to be.
Okay.
I like
this
that.
is Josh with God's lighting is what this is. Yeah. The studio can't do it as well as God.
Retractable roof today, right. Playing it under God's light there.
Hey, so quite the story in college football last week. Obviously, the Brian Harsin Auburn situation. I don't know where you stood last week on this. Me and Dunaway there is no chance that this guy can come back. They're going to have to pay him the $18.3 million. It's inevitable. He is not coaching in 2022. The next thing you know, he's back. Auburn fans are rallying around him. How shocked were you that Harsin is actually back?
On a scale of 1 to 10, I would say my shock factor was about a 9 to a 9.5 that he's back. Now, that's independent of what my personal feel on it was, but just observing everything, what I thought the strategy was, I've always called it kind of a poison pill strategy within college athletics. Like on Wall Street, I watched Succession, so I'm an expert on all this now. The poison pill strategy on Wall Street it's not like the poison pill in college athletics. In college athletics, if you're a big money donor and you may not align with the AD and you want your guy out, you do have enough power to influence message boards and Twitter and headlines. So my version of the poison pill in college athletics is, let's just float enough bad sounding stuff out there that even if it's not proven, we can validly say, hey, at this point, we can't afford to bring this guy back either way. And we thought, or I at least thought, that they'd gotten to that spot at Auburn. I thought they'd gotten past the point of no return where they were going to reasonably be able to look any camera in the face and say, look, details or no details, proof or no proof, we can't bring this guy back now. And they got to that point. But the thing about that point is the other side kind of has to capitulate. The other side kind of has to agree with that. Harsin never agreed with that. Harsin's representation never agreed with that. There was never a middle ground to be found on buyout terminology. He didn't even so much as come back from Mexico before he needed to. So Brian Harsin played it the way every kind of fake gangster out there in a cubicle today thinks they would play it. But he actually had the stones to follow through and play it that way. And I think that's why he's still the head coach at Auburn today.
And that's all fine and dandy until you start getting wins or losses again. And a lot of Auburn people I talk to, fans, say, did we just kick the can down the road? Are they still going to get rid of him in December? This roster isn't top of the SEC roster. Who knows what they're going to be at quarterback? And the recruiting has been sort of middle of the pack. Do you think Auburn just sort of kicked the can down the road here and these same guys will be coming for Brian Harsin again in 8 months?
Sure. Yeah, I think that. But look, I also saw the Cincinnati Bengals play for a Super Bowl last night. So obviously crazier runs have been gone on in high-level competition. But even if Auburn doesn't go on a run, let's say they're a 7-win team this year. I don't know where the Vegas totals will be at, but I would imagine Auburn will be in that 6-7 win range maybe. let's say they're average. They go 7-5 this year. Is that a no man's land? Is that a definitive, let's press the red button? Like, I don't know where that falls now, because here's what we can't know. Like, the four of us can sit here right now and we can talk all we want to about the future of Auburn athletics. Bottom line is, we don't even know the status of Alan Green there. I love Alan Green, but I don't know the status of him as the AD there. I don't know who will even be running the ship 12 months from now. And so that's independent of what the actual on-field product will be. But if you notice, because this is what I noticed last week, I noticed a lot of shift in perception. I put one of those good old-fashioned Twitter polls out there. It gets no more scientific than that. And I said, has your opinion changed on Brian Harsin the past 7 days? And like 30% of the people who voted said, yeah, my opinion has changed. Now, I don't know how many of that is Auburn fan versus just agnostic fan, but you noticed kind of this shift in perception amongst some of the Auburn folks last week. And I don't think it was so much pro Brian Harsin. I think it was anti-establishment, because they're not thrilled with his recruiting. They're not thrilled with the product on the field in year one. But a lot of Auburn folks rightfully look around and say, Harsin or not, let's just put a generic coach in here. There's some forces at work behind the curtain at our university that are really preventing us from ever having one of those stories. How would Dabo Swinney ever happen at Auburn? How would a guy come out of nowhere? How would Sam Pittman ever happen at Auburn? How would they ever be given time? Because if they weren't handpicked by those people who we are speaking about, would they ever even be given time to have the roots planted or seeds planted and take root and grow? I don't even know that could happen there right now.
Josh Pate is with us, at Late Kick Josh on Twitter, at Late Kick Josh. You see it at 24/7 Sports all over his Twitter feed as well, at Late Kick Josh. He's on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. The problem with what you're saying, and I don't disagree with you, when you talk about 7-5, is that no man's land. Let me give you 7 of their last 8 opponents. LSU, at Georgia, at Ole Miss, Arkansas, at Mississippi State, Texas A&M, at Alabama. If you are 7-5, chances are the vast majority of those 5 losses are going to come in that stretch. So it's a lot of times the finish is the way you're judged, maybe not even the overall product.
You know, I'm going to say it because Brian Harsin can't. This is so unfair. And they're also playing Penn State in out-of-conference action. So it's just, no one ever wants to have the conversation that we're about to have. But it's the same way with Arkansas. You can either look at Arkansas last year and say, that's a 9-win team, that's a 4-loss team. Or you can understand, okay, but they played both participants in the national championship game. They play in the SEC West. The bottom line is, if I gave Arkansas Cincinnati's schedule, they're probably a playoff team. Don't change anything about the team, just change the schedule. And we could very well get to that point with Auburn this year, where there's some context that needs to be had, but there's a motivation to be absent of context, because a lot of folks are going to want him out of there. And so if they go 7-5, no one cares that they lost to 4 of the top 15 teams in the country by a combined 19 points. They won't care about any of that. It's just that they're a 4-loss team. They're a 5-loss team. It's why I always push the adage that people who say you are what your record says you are in college are lunatics. There's so much more to it than that, because there's so much more context and layering and strength of schedule in college football than that. But to circle back to what you said, I don't really think they'll care. I think there'll be a motivation to be absent context and to say, hey, losses are losses. You're paid to win here. We don't care how tough it is.
Josh, it is so difficult to have a content fan base. But when you look in the SEC West, to me, it seems like 6 of the 7 fan bases are really content on their head coach. The one that's unsure right now is Auburn. Would you agree that 6 of 7 are like, we've got our guy locked in at least for the next couple of years?
We can extend it beyond that. I would say 13 of 14 SEC programs in general right now would be to some degree happy with their head coach. I had an administrative type tell me that the other day. He said, do you realize how rare a time we are right now in the SEC? And therefore, do you realize how big a train wreck's probably coming down the road? Right now, he said, man, 13 of 14 programs and 13 of 14 fan bases are at least somewhat happy. I mean, what are we looking at? Are we looking at Eli Drinkwitz? Like, where's the next most unhappy fan base right now? Florida made a move. South Carolina is 1 year apart from making a move. Tennessee, ditto. So everyone's happy. LSU just made a move. It's Auburn, and that's it. They're the one. It's not Vandy. It's not Kentucky. It's Auburn. That's the one fan base that may be below 50% approval rating for the head coach. Now, that probably does not bode well for Brian Harsin, but when you extend beyond Auburn, there are not enough wins. I crunched the numbers. There are not enough wins to go around when everyone has to play everyone. So there's some discontent coming down the road in probably multiple outposts in this conference.
193 days from week 0. What's a big off-season storyline that you're watching? Give me something that's on the late kick radar that you're going to be watching over the 193 days.
Well, the first thing I believe in doing is removing people who use that O word from my life, Dunaway. Now, I cannot remove you from my life because I love you too much, but I don't believe that we even have to use that word. I whisper it when I have to say it. So I don't believe in that season that you referenced there.
Right.
But what I do think is really fascinating is if you shift your attention over to the East right quick, Tennessee and South Carolina are both programs that overachieved relative to expectation in year 1 of their respective coaching tenures there. And those are also fan bases who would look and say, okay, we won 7 games, but we were close in this game. And so these are people who in some ways are accurately thinking, hey, they're just a whisker away from 9 wins, 10 wins. And now we're second year. You're supposed to make your most improvement year 1 to year 2. That's what the book tells you. And so I'm really wondering what reasonable expectation levels will be set at in Knoxville and Columbia, because in the SEC East, everyone thinks about Georgia. Well, that's great. But, Mark Stoops and Kentucky have been the model of consistency, and everyone enters every year just defaulting them down to number 4 or number 5, and they always end up higher than that. So I'm very fascinated by that. And that's not even to mention what Billy Napier is going to do at Florida. I thought it was totally mind-blowing that he walked in and he got great early returns. And so you start to dig into the details, like, why do these people love him so much already? And you find out all it took to walk into Florida and win the locker room was get rid of parking tickets, give them decent food, and give them decent dorms, which quite literally means at the University of Florida, food and shelter and taking away the parking tickets is all it took to win the locker room over before spring practice.
Yeah, stray dogs. They're like a stray dog.
I mean, what's that say about Dan Mullen, though? I mean, a lot of people would say, I'd like to have Dan Mullen as a coach. I mean, he couldn't figure that out?
It means that I think Dan is going to be in a TV studio for quite a while. That's what I think it means.
He's not that bad at that either. I mean,
he's not.
Because he's always been a really good talker. I think that has always been Dan Mullen's strength, is he talks a good game.
I'll do Drake real quick for you. I'll start at the bottom and work it around. Old Dominion,
unbelievable.
Old Dominion, Marshall, and Southern Miss are leaving early to go to the Sun Belt. It looks like. Does that work its way all the way to the top? And can we get Texas and Oklahoma in next year? Can we just work from the bottom all the way to the top and bring them in early?
So here's how that's happening right now. You know how you can tell that a lot of times people don't really know what's going on, but they want to pretend like they do know what's going on, so they'll just kind of wink at you. That's what's happening with Texas and OU. Everybody who is in the TV industry or in the administrative side of things in the SEC or beyond, when you ask them, hey, when is this move happening? They all do something like this. They all go, hey, just keep an eye open. My eyes are open. I want you to tell me what's going to happen. Well, hey, could be sooner than you think. That's all you can get out of people. It's like trying to nail a square of Jell-O to the wall. No one knows. So if we were to wake up next week and the headline on ESPN bottom line was Texas OU moving immediately, that wouldn't shock me. If they held a press conference downtown Birmingham tomorrow and said it is indeed going to be until 2026 before these teams move, that wouldn't shock me either. I think there's so many moving parts there. I don't really even think Greg Sankey could give you a firm timetable on that right now, but I would be happy to be proven wrong on that.
All right, at Late Kick Josh is where you follow Josh on Twitter. Watch him at 24/7 Sports at Late Kick Josh. It is Late Kick with Josh Pate. Thank you so much for the time, Josh. Always fun talking with you.
Thank you, sirs. I'm headed back inside now.
All right, buddy. Be careful. Be careful going in. Josh with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. We had a little news break while Josh was on there. You looking at this here with Alabama?
I see it.
Okay.
I want you to.
I've read it, so I can.
Yeah, I want you to give that to us. Let me give you a sponsorship first. We got some developing news because I walked around Coleman Coliseum looking for beer sales on Saturday. So Brown's got an update on that coming up. My man Greg from Pell City can update your roof right now. If you haven't had it respected in a long, long time, Greg can take care of you. But also he can do a lot more than that. There's a lot of entry points for water up on your roof that just really doesn't have anything to do with your roof. It's where, piping and such like that fit into your roof. And he can do an inspection on all that and correct it all for $99. Like, he'll go up on your roof and fix the flashings and any of the space and sealants around the chimney that can be worn out over time. He can repair all of that and make it waterproof and do your roof inspection. The repairs and all that costs $99. If you don't need any repair on the piping and the fitting and the sealants and all that, then it'll just be an absolutely free roof inspection, so no cost to you to go up there. But if you do have some leaks around the pipes and the sealants, he'll take care of all of that for $99. That's Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing. There's a couple of ways you can get in touch with him. One, you can get in touch with him on Facebook. Just go to Greg from Pell City on Facebook. Look him up. He interacts with you there. I mean, my God, he's locally owned. He owns the company. For 20 years he's been there, and he takes care of you that way. You also can jump on the phone with him and call him up, 205-542-3531. 542-3531. A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, great warranties, and that free no-cost inspection. It's Storm Restoration Roofing.
All right, so apparently the city of Tuscaloosa wanted to put a service fee on every ticket sold to an event where Alabama plans to sell alcohol, an additional service fee on top of what Alabama's already paying. I don't have the exact plan in front of me, but Greg Byrne has responded to this plan today. And he says it is very unfortunate that the city of Tuscaloosa's plan would unreasonably target Alabama athletics and our fans with a service fee on all tickets where alcohol is sold, even tickets sold to children. He goes on to report that Alabama pays 10% sales tax on all ticket sales, 3% of that going to the city. It's estimated to be $1.3 million for this fiscal year. His concessionaire, Alabama's concessionaire, pays 10% sales tax, about $125,000 annually. And he goes on to point out they don't use a ton of city resources because their games are primarily staffed by university police, security resource officers, and privately held security. And says, for that reason, Alabama will not be moving forward with alcohol sales at this time as they study further review of the service fee.
Well, it's pathetic. The city's going to leave. I mean, what is Alabama athletics? What do they bring?
Yeah. And here's what else he points out here's what else he points out. In addition to taxes paid, which he points out roughly $1.5 million of taxes paid to the city. In addition to that, don't forget, visiting fans, pay city lodging taxes for overnight stays, city sales taxes at restaurants, bars, and stores.
Yeah.
So I don't know what you would say the economic impact of Alabama athletics is on the city of Tuscaloosa proper, but somewhere north of $2 million in taxes, I think, is probably a conservative estimate.
Yeah. So right here, find out who is on the Tuscaloosa City Council, and you need to flood them and let them know that you won't spend a dime in Tuscaloosa until they change this. Not a dime.
I'm sure not.
Get him done away.
You're going Jeff Calhoun?
Yeah.
I mean, Walt Maddox, obviously. Do you want me to text Walt and see if he'll give us his side of it?
Yeah,
I mean, Greg's. I'll text Walt. We've only got 40 minutes of the show.
Knowing Walt, it's the city council. It's not Walt's fault.
Well, then Walt can explain that. He's the mayor.
Yeah.
He's in Mexico.
This can't be Walt's fault. It's got to be the city council.
I'm going to text him and see if he'll come on and explain.
It's going to be some city council person that is trying to, get more money out of the university.
Yeah, but Walt's got some power. I'm sure if Walt really wanted to get behind the other side. I mean, look, they've known this has been coming down the pipe for a long time.
I mean, what in the world happens to the Tuscaloosa budget if there's no University of Alabama?
Well, here's what sucks. Greg Byrne and the officials at Alabama, they've been evaluating this situation for not days, not months, but years. And they finally have gotten to this point, and now this bomb has been dropped.
Well,
by the
I mean,
city
when
council.
Greg was on our show 1 week ago tomorrow and was answering your question about this, Lance, you asked him the question about it. Did his voice sound like that there was any sort of trepidation or hesitation in this at all?
It was a done deal.
That's what it sounded like.
I walked around the arena looking for a beer.
I was supposed to go this Wednesday night, and one of the main reasons I wanted to go drink a beer.
Yeah, that beer and watch the game.
I can drink a beer behind me, but there was just something.
You literally don't have to drive to Tuscaloosa.
Nostalgic about that crap hole that is Coleman, being able to sit there and drink a beer.
Yeah, one time before they tear it down. Right, I want to have a legal beer in Coleman Coliseum before they tear it down.
All right, I've texted the mayor of Tuscaloosa to see if he'll come on and explain it, because I don't understand.
Not one dime until they explain it.
I know what you're saying, but I just don't understand the city side of it. Perhaps the city has a great explanation. I mean, On the surface, and I'm just judging from what Greg says, obviously Greg has a point of view that is pro University of Alabama athletics making money. I get that. That's Greg's
Northport
job.
beers, they drink good, don't they? Go to Northport and drink your beer.
Beer we have.
Just go to Northport.
So, but on the surface, it looks like a money grab by the city of Tuscaloosa,
really does.
doesn't it?
Oh.
That's what it looks like.
No,
now,
it
maybe Walt can come on and say, whoa, let me explain to you. Okay?
Yeah. Looks like a money grab.
It does. It looks like a money grab.
I guarantee you the angle they're going to take is it's more responsibility on the city of Tuscaloosa when you have that amount of people that possibly are consuming alcohol.
I've got nothing to say about that.
I'm just saying they've got to have a count.
Well, I mean, Greg does make a very persuasive argument about the tax dollars that go to the city of Tuscaloosa directly from Alabama athletics. And this, by the way, would increase that number.
Oh, yeah.
Because the concessionaire is already, as he says, paying $125,000. They're going to pay more.
You're being
because they're
double
gonna sell
taxed. You're being double taxed at that point, bro.
Throw the beer in the Black Warrior.
That's right. We need a beer party today.
I don't even
not
think
the good stuff. Buy the other stuff.
In the original Godfather, the Godfather 2, the Black Hand, the guy that was getting money out of everybody's pocket.
The Black Hand. That's on.
That's the Tuscaloosa. It's 2.
That's on Peaky Blinders too. Yeah.
This is the city council.
The old Black Hand.
We got to tweet that, Brown.
You do not want the Black Hand.
We got to tweet that. What's the name of the river that runs through there?
The Black Warrior.
The Black Warrior. Okay. I'm only familiar with Lake Tuscaloosa. I don't get down the.
You remember what was
the
what was the nice restaurant that was across the Black Warrior for years?
Oh,
you could hit the golf ball across.
Not the Waysider, the Willow Point. No, the end. Something.
It'll come up quickly, but wasn't that when if you could hit
Cypress Inn.
If you could hit a golf ball across it, you got a free meal, right?
Yeah. No, I swear. No, they had it out back. Yeah. Then I think somebody said, "Oh, let's go kill the fish."
No, come on. There's no well holes. It's not kill the fish.
Well, there was no women's teas. We had to.
All right. Quick break here. People laughing behind the glass. Cypress Inn. Thank you, everybody.
I said it just a second.
Oh, it was the Cypress Inn.
Rockstar, tell us about your guy.
Oh, he's not at the Cypress Inn today, but it's Adam Mestre. Adam is a third-generation realtor who was born and raised in Birmingham, so he knows the area. You want a guy like Adam to find a house for you. Why rent when you can buy? Buying a home is the largest financial decision you will make, so make sure you are using an agent that you can trust to help walk you through the process. Whether you're a first-time homeowner or looking for your forever home, Adam can help. Call Adam Mestre for a free home evaluation at 205-422-0589 or visit mdrealtyllc.com. At MD Realty, we make house calls.
All right. We'll see if we can get organized and have a beer party and throw beer into the river tonight to protest these taxes. Too many taxes. Back in a moment.
Follow LT on Twitter at @TheLanceTaylor.
Hey, there's nothing worse than waking up to a plumbing problem. Don't get caught in a flooded house. Call the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemp Hill are the only ones I trust to fix it and fix it right the first time. Hemp Hill Services does it right and always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name that Birmingham has trusted since 1954. That is Hemp Hill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090.
This hour of the next round is brought to you by Cardinal Roofing, your home for financing one-day jobs and over 500 five-star reviews. Call them today, 205-900-ROOF, and mention the next round to get a discount on your next roof replacement.
Have you had a pipe burst, a washing machine overflow? Maybe your toilet or bathtub has overflowed upstairs and now you have water coming through your ceiling. Big problem for you? No problem for a Dry Tech specialist. They're ready to help. It is important to act immediately when water damage occurs. Failing to do so can cause mold, rot, and mildew issues. Long-term exposure to these toxins can cause many health issues down the road. So act fast. Your first step is calling Dry Tech Solutions, 205-637-0143. They have 24/7 emergency services, 205-637-0143 or mydrytech.com.
When you have questions about your urological health, count on the healthcare experts at Urology Centers of Alabama. With 16 locations and a team of specialists across Alabama, you can find help you need from a trusted UCA physician. Get started at urologycentersalabama.com.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Hey, Next Round listeners, I'm ESPN's Lauren Sisler. You know, after a very busy football season, I'm ready to get some projects done around the house. And the first thing on my list is getting a new roof. I personally know the guys over at Cardinal Roofing, and I know I can count on them to be honest and to get the job done. Maybe you don't need a full roof replacement, but maybe just a tune-up to give you peace of mind going into the summer months. Call Cardinal Roofing for a no-cost, no-commitment, and honest inspection of your roof. For any of your residential or commercial roofing needs, make sure you choose this longtime Birmingham company, Cardinal Roofing. Find us at cardinal-roof.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor here from the Next Round for our friends at the New Balance Birmingham store. Today, here are some tips on how to stay healthy during the cold months of winter. Number 1, get some cardio. 2, get a proper fit on your shoes to get the most out of that cardio. The New Balance in-store fit specialist will match you with the perfect New Balance shoe for the perfect fit. Visit the New Balance store, located on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A. Experience the difference a custom fit makes today. That's from our friends at the New Balance store.
Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and the Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Your 24-hour home for the show is our website, nextroundlive.com. Easy links to the day's top stories in the morning rounds, plus the latest videos from the show, podcasts like Bama and Bourbon, The Mystery Fifth Hour, Last Call, and other shows from our Double Down Media podcast family. Nextroundlive.com, a great way to stream the show live or find easy-to-listen-to hour-by-hour downloads from the Next Round Live show. And get the latest gear in the Next Round store. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage. That's nextroundlive.com.
Unbelievable. We still get taxation without representation. I mean, most of the Alabama fans can't even vote in the Tuscaloosa elections.
I don't think that's taxation without representation.
The great cartoon back in the day, right?
It's just a bill.
It's got to go to Capitol Hill, Jimmy.
It's sitting on Capitol Hill. Come
on.
on.
That was like the worst part of Saturday mornings for me, though. I didn't want my history.
I didn't come here to learn.
Yeah. No history.
Masters of the Universe.
Go back to Scooby-Doo.
The one I hated the most was Libby, 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 get your adverb here.
I like the yuck mouth.
No,
we call him yuck mouth because he don't brush.
I hated that one because I had a yuck mouth. Ugh,
Conjunction, junction, what's your function?
The hooray for the other team. I always liked that one.
What's your function?
I forget, was that an exclamation point? Where to use exclamation points? Hooray, I'm for the other team.
I think an exclamation point is probably the easiest to use. Would you guys agree with that?
It's the most overused.
Well, it might be the most overused, but it's also the easiest to use.
Which one?
The exclamation point.
Well, you forget now writing long text and writing stuff is proper use of a comma.
Yep.
Should be a period. I think
a lot of run-on sentences.
Throw a comma in there.
My daughter says I text like an old person. Well, because I throw commas and periods and
such.
such.
Sign off of it. This is Jim, your dad.
Yeah. But I'm Bluetoothing, and I'll even riding down the road. I'll be like, "Are you coming home for dinner tonight? Comma or eating out? Period." And I'll say it out loud so it puts the comma and the period in there. And she's like,
text like an old man.
You text like an old person, like you're doing dictation. All right, it's time now for our 3 and Out. It's brought to you by the great folks at Vulcan Tire. Great location. We'll keep you updated if any Patriots are gathering on the Black Warrior tonight.
Again, anything you need bumper to bumper, our friends at Vulcan Tire and Automotive, they can handle. Locally owned and operated. Great guys. Whether it's brake pads, wheel alignment, tires, and more, they can do it bumper to bumper for you and your family. 4 locations and online, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
First down.
Who gets back to a college football playoff first, Michigan or any Group 5 team?
Well, I mean, here's part of the problem is you're losing the Group 5 team that just did it, the Group 5 team that was the closest before them in Central Florida, I mean, you're about to lose those from Group 5. They're about to be Power 5.
So they won't count in this.
Yeah, they don't count in this anymore. So I think I would have to go Michigan.
I think I'd go Michigan too. It's a great point because being left behind right now is Boise. And, boy, don't you get the feeling that Boise made their decision thinking that somewhere down the road the Pac-12 was going to come calling for them in Fresno or San Diego State or somebody like that?
Yeah, I just wonder what kind of noise Boise makes in other sports. Not that it really matters. I mean, I guess football's big enough.
I mean, they're not horrible in men's basketball.
No,
they would probably be better in a better conference.
Yeah, I mean, like TCU, they had a little bit of a drop-off after it had risen so high in the Mountain West and would have been in a 14 playoff.
They must play in a pretty nice facility because they host NCAA tournament games all the time.
They do.
I mean, how many times do you stay up late to watch that Boise region with Arkansas playing out there or something?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Second down.
Moving forward, more postseason wins. Justin Herbert or Joe Burrow?
I mean,
well, I've got a stake that Justin Herbert in the first 6 years never takes a playoff snap.
Boy, that came down to a Carlson kick this year, didn't it?
It did.
It really did.
Or a bad timeout.
Or an injury.
Yeah, it's true, yeah.
Hoping for an injury.
Really, Brandon Staley, without that timeout, he takes one this year. And how different are the playoffs? I mean, if they have to play the Chargers instead of, well, I guess both would have gotten in. I don't know how the alignment would work.
But we're coming up on season 3 here. You're nearing the halfway point of that one.
That's a long way to go for such a talented team. But I need them to fall apart around him because he's a good quarterback.
But he has had his moments of inconsistencies. I think Burrow feels like he's been more consistent than
I think
Herbert.
And there's something about Jamar Chase too that he's really good. I mean, he's not going away.
T. Higgins become a really good number 2 for them.
Yeah, I think T. Higgins on 10 teams could be your number 1.
Yeah.
But the problem is they don't have long-term contracts on a lot of their defensive players. They were free agents, so I don't think they're locked in long-term. So I don't know how long this Bengals defense will be together, and that seemed to be their calling card down the playoffs anyway. So I'm probably going to say Justin Herbert.
Third down.
I think I would go Burrow.
I think I'd go Burrow, but I could see it be really tight. Okay, so better chance of repeating. The Georgia Bulldogs next year winning another national championship or the Rams winning a Super Bowl.
The Rams.
Just didn't happen a lot in the NFL, though, Brown. Doesn't happen a lot in college. The last time it happened was 2012.
Yeah, I mean, Alabama, if you take Alabama out of the equation, it doesn't happen a ton in college.
Yeah.
I would go Rams.
I mean, but look how precarious the Rams' journey was,
Well, here's the breaking news on Odell Beckham. According to Ian Rappaport, he did tear his ACL.
Yep.
And they're saying long road to recovery. He's about to be a free agent, so chances are he's done in L.A.
I don't know. I think that Sean McVay respects him so much, and that entire team.
If he's got a torn ACL, I don't know what he does on the free agent market
either. I thought about this a few weeks
ago.
It's so different if Robert Woods never goes down. What is his role? But immediately the day after he goes down, so he's basically fills in immediately for Robert Woods. I thought he was going to be a cancer to that locker room, and he was great.
Yep.
And so I think the Rams see value in Odell.
Do you give him a long-term contract, though, to sign him?
Well, it's tough
coming
now
off
with
an
that.
ACL.
Yeah, but what's his free agent value coming off an ACL too?
Yeah.
So you've probably, if you're the Rams and you want him, you've probably got the hand in that situation.
And you told the story of his crypto decision.
Yeah,
that seems like a disaster.
If y'all missed that earlier, this is crazy, Rockstar. So his base salary was $750,000, and he said, "I'll take that in Bitcoin." At the time, Bitcoin was about $64,000 per Bitcoin. It is now, I haven't looked today, somewhere in the 40s, maybe mid 40s. So he's lost $20,000 per Bitcoin. His contract now is worth like $350,000, but he's still taxed on the $750,000. It doesn't matter that he took it in a currency that lost a third of its value.
But the good news is he made $3 million,
That is right.
including $1 million yesterday in postseason bonuses.
But he literally played, Rockstar, the regular season. At this point, he played for $38,000.
Couldn't they re-sign the same contract?
Yeah, they'd be willing to do that.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
They would.
Yeah.
We'll sign you up for that.
Give you an extension.
Absolutely.
Here's more
on that.
Bitcoin.
Fourth down.
Hey, Drew
I'll
Bledsoe.
go Rams too, though. I don't think George is going to do it.
Drew Bledsoe 50 today. If I asked you better career, I don't know randomly why I came up with this other guy.
that'd be
Drew
interesting.
Bledsoe or Eric Church?
What?
Well, I mean, that's hard because I'm a huge Eric Church fan. But if you're Drew Bledsoe, I always wonder, do you think if it wasn't for this Tom Brady kid, would I have won all those games?
He'd have been in the Hall of Fame. I know
what
that
I'm
sounds
saying?
crazy. Drew
If I had-
Bledsoe would have been in the Hall of Fame.
If I hadn't gotten hurt,
I don't know.
If I had not gotten hurt, is Belichick that good?
I think that team, though, rallied around Tom Brady. There was something about that because I thought Pittsburgh was the best team that year in the AFC.
And Brady started that game, right, in the AFC Championship against Pittsburgh.
He did, yeah.
And Bledsoe was back healthy for the Super Bowl, and
I think Bledsoe was back healthy for that game.
For the Pittsburgh game, and they started Brady instead.
I mean, I love Eric Church, so I'm going to say Eric Church.
To my point real quick, Bledsoe's 17th all-time in passing. You've got to think if he had continued to quarterback the Patriots with Belichick, they would have won a Super Bowl.
I assume they would have won a Super Bowl.
I
But
think
he didn't, so I've got to say Eric Church.
The injury kept him out of the Hall of Fame.
But where is Drew, like all-time quarterbacks, Drew Bledsoe a top 50 guy? I don't think he is.
It's hard to say that.
I mean, is Eric Church a top 50 country music artist?
Oh, he is right now,
Well, I know right now, but I'm talking about all time.
I think he will be when it's all said and done.
I think
Top
I would
50,
go Eric Church.
And they've been doing country music a long time now, and it's just a different genre. I just like him because he's unique. He's not Luke Bryan.
That does make him unique. And that was fourth down.
That was 4 locations of Vulcan Tire and Automotive. Get a look at the brake pads, wheel alignment, tires, and more. They can do it for you and your family, locally owned and operated. For more information, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
I'm back on this tax thing.
Why, this threw you for a loop.
It did.
I did
because,
not know when I broke this.
it was. We have a lot of people who watch and listen to our show. So everywhere I went to the game Saturday morning, 11 o'clock.
It is BS, though, man. I mean, people have been looking and anticipating this happening for a long time. And again, as you said, there was not a beat from Greg Byrne. He thought that this thing was already a done deal.
No, I'm walking from parking lot B on the long walk through parking lot A to get into Coleman Coliseum.
I never would have understood that without the diagram.
Yeah, is it ever by C, though?
I don't even know where C is.
Okay.
Just tell him it's parking lot B.
But
It's done away with.
two group of fans saying, hey, love your show. I said, thank you. Looking forward to having a beer in there. And I said, me too. A little early for a beer. I wonder if they can, one guy said, maybe I'll get a Bloody Mary. And I said, no, remember, it's only beer sales only. There's no alcohol.
I was just kidding, Jim. Head on to parking lot A.
And then we get in and
no beer.
There's no beer. I walk around the whole concourse looking to see how it was set up because I was expecting little kiosks.
Well, I would like to know the history. First of all, I need to know what the city stance is, and we've reached out to Walt, or maybe,
it's much more fun to ignore that.
I know, but I'd like to be fair here. I would like to know what their thought is on this. I'm assuming, based on what Greg Byrne said, is Walt Maddox and Tuscaloosa came in and said, look, if you're going to sell alcohol, it's going to require our police services to be stronger. We're going to have more police patrolling around the area, making sure there's no alcohol-related fights and things like that.
That was my angle, my point.
So, you're adding a workload to us, so we got to get something back here. So it's going to have to be a service fee.
Which is not true. What my counter would be, this is regulated now. Instead of the guy doing fireball in the parking lot.
Right. It's going to be no more crazy.
Yeah. This is going to be more organized than what you had before.
We actually may be helping the situation.
I think we'll have less arrests. I think we'll have less DUIs.
And as Greg pointed out, we're not asking you. We take care primarily of our own police force here and our own security. We're not asking you for that.
Yeah.
That's what Byrne is saying.
And remember, you wouldn't be in a brand new city hall or driving new police vehicles if it wasn't for the University of Alabama athletics bringing people to town already.
But the flip side of that is Alabama can't be above the law either. I mean, you can't just say because you donate so much, you're above the law. Now, if somebody else was doing this, we'd charge them, but not you, Alabama. You're above the law. I mean, they've got a set of laws they've got to abide by as well. You can't just say, oh, Alabama dumps so much in the community, they shouldn't have to abide by the laws everyone else has to.
Okay, well, then the great example will be this then. Does the Tuscaloosa Amphitheater, does it pay, what all is Alabama paying? Are they paying tax on
City
tickets?
sales tax, I'm sure, yeah.
Okay, they're paying tax on tickets sold at Tuscaloosa Amphitheater. They're paying the big percentage on concessions. Now, are they also paying taxes on additional beer sales, or are they just paying it on the concessions?
That I don't know. Who owns the amphitheater?
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't know if the city owns it or not.
But I don't think they do. I would assume,
I'll look it up.
I'm sure it's not Live Nation, but it's.
I bet the city owns it.
Yeah, if the city owns it, that's a different story.
Yeah, you're never going to know.
Yeah, they own it. Well, why would they pay more service fee? Right. They own the
But already, if the concession is being taxed at Tuscaloosa Amphitheater, and they're already selling beer, right? And now my concessions are already being taxed in Coleman Coliseum and Bryant-Denny, and I'm just adding beer to that, and you want me now to pay my normal taxes on my concession and now tax the beer additionally? That's not right. It should all roll into the taxation of the concessions.
Willie Nelson's coming Friday the 22nd.
How about that?
I didn't know Willie was still out there. That dude is still cashing
him
checks.
and Bob Dylan, man. They're never going to
Did
stop
he
him.
finally get settled with the IRS?
I think that's why Willie is in Tuscaloosa April 22nd.
April 22nd?
April 22nd.
Oh.
I don't think
Was
you
that a
want to go.
Super Bowl commercial he did for Taco Bell?
I think so, yeah.
If you just said August 22nd, I would have bet on cancellation of that show. Just on random thunderstorm, illness, voice, something.
Death.
Yeah, death.
Well, I mean, that would
cancellation of life.
That would have been factored into it.
Jimmy Buffett, June 7th. Lance.
That's a reschedule.
Yeah, reschedule from last
And that's
year.
odd that that's in Tuscaloosa and not in Birmingham.
Yeah, and normally he does Oak Mountain when he comes to this area.
Well, I'm just saying it's that's a college town.
Jimmy has played Coleman before, right?
I think so, back in the day.
Yeah.
Interesting stuff in Tuscaloosa there. All right, last week it was Auburn chaos and Brian Harsin. Now you can't get a beer without extra taxation in Tuscaloosa. If it's not one thing, it's the other, right? We keep rolling along. Part of our show today being brought to you by the great folks at Mortgage Right. LT, tell us about Mortgage Right.
Yes, Dunaway, our friends at Mortgage Right. If you're looking for the home of your dreams, they can help you out. If you're new to the housing market, you might be wondering when the best time is to buy a home. Well, wonder no longer, because our friends at Mortgage Right, every day is the right day to purchase a new home. With locations nationwide, Mortgage Right, perfect matchmaker to connect you with the home of your dreams. Mortgage Right's team of skilled professionals, they have got the knowledge to move you on with confidence. Make your day better. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR.
Follow Brownie on Twitter and Instagram at Ryan Brown Live.
Wayne's Pest Control is taking pest control to the next level. Ryan Brown here from the next round. Keep your home pest-free and rodent-free with Wayne's proprietary Smart system. Smart is a digital, eco-friendly rodent monitoring solution that tells Wayne's you have an unwanted mouse or rodent before you even know about it. Wayne's Smart Service professionals will proactively set up an appointment to take care of that problem, keeping your family and pets safe and healthy. And right now, get $60 off Smart Pet Service with the offer code TNR. Let Wayne's create your happy place. 866-WAYNES1 or call Waynes.com.
Excalibur Services, now a Train dealer, invites you to join their Total Home Comfort Club. Just like your car, your heating and cooling, electrical and plumbing systems need to be maintained for top performance, safety, and comfort. The Excalibur Home Comfort Club benefits include free consultations, priority scheduling, summer and winter cooling and heating tune-ups, a yearly plumbing and electrical inspection, plus 15% off any repair. Ask about our limited time buy one, get two sale. Call us today at 205-718-8688. Excalibur Services, Alabama license number 15214.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about our friends at Farmfolio. If you're concerned about market volatility or inflation, Farmfolio can help you diversify your portfolio into cash-flowing farmland property. We all know about rental real estate. Cash flow and appreciation are the name of the game. With Farmfolio's productive farmland lots, your trees act as the tenants, and they pay you in fruit, which is sold by Farmfolio's international sales team to the likes of Walmart and Costco, ultimately generating cash flow for you. As your cash flow increases, your property value also increases. Just like tenant-occupied real estate, the best part is you don't have to be a farmer. You own, they farm, and you earn. This is the way it works at Farmfolio. For more information, you can go online, check everything out today. Go to farmfolio.net. That's farmfolio.net. Check it out today. If you're concerned about that market volatility or inflation, Farmfolio is your best friend. Go online today, farmfolio.net.
Hey, it's Jim Dunaway. Let me take a second to talk about my friend Greg from Pell City and his company, Storm Restoration Roofing. He's the owner, and it's been locally owned for over 20 years. Insurance companies love Greg, and that's going to benefit you, the customer. Storm Restoration Roofing is A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, and they'll give you a free no-cost inspection. No obligation, no cost. 205-542-3531. 542-3531, or look up Greg from Pell City on Facebook. It's Greg Nelson and Storm Restoration Roofing.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com.
This hour of the Next Round is brought to you by Cardinal Roofing, your home for financing one-day jobs and over 500 five-star reviews. Call them today, 205-900-ROOF, and mention the Next Round to get a discount on your next roof replacement.
The new location of Walk-Ons is now open at Stadium Trace in Hoover near the Hoover Met. And just like the location off Highway 280, you get authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine prepared fresh from scratch every day. Walk-Ons Happy Hour is 2 to 6 Monday through Friday. $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. Download the Walk-Ons mobile app for an easy take-home experience for the family. It's game day with a taste of Louisiana at Walk-Ons off Highway 281-19 and now at Stadium Trace near the Hoover Met.
When it comes to choosing a dentist, two things are critical: trust and comfort. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. It's why I tell you about Stone Creek Dental Care. Dentist owned and operated, and Stone Creek Dental Care is the Southeast premier provider of comprehensive dental care with more than 20 locations, including Birmingham, Chattanooga, Huntsville, Trussville, and Montgomery. Stone Creek Dental Care is able to provide a level of quality care you will not find anywhere else. From your basic cleaning to restorative dentistry, cosmetics, and endodontics, Stone Creek Dental Care covers a wide and comprehensive range of dental services for patients of any age. Stone Creek Dental Care's mission is to provide the highest quality dental care to every single patient in an environment that exemplifies the highest ethical, personal, compassionate, and professional standards, and to provide the best patient experience possible. Stone Creek Dental Care is currently accepting new patients at all locations, and new patients get a free Chick-fil-A gift card at your first appointment. So visit StoneCreekDentalCare.com to find a location nearest you. StoneCreekDentalCare.com.
Back with you on T&R with LTD and B. Tom's best of the weekend is his daughter's lacrosse team over the weekend. A big lacrosse win. Maybe it was a Montevallo lacrosse win. A lot of tweets here.
Getting lost.
Do y'all have a lacrosse team in Montevallo?
I think we do.
I think we do.
You're in the Hall of Fame.
We do have a lacrosse team down there.
Wow. So fantastic.
Well, I mean, it's youth lacrosse down at Thompson. Thank you, Tom, for your best and worst of the weekend there. Always a good proud dad moment. We appreciate that so much. Lacrosse is one of those growing sports. People were also ranking Super Bowl halftime. Some had last night number 1. Some had it number 2 behind Prince. Prince seems to be not universal. Obviously, everybody's got an opinion, but as maybe the standard bearer of the best halftime show was Prince.
Stephen A's got him 5th right there on the list from Friday.
Oh, I didn't even see that. There's Prince is 5th.
That's what Stephen A said.
Yeah. Look, again, that was right there in my wheelhouse, what we saw yesterday.
Right. Like, for instance, if they rolled out the Luke Combs, Eric Church, and one other great country artist next year, that you can't even stand to listen to country music. Like, we were in a bar in Nashville, and you were good for about 4 songs, and you were like, we got to go. You don't like that genre.
Yeah,
for a lot of people last night, they don't like that genre.
But I think for people that do like that genre, they went into that halftime saying this is going to be the best halftime ever, and you can't talk them out of that.
Yeah.
And I thought it was good. I don't know if it was great. I thought it was good. I thought it was well done. It might be my favorite. I don't know. It was funny. We're watching it, though, and the roommate's like, so we went to Super Bowl 53, and we got Maroon 5, and they're getting this.
That's
doesn't
true.
seem like a fair trade-off.
That
Maroon 5 might be. Is that one of the worst?
I forget.
Where Adam Levine actually took off his shirt at the end.
I forget that he did a Super Bowl. Yeah. Bruce Springsteen doesn't make it high on the list. Michael Jackson is considered to be very good. I don't remember Michael Jackson's.
Diana Ross.
I saw Tom Petty live at that Super Bowl that Tom Brady lost to Eli Manning.
Phil Collins, Christina Aguilera, Enrique Iglesias, and Tony Braxton.
I was at that with Super Bowl 34.
Aerosmith and NSYNC in 2001. U2.
I mean, Aerosmith and NSYNC, that was a pretty good one.
That was a good one. Kid Rock was also, that was, because I didn't realize because being at the game, you didn't realize the Janet Jackson thing had happened.
Yeah.
And I also didn't notice, you guys probably knew this, YouTube was created because of that.
Yeah, so many people were searching for the video.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Right.
No, and the Google Image Shirts was done for Jennifer Lopez, an outfit she wore to the Oscars, I believe.
That's right.
That's when Google Image, we can just do an image shirt instead of just general.
So like a lot of time.
The next day, if we're all in Houston together after that Janet Jackson nipple slip,
Guys,
we're
I got an idea.
And if you would have said, hey, I got an idea, we would have been like,
how much did Lance have to drink in the game?
YouTube?
So people are going to upload their videos for
come
free?
On, man. Just get on the plane. Let's get back to Birmingham.
2003, I had no idea about this. Shania Twain and No Doubt.
Wow.
Do you remember that one?
I don't remember that.
I do not remember that at all. Shania Twain, though, was the hottest thing going.
2005 was Paul McCartney, then 2006 was the Stones, and then Prince, Tom Petty, Bruce Springsteen.
Yeah, this is like saying like
Black
humble
Eyed
brag,
Peas.
but I was at the Paul McCartney live.
Yeah.
Oh, God,
and it was
how many Super Bowls
so
have you gone to?
freaking good.
Paul McCartney was?
Yeah, because everybody when he did
Hey Jude,
he did Hey Jude, and
They all put the lighters
I think he
up or
did Let It
phones?
Be. Yeah, everybody did the lighters, and it was a cold night in Jacksonville, Ratty Stadium.
Yeah,
but that was kind of the highlight of that night. That was the night that Deion Branch actually won the MVP.
Cowan Equipment poll questions. Did the listeners and viewers pick the game right?
who you got? Rams -4, 60%. Bengals +4, 40%. They did not pick it right, but they did at least get the right winner.
Yeah.
Hey, if you're having a hard time finding that new plastic on the seat piece of heavy equipment, check out Cowan Equipment's rental fleet hit list for a wide range of well-maintained equipment from their rental fleet. For sale now, visit cowan.com/featured used equipment or call 800-239-COWAN for more information. I assume that was the greatest playoffs we've ever seen in the history of the NFL.
Oh,
right?
yeah. Start to finish.
Seven straight games. Just great stuff.
It was incredible.
Yeah, just great games. Royal Payne says U2 post 9/11 is number one in his book. Steven says, do something, Walt. Come on, fix this. Brown's got an update.
I do have an update from AL.com, which explains a little bit deeper. Mike Rodak writes that the city council granted Alabama an alcohol license. That's why Greg Byrne was so gung-ho about this on our show. Then they voted, after approving the license, they adopted a fee structure on events where alcohol is sold, which includes a $1 fee on all tickets sold for sporting events with a capacity between 1,000 and 19,999 people. So they exclude football, but they include basketball. That would include baseball, women's basketball, perhaps.
Softball, everything, yeah.
Gymnastics, yeah. So basically anything at Coleman Coliseum.
Anything but football. Anything that keeps Anything that keeps Nick Saban from calling
right.
Walt Maddox up.
$1. I mean, so Saturday, what'd you have? Probably 11, 12,000 seats?
I would say 10,900.
So it'd be $12,000 for the city of Tuscaloosa, basically.
It's not
so
worth
that you
it.
could sell beer.
It's not worth it for the bad publicity. It's not worth it.
Well, it wasn't bad publicity until Byrne put him on Byrne.
I'm glad he did.
He did.
It's like a Woj bomb.
Yeah, burned him.
I mean, we're in an economy right now where everybody's suffering and everybody's got their hands out.
Yep.
Yeah, the inflation's crazy because you know who ends up going to be paying that extra $1?
You.
Us.
I mean, are we really going to get to $5.50 per gallon?
I don't know, man.
And on top of that, I have to pay the fee if I don't drink a drop.
Right. And apparently on the Super Bowl, I saw a couple of car companies are going electric.
Yeah, just a couple. Hey, I will tell you, Brown, you're right. That's a great point because of those 11,000, I would say maybe 200 or 300 people are drinking.
That was Greg Byrne's point. Is they're even charging on tickets sold to kids. They can't even drink legally. It's not that they make the choice.
Great points by all of you. That's why open discussion in America wins every time.
Open discourse.
We'll end up getting this right before it's all said and done. Maybe not in the time for basketball season, but by next basketball season, we'll make it work. All right, here we go. Or we could just do like Smokey and the Bandit. We can bring beers from Birmingham into Tuscaloosa and give them away.
Yeah, we could do that.
Give them away.
We'll film it. Will you do it?
Give them away.
Yeah.
Here you go. Here you go.
Just hitting people. Then we hitting people's skulls.
the cannon around there. All right.
That killed somebody. And what was the you know what I'm talking about? No. It was oh my God, what was it? The Stephen King Maximum Overdrive. Remember the vending machine started spitting out the Pepsis and it hit the dude in the head and it killed him.
Wow. Our friends at Bromberg's. Hey, it's Valentine's Day. Hey, listen, if you're up against it, quick drive down to Bromberg's.
Yeah, 2 locations for you, Mountain Brook and the Summit. They've got an array of wonderful gifts at a variety of prices. Family owned and operated since 1836. They've also established that solid reputation as a fine purveyor of quality diamonds. I'm sure somebody just on the fly just decided to get engaged, right?
Yeah,
that's right. Today's the day.
You can run down to the diamond specialist. Just go see them. Pop the question tonight. Mountain Brook Summit. More information, brombergs.com.
Follow Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram at Jim Dunaway.
Hello, Vulcan here. Can we talk? Sure, I'm the biggest thing in Birmingham, being 56 feet tall, but big isn't always better. It's what you're big on. Like the great community banking at First Bank's new financial center in Homewood. Their reputation for customer service towers. Bank where you stand tall, without birds perching on your head. No, they're building a nest.
First Bank, now open at 404 Hollywood Boulevard. Member FDIC.
Join Johnston RV Center for their biggest sale of the year. The Decatur RV Show is happening this Friday through Sunday at their Decatur location, just off I-65, exit 334. Come see the largest RV selections of the year at the lowest prices of the year. Free parking, free admission, register to win special prizes. It's all at the Decatur RV Show. It's your time to buy now and save. And, as always, a lifetime warranty on all new RVs. Come see us this Friday through Sunday at the Decatur RV Show, right off I-65, exit 334. For more information, check us out at johnstonrvcenter.com.
Done building your family? A vasectomy is a safe, simple, effective option for birth control. When it was my time to take the snip, I used my friends at Urology Centers of Alabama. March Madness right around the corner, and there's no better time for a vasectomy. It's a great reason to be off your feet and be on the couch during the game with the wife's approval. It's a quick, in-office procedure covered by most insurances. Urology Centers of Alabama. 16 convenient locations. Call 205-922-SNP. That's 205-922-7647.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Want more of the Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, the Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app. Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and the Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
The real estate market is crazier than it's ever been before. I'm Jim Dunaway, and my friends at ERA King have 52 years of experience, over 200 agents, and they're opening new offices right now in Homewood, Vestavia, and Huntsville. ERA King has state-of-the-art offices and the most innovative tools in the business to help you. Text the word MOVE to 35260 to get started. That's the word MOVE, M-O-V-E, to 35260. ERA King Real Estate, growing to serve you.
The Iron Bowl.
Jordan Hare Stadium behind us that saw a classic Iron Bowl, 24-22. The Crimson Tide holds on and wins in overtime.
The SEC Championship.
It is the SEC Roadshow Saturday morning in Atlanta.
The College Football Playoff.
It's our Cotton Bowl special from Dallas, Texas. We are live now.
The National Championship.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown with you up here in Indianapolis. We're at the Playoff Fan Central.
The Next Round. You'll find us where the big games are played.
Anytime you use the phrase world famous, it means something. Gus's Fried Chicken is in fact world famous. It's been featured in GQ, Forbes, The Washington Post, on the Food Network, and the Travel Channel. And Gus's recipe has been around since 1953. It's routinely ranked the top spot for the best fried chicken in multiple U.S. publications. Visit 2201 2nd Avenue South or online gusfriedchicken.com. Gus's is a great catering option for office and holiday parties, and they even cook on site. Get the family meal on the drive home at 2201 2nd Avenue South or visit online gusfriedchicken.com.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping on some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And in our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, LT takes off the gloves for in-depth conversations with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmont Vodka. Find these podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Yeah, there you go. That was close. Farmfolio in the chat room. Thank all of you for commenting today, and thanks for everybody for being part of the show. We took you all the way up to the top of the hour here, so I apologize for that. That's strictly on me driving the plane today.
Not very well.
You fly a plane, though.
Yeah, well, I drive it in the air. No, I fly it.
You going to go throw that beer in the Black Warrior?
You taxi it for a minute, though, right?
Well, it seems like public perception's going back the other way now.
Where? I don't see that.
Jamie's like, why are you selling beer where kids are anyway?
Oh, Jesus.
Well, that happens at a grocery store. It's grocery store, restaurant, games. It happens everywhere.
Yeah, so here we are. Day one of the beer controversy with Alabama Athletics. Who will win? I got a betting favorite.
I always lean beer.
Yeah,
Alabama's a pretty good favorite.
Yeah, I'd go with the Tide in this one. All right, we're back tomorrow. Congratulations, Lance Taylor.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
And the Rams.
Going to keep enjoying.
World champion, 2-time Buccaneers. We'll see you tomorrow, 9 a.m. Until next time, God bless you. God bless America.